Chapter 901. Transplanting Immortal Aperture. Relocating Blessed Land. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. In accordance with locations indicated on the Gu formation chart, he found the 8 formation cores in star form Blessed Land through star form Land Spirit's guidance. He placed the corresponding Immortal Gu there one by one. Star form Blessed Land had few space path down marks. The Land Spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were very varied in distance. They were either close by or far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time due to this. By the time he finished, he had already spent half a day. After this step, Fang Yuan, who was vigilant and cautious, inspected these 8 formation cores carefully again. After confirming that there were no issues, Fang Yuan returned to his original spot and placed the chosen spine-fin star Dragonfish into his own immortal aperture. Under his orders, star form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out into Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land doors were shining with light, but it could only radiate over a small range of land. The inside of Earth Abyss was very dark and silent. This was a deep part of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this deeply yet. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless hidden desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. There was no time to waste. Fang Yuan let out the spine-fin star Dragonfish. The spine-fin star Dragonfish had the size of an ordinary whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in blue fish scales. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Fang Yuan placed the 4 Immortal Gu on the body of the spine-fin star Dragonfish in accordance with the smaller Gu formation chart. One was in its mouth, one was in a particular bone on its back, one was in the left eye, and the last one was in its stomach. Even though the spine-fin star Dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan only took a short while before his arrangements were completed. He inspected it carefully again, before Fang Yuan confirmed it. The 12 Immortal Gu had been put in place properly. He started to scatter countless Mortal Gu around the area. There were even 1 or 2 Immortal Gu that he tossed out, creating a powerful Gu formation. Next, he was finally at the most crucial moment of relocating the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan followed the method closely. He activated the remaining 4 Immortal Gu. Star form Blessed Land's doors slowly closed, vanishing into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body started to glow in a bright yellow light. Even though the yellow light was bright, it was not painful to look at. It was a very warm color. After 17 breaths of time, the light started to fade. They gathered into Fang Yuan's 2 eyes. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He willed. At the next moment, a faint yellow light beam shot out of his right eye, hitting the whale-sized spine-fin star Dragonfish. The spine-fin star Dragonfish's body shook. The small Gu formation that was on its body activated. It shined with a red light. Under this red light, the spine-fin star Dragonfish seemed to be wearing red armor. The entire spine-fin star Dragonfish was tough like a rock and did not move, as if it was a statue. Fang Yuan breathed roughly for some time. Next, a yellow light beam shot out of his left eye, directly piercing star form Blessed Land's hidden location. Under the influence of the light pillar, star form Blessed Land was drawn out, turning into a blue light lump. The blue light lump was only the size of a large bean, a sharp contrast to the enormous, whale-like spine-fin star Dragonfish. The moment that star form Blessed Land was absorbed by this, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be consumed at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye turned with difficulty, moving the yellow light pillar. With it, the yellow light pillar began to slowly move while pulling the blue light lump. And that spine-fin star Dragonfish that was now like a stone statue also moved along with Fang Yuan's right eye, slowly approaching the Blessed Land. Rumble, the ground tremored, and earth shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless ferocious beasts in the darkness roared in panic and fury. A Blessed Land's relocation naturally caused intense turbulence in heaven and earth chi. A powerful earthquake was already forming in the depths of the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these trifling details and poured all his concentration into the spine-fin star Dragonfish and star form Blessed Land. An enormous boulder crashed down on his head, but was blocked by his prearranged methods. Fang Yuan was confident he could hold on for some time, even if desolate beasts attacked. He had created an environment that would not allow any disturbance to him for a while. As if he was moving 2 large mountains, the 2 pupils in Fang Yuan's eyes moved slowly. At this moment, both his body and soul were exerting all their strength. Not much time had passed from when the 2 lights touched each other. However, to Fang Yuan, it was like a year had gone by. The moment when star form Blessed Land and the spine-fin star Dragonfish touched, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if he had unloaded an extremely heavy burden. Fang Yuan's carefully arranged Immortal Gu formations played a crucial role at this moment. Star-formed blessed land was like a wanderer returning home, or a swallow returning to its nest, settling down in the spine-fin star dragonfish's body, turning into an immortal aperture inside it. This was the method Langya land spirit used to relocate blessed lands. There must be a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast in which the blessed land would be transplanted as an aperture within it. Afterwards, the desolate beast or ancient desolate beast could bring the immortal aperture wherever they were moved. However, time was very limited in this transferal process. The desolate beast or ancient desolate beast that held the immortal aperture could not take in any other immortal aperture, and also could not use any immortal Gu. Otherwise, it would influence the workings of the Immortal Gu formation on their body. The specific circumstances were, Fang Yuan could not store this spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture to quickly move it. At the same time, he also could not use any other immortal Gu or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star dragonfish's own physical strength to float and move to another place. After all, although an immortal aperture was residing inside the spine-fin star dragonfish, it was only barely done with the help of the larger and smaller Immortal Gu formations. Even a slight outside influence could cause the Gu formation to collapse, and not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail instantly, the Immortal Gu used could also be destroyed. But even such a large disadvantage could not conceal the enormous value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor, but was equally famous as Long-Hair Ancestor in history. His name was Old Immortal Gu. In the long history of Gu Immortals, he was one of the 3 Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. His research and understanding of apertures and immortal apertures surpassed his time. It was his efforts that allowed those of the 10 extreme physiques to advance and become Gu Immortals, forming super-grade blessed lands. Old Immortal Gu named the immortal killer move of relocating blessed lands as the Immortal Aperture Transplantation method. Up to this point, this was the immortal killer move with the highest number of core immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had seen. Nevertheless, this immortal killer move with up to 16 core immortal Gu was only an incomplete immortal killer move. Old Immortal Gu's initial thoughts had been to perfectly transplant a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast's body. Unlike the current situation, where they could only rely on the 2 Gu formations and consume a lot of immortal essence to join the 2 together with difficulty. And just for a while on top of that. After Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this inheritance of Old Immortal Gu, he also made many attempts to complete it with Old Immortal Gu's research results, but they all ended up in failure. Under the inspection of the Inkman Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Yin, Long-Hair Ancestor discovered this incomplete immortal killer move already had shocking value. Gu Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of dead Gu Immortals. Time passed by, bringing great changes to the world. Now, countless years later, Fang Yuan was benefiting from this. Move, go there. Fang Yuan commanded the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantages of the immortal aperture transplantation method, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half the original speed, and the pressure on the body was huge, as if it was moving with a mountain on its back. This made the distance the blessed land could be relocated every time limited. Langya land spirit had moved Langya blessed land, but it should not be far away from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons Fang Yuan did not move to immortal blessed land. Fortunately, Earth Abyss is an extremely good hidden area. It will be a long while in the future before this layer gets exposed and developed. I can use star-form blessed land as a reliable camp to replenish and recuperate. Moreover, I know the disadvantages of the immortal aperture transplantation method, but others don't know. When He Lulan does not see star-form blessed land, she might think the blessed land was destroyed. After all, the concept of relocating blessed lands has already surpassed the common knowledge of Gu Immortals. Like this, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star dragonfish to move in Earth Abyss. The path he moved on was naturally according to an elaborately drawn map, which had already gone through large numbers of tests and probing. He continued to move deep into Earth Abyss, while avoiding many desolate beasts. In the gaps between the territories of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly moved with the spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan's destination was 3 layers down from the original location of star-formed blessed land. However, after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was used up as he ran into a desolate beast one-eyed giant ape. The one-eyed ape was extremely vigorous and would often wander around in Earth Abyss. When it discovered the spine-fin star dragonfish, it excitedly started a chase. Fang Yuan began a fierce fight with this one-eyed giant ape, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Dragonfish. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered from having no battlefield killer move and was unable to effectively restrict the one-eyed giant ape's movement. Eventually, partway to their location, the one-eyed giant ape heavily injured the spine-fin star Dragonfish. The spine-fin star Dragonfish was extremely weak while carrying the Immortal Aperture. It was already using all its strength to move and thus did not have any spare energy to strike back. Fang Yuan finally drove away this damned one-eyed giant ape, but the spine-fin star Dragonfish had already been injured heavily and could no longer move. Fortunately, the Immortal Gu are unharmed. If anything happened to them, wouldn't I have to compensate Langya until I'm bankrupt? After Fang Yuan inspected the condition, his heavy mood eased up. This was good fortune within misfortune. Since the situation had already turned this way, Fang Yuan could only choose the second best option and place star form Blessed Land nearby. The moment the Immortal Aperture was removed, the spine-fin star Dragonfish completely crumbled, turning into a pool of meat and blood. Even its beast's soul had dispersed. This was the necessary sacrifice of the Immortal Aperture transplantation method, and Fang Yuan had already known this. Even if the spine-fin star Dragonfish was not injured, when it reached the destination, it would still die from exhaustion. Star form Blessed Land was successfully relocated, hidden in a completely new area. Everything was worth it. Chapter 902. Heavily developing star form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan entered star form Blessed Land. Star form Blessed Land's heaven and earth chi were greatly affected by the relocation. Intense earthquakes occurred in star form Blessed Land. Only until star form Blessed Land was placed down and started to absorb the endless amount of earth chi did it stabilize, as the earthquakes ceased. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked over it. The vast landscape was filled with cracks and crevices. Dark smoke rose up from burning flames. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. He sighed deeply. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Because to transplant the Immortal Aperture, he could not interrupt the activation of the two Immortal Gu formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had methods involving Immortal Gu, he could not use defensive or protection methods on star form Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit had once told Fang Yuan about this. Langya Blessed Land's losses were far greater than Fang Yuan's star form Blessed Land. Thus, ordinarily, the Blessed Land would not be relocated. Where is the Land Spirit? Fang Yuan called out. Star form Land Spirit's eyes were red. He did not understand why his master wanted to move. Under star form Land Spirit's guidance, Fang Yuan started inspecting star form Blessed Land. He first had to inspect star form Blessed Land's 4 sources of revenue: the Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and the Star Fragment Grass Fields. Broken Star Lake's water was flowing along a huge crack. There were piles of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left inside. It had not dried up completely yet. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out the Immortal Gu and poured his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal Gu gave off a white light, sweeping over the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground below Broken Star Lake mended. The lake water filled up and returned to its original state. But the loss of seaweed was still going to affect the production of Star River Gu for a period of time in the future. There was nothing inside the water. Only seaweed and aquatic plants were floating around. The original palace below the lake was completely destroyed. Landscape as before could not restore things like man-made buildings. But the fish groups, insect groups, and Gu groups that were inside this lake did not die from the earthquakes. Fang Yuan had moved them into Immortal Blessed Land long ago. Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture was a dead land. Living beings could not live inside for long. Afterwards, Fang Yuan went to Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Fields to inspect them. Out of his expectations, Arrow Bamboo Forest was unharmed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were 2 long cracks. They narrowly grazed the edge of the forest. It was truly a close call. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was the biggest plantation in Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and kept them in Immortal Blessed Land. To think that Arrow Bamboo Forest dodged this crisis, it was truly a stroke of good luck. But the Meteorite Pit and the Star Fragment Grass Fields were not so lucky. The Meteorite Pit suffered huge damage. It was nearly unrecognizable. As for the Star Fragment Grass Fields, because of the fire, some had been burned into ashes. At first glance, it was a barren land. Under the effect of landscape, as before, the Meteorite Pit was restored to normal, and even the terrain of the Star Fragment Grass Field had been restored. Landscape as before. Immortal Gu is truly useful. With it, my losses shrunk by at least 80%. And since I already moved out most of my resources beforehand, Star Form Blessed Land only suffered a minor loss in the end, even though there was huge destruction that occurred. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He used landscape as before to restore the landscape of star form blessed land, but that expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. He did not repair everything. He left some cracks in the ground as they had been. He had a stroke of inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance and turn the cracks in the ground into river channels, creating a network that can spread throughout the entirety of star form blessed land. But star form blessed land has a unique terrain. As for how I can make this a reality, I will need to use the light of wisdom and think over it. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and went to Langya Land Spirit, returning the Immortal Gu back to Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit returned the Immortal Gu that had been held as collateral to Fang Yuan as he said, "If you need to relocate anything else, you can find me again." After all, he had earned a huge sum just now. In a short time, he earned more than 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Langya Land Spirit continued, "If you join my Langya sect and become a Supreme Elder, in the future when you relocate your blessed land, I can give you a huge discount when borrowing Immortal Gu." "I will think about it," Fang Yuan replied half-heartedly. He had only wanted to obtain benefits from Langya Land Spirit. He did not want to be tied together with these hairy men. Once he joined, he would be unable to go away. He would lose his freedom. He would not make such a stupid decision. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and entered Tai by Yunsheng's Immortal Aperture, returning landscape as before to him. In the Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan asked about Eastern Sea's information from Tai by Yunsheng. Tai by Yunsheng told him that Song Yishur and the others were searching for him all over the place. Some people had approached Tai by Yunsheng as a result. Looking at the situation, our relationship would be exposed in a short while. Fang Yuan muttered, "I suggest that you contact Shark Demon and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Relying on Zombie Alliance, you will be able to resolve this." Tai by Yunsheng said. Fang Yuan was not anxious. His plan was unaffected by external pressure. He shook his head. "It is still not time yet. There are still more than 10 days from the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Let's wait and see." Who Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed after all," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was sitting down on a small mushroom stump. He used it as a stool. But such short stumps were very rare now. Right now, the underground cave was a huge Ji forest. These Lingji were very different from before. Not only were they tall and thick, they were red in color. This was because of Who Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity, the blood poison carrier flowers. Because of that opportunity, the ordinary Ji forest became a blood Ji forest. Who Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suited for the growth of Ji forests, but now it has become a blood Ji forest. It could grow very well. But this Ji forest would need 100 or 200 years to expand and growing into a true forest by creating more space and pushing aside the soil and rocks. Fang Yuan did not have much expectations towards this blood Ji forest. He was not going to invest into it. These last days, Fang Yuan had neither slept nor rested. He was putting in all his effort into developing star form blessed land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Yang building. Who Immortal Blessed Land would have to be given up. Star form blessed land would become his only base by then. By that point, if Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie and had not revived, star form blessed land would have an even more important role to Fang Yuan, having immense value and use. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Who Immortal Blessed Land to star form blessed land. As for the plan of developing star form blessed land, Fang Yuan had already thought about it dozens of days ago using the light of wisdom. According to his earlier inspiration, he would build a huge river system in star form blessed land. The actual plan after deducing it properly was grander. The entire water river system would not only be on the ground, he would even encompass the sky into it. He was going to create a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of star form blessed land's unique terrain. Star form blessed land had a depression at the center, while having high altitude around the sides. It resembled the shape of a bowl. If he only built a river system on the ground, all of the water would flow towards the center. But if this was three-dimensional, the water from the center would be drawn into the sky. It would flow towards the edges of the blessed land and form a grand system for water to flow. As for the way to create rivers in the sky, Fang Yuan had deduced the cheapest and easiest method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by Langya Land Spirit to forcefully create a cloud continent in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan intended to use the cloud soil to create many river channels. Along these rivers, the fertile cloud soil would have countless star fragment grass growing on them. The soil that the star fragment grass grew in was the cloud soil. Star-Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in black soil. as he did not have enough financial ability to bulk purchase cloud soil. But star form blessed land's environment was very suited for star fragment grass to grow. This caused the growth rates of star fragment grass to be higher in star form blessed land than immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan's plan was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Fang Yuan lacked a huge amount of funds. He had just accumulated 2,000 immortal essence stones, but he had passed them to Langya Land Spirit. Thus, these days, he could only repair the forced sources of revenue in star form blessed land. Arrow bamboo forest had grown to its best condition, emitting a light fog under the use of large amounts of moon well water. Meteorite Pit and Broken Star Lake had been fully restored. The star fragment grass fields were more troublesome, but after Fang Yuan used the killer move Spring Star Rain several times, they were growing quickly as well. Ever since he obtained the Star Path Inheritance and gained Star Shoot Immortal Gu, Spring Star Rain had turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Dang Hun Mountain inside immortal blessed land, they were not moved over yet. Firstly, he needed to develop the place for now and finalize a proper water flow system before relocating the dragonfish. Secondly, star form blessed land was facing its heavenly tribulation soon. Why was Star Lord Wanxiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal with one heavenly tribulation past. He was facing the second one soon. Because he battled with Song Zixing and was gravely injured, he lost confidence in surviving the tribulation. He had to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag Shirley in to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. Fang Yuan was still hesitating over if he should move all these resources away before the heavenly tribulation struck. Leaving the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Gu Yu Fang Zheng, who was held captive all along, seemed to have resigned himself to fate. His eyes were hollow as he sat in the prison cell without moving. Evidently, the truth of Immortal Crane sect attempting to kill him and his Master Lord Sky Crane trying to possess him were very impactful news towards him. According to his usual habits, Fang Yuan stood before him and said some words. Gu Yu Fang Zheng did not move at all. His expression was numb, as if he did not hear a word. Chapter 903. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan was not anxious. As long as Gu Yu Fang Zheng was eating food, it meant that he had the will to live. As for how to change his mindset and alter his perspective so that Fang Zheng would view Fang Yuan more favorably, it was a long process. There was no need to rush. Afterwards, Fang Yuan came to another secret room and inspected Dong Fang Changfan's soul. He had many souls of immortals now. There was Dong Fang Changfan, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhongling, Snowy Mountains Shui Songzi, as well as the Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Gu Pai. These last days, other than developing star form blessed land, he had been searching these souls. Currently, he had searched all of their souls already. He gained a lot of benefits. But what truly made Fang Yuan crave for more was Dong Fang Changfan's soul. Once in a while, Fang Yuan would search his soul. It was no exception this time. After the soul search, Dong Fang Changfan's soul suddenly spoke. My memories have been read by you countless times, but recently, when you conduct soul searches, you will always check the memories regarding the dismantling of battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance, or have faced a strong foe that requires you to unravel a battlefield killer move. Towards Dong Fang Changfan's words, Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He replied frankly, "That's right. These last days, I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, especially the details about resolving battlefield killer moves. Combined with my experiences and your memories, I will gain a lot of insight each time." Soul searching was like reading a book, but one was reading the memories in the soul instead. But like reading a book, there was no way to memorize every single small detail accurately. One thorough soul search was like reading a book from start to finish. You would learn about the contents of the book only. With constant revision, one would learn in depth about the information and would obtain more knowledge from it. Dong Fang Changfan's soul smiled. Have you thought about it? I can actually help you. You are just a wisdom path newbie. No matter how much you revise and read through, the gains that you can have are limited. Meanwhile, my wisdom path attainment is much higher. As long as you give me a body, I will be able to make deductions for you and help you think of solutions. Isn't this a good idea? You can use information path methods to restrict me. I will be your most capable assistant. That is a good idea indeed. Fang Yuan nodded. He smiled faintly. But I will not do that. Forget about it. Even after being left with a soul, you are still not giving up. It seems that I have not given you a thorough lesson yet. Fang Yuan's smile turned into a sinister sneer. Dozens of goo worms moved with his will, activating. Dong Fang Changfan's soul shook intensely. The cell was full of his anguished cries. This punishment lasted for 2 hours. The pain in the soul was much more intense than in the body. Dong Fong Chong Fan was definitely taught a good lesson. Fang Yuan obviously did not waste time there. He left long ago and went to 2 other secret rooms. In one room, there was the rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Zhongling's soul. In the other room, there was Shui Songzi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu Immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu Immortals during their lives, they had memories regarding battlefield killer moves as well. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path techniques, one was Wind Path and the other was Snow Path, they had their own unique methods to deal with battlefield killer moves. These memories were useful as references for Fang Yuan. What was worth noting was, both their souls had been searched multiple times by Fang Yuan already. From Shui Songzi's soul, Fang Yuan learned that he had kept a fortune in snowy mountain-blessed land. In his mountain peak, there were a number of snowmen, as well as plants related to snow pines there. But Fang Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui, whose capabilities were unfathomable, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shui Songzi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shui Songzi were both members of Snowy Mountain. They were allies. After learning that Fang Yuan killed Shui Songzi, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fang Yuan, she would have to inform old ancestor Shui Hu due to the alliance agreement. Meanwhile, from Zhongling's soul, Fang Yuan also made some gains. He obtained a complete Wind Path inheritance from Zhongling, as well as the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish, along with precious information regarding the Immortal Gu House, Sacred Feather City, and the Green Heaven Fragment world that the Feathermen lived in. This world was huge. There was a lot of resources inside. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he almost drooled. Even though he knew about the scenery in the Green Heaven Fragment world, such that Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to get there, but since that place was currently occupied by White Sea Sha and other Gu Immortals, it was like a lion's den. Fang Yuan would not take the risk easily. After coming out from the secret room, Fang Yuan received Tai by Yun Sheng's transmission. He said, "I have already met up with Shark Demon and the others." Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and teleported into Tai by Yun Sheng's immortal aperture before coming out of it. At the next moment, Xing Xiangzi appeared before Shark Demon and the others. "Come, let me introduce you. This is the world-famous Xing Xiangzi." Shark Demon laughed as he introduced enthusiastically. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. "Lord Shark Demon, please don't make fun of me, sigh." Saying so, tiny explosions occurred over Fang Yuan's body. It was as if firecrackers had been ignited on his body. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. His body shook as hundreds of mortal goo on his body fell out. None of these mortal goo survived. Some were torn to shreds from this explosion. Xing Xiangzi, you offended Song Clan. This Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move cannot conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu Immortal spoke. Another skinny middle-aged female Gu Immortal had an arrogant expression as she said with disdain, "That's right. Right now, among the 3 most capable Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan's Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, you will be exposed soon." The last person was unfamiliar. He wore a golden robe and had a fat body. He looked like a rich person as he smiled and expressed goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Jiadan sits in Twin Polar. Huan hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. This refers to the 3 best Wisdom Path experts in Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan ranks the highest. He sacrificed himself for his clan and fused himself into the world of Eastern Sea itself. As long as it is within Eastern Sea, he can deduce it accurately. This is very scary. Even if Sir hides in someone's immortal aperture, you will only delay the timing. You will be found eventually. Xing Xiangzi nodded. He cupped his fists towards the 3 Gu Immortals. "I have been enlightened. Thank you for the information." The mortal Gu that died were his defensive Wisdom Path methods to protect him against others' deductions. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive measures self-detonated. One could see how skilled Song Jiadan was from this. "All right, brother Xing Xiang, let me introduce you." Shark Demon referred to the elderly Gu Immortal with his hand. "This is the Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9th Ghost Finger. He cultivates Soul Path mainly and Wisdom Path on the side." Shark Demon shifted to the arrogant middle-aged female Gu Immortal. "This is the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Xie Shu Fang. Master Xie." Finally, he talked about the smiling fat Gu Immortal. "This is Big Bag, Lu Tan Exine. He mainly cultivates Space Path, but he has Wisdom Path Attainment as well. It is my honor to meet all 3 of you." Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, having a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu Immortal Xie Shu Fang said coldly, "Meeting you is my misfortune. You offended Song Clan. Don't think you can escape. Right now, you are still scot-free. That is because Song Clan did not go all out to find you. as they are busy fighting for ascending heaven plane and have no time for you. I would advise you to surrender to Song Clan. Burdening me is one thing, but if you burden everyone and cause our Lu blessed land invasion to be obstructed, you will be doing everyone a disservice." Her words were very rude. Many Gu immortals heard it and had a change of expression. They were not worried about Xie Shufang's words. Instead, they were worried that Xing Xiangzi might feel insulted and create a conflict among themselves, creating internal strife. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned grim, while Bo Dan felt secretly joyful seeing that Fang Yuan was insulted. Fang Yuan gave Xie Shufang a look. He thought that this Gu immortal was probably in the righteous path, resulting in such a poor attitude towards himself. Fang Yuan was joyful instead of angry. He continued from her words, "Master Xie is right. Song Clan is a super force. They have such great influence. How could I defend against them? Thus, I have decided, Lord Shark Demon, I would like your help in joining Zombie Alliance. Do you think I can avoid this trouble if I join?" Xie Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains Gu immortals were very rash and arrogant. Why was he being so mild? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed loudly. "Of course you can. Brother Xingxiang is a great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is a good idea. I can assure you, you will join Zombie Alliance smoothly. As long as you did not defile Song Yi Shi, we can back you up in this matter and support you as we negotiate with Song Clan. Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon first." Fang Yuan's face was full of helplessness and bitterness. "Don't worry, Lord Shark Demon. I had accidentally entered the bottom of the volcano and saw that fairy Yi Shi bathing. That was the cause of this crisis." Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He showed a look of feeling upset over a great misfortune that he did not intend for. Bo Dan's expression became very dark. Shark Demon laughed loudly. "I believe Brother Xingxiangzi. Come, let's go and break that Fighting Soul battlefield." After entering Lu blessed land, everyone entered Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and gloomy area, dark clouds were looming as a thunderstorm approached. Intense winds blew and a sandstorm was blowing. Soul beasts formed in the sandstorm. They grew in numbers and charged towards Fang Yuan and the others without stopping. Fang Yuan, Bo Dan, and the others had started deducing the battlefield the moment they entered. They displayed all their methods and techniques. Because of their earlier probing, they had found out the key to this round was not traps or difficulty. It was the immense time needed to find all the Gu worms. 7 minutes later, ancient soul beasts would start to form. It would be best if they dismantled this Fighting Soul battlefield before 7 minutes. Chapter 904. Starthought Immortal Gu. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the others could not hold off the soul beasts, then this invasion would end in failure again. If the Gu immortals could unravel the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path mortal killer move was used. He destroyed 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms. Earlier, when he targeted this Fighting Soul battlefield killer move, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden Gu worms at once. But now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this time, he had been hiding in Immortal blessed land, practicing and learning to improve his Wisdom Path techniques. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. This kind of self-directed learning is too limited in terms of improvement. To increase my rate of deducing this battlefield killer move, I need Immortal Gu. It is a pity, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to deal with battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu's effect was to help a Gu immortal think and solve puzzles and mysteries. If the battlefield killer move was treated as a puzzle, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu would be very helpful in unraveling battlefield killer moves. But simply Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu alone could not do anything to battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and intended to use Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a simple immortal killer move that could unravel battlefield killer moves. But unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had been trying hard, up until the point when he had to come to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. Deducing an immortal killer move was very difficult. Normally speaking, even if rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to deduce a brand new immortal killer move, they would need to spend years. And every so often, their foundations would be insufficient. Until their deaths, they would not be able to complete the immortal killer move. Thus, Fang Yuan also had many incomplete immortal killer moves in the inheritances that he had obtained. Even though Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, relying on Wisdom Gu, he could completely deduce some incomplete immortal killer moves that resulted in star fire escape and projected star thought. But now, he wanted to deduce a brand new Wisdom Path killer move without any foundation. This was out of Fang Yuan's abilities. Even with the light of wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was ordinary. This was his greatest drawback. It was holding him back. Actually, Unravel Mystery, Immortal Gu, and the unraveling of battlefield killer moves are very closely related. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment level reaches Master level, I will be able to design a new Wisdom Path Immortal killer move specially used to unravel battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had estimated this inwardly long ago. But now, even though he felt some regret, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had promised him publicly to recommend him to Zombie Alliance, there was little chance that he would go back on his words. Even if this attempt to unravel Fighting Soul Battlefield fails, Fang Yuan would not be implicated. Fang Yuan would have achieved his goal, that was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. In fact, from another perspective, to express my value to Shark Demon, so that it would benefit me, battlefield killer moves like Fighting Soul Battlefield should take as long to deduce as possible. If he completely deduced these battlefield killer moves, and Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Fang Yuan would receive little benefits from it. He might as well drag the time out and wait for himself to get stronger. He might get a bigger share of the profits then. Fang Yuan continued to move his hands. He was calm as he observed the situation secretly with his peripheral vision. He did not need to observe Bo Dan. He was doing the same, trying his best to deduce, but he could only destroy one hidden Gu worm at once. He made barely any progress towards this situation. Fang Yuan's focus was on the 3 new Gu Immortals. They had Wisdom Path techniques in one way or another. They were invited by Shark Demon for this purpose. The one closest to Fang Yuan was the elderly Gu Immortal, Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9th Ghost Finger. Right now, he was lowering his head and looking at his hands. His 10 fingers were intact, but when he moved his fingers rapidly, only 9 fingers could be seen in the silhouettes. His Wisdom Path inheritance was very unique. The missing finger represented the one in the Great Tao that fled. It was the most profound heavenly secret. 9th Ghost Finger moved his fingers. They danced in the air like phantom spirits. He chanted in an unknown language that no one could understand. At the same time, all sorts of mortal Gu flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal Gu flew into the air and self-detonated, revealing the hidden locations of Gu around the area. Some mortal Gu only destroyed one spot, while some mortal Gu destroyed 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms. On average, his speed was slightly slower than Fang Yuan, but his Wisdom Path attainment level was definitely higher. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lu Tenxian. The title of Big Bag was very interesting. Fang Yuan guessed that since he was a Space Path Gu Immortal, did Big Bag mean that he had incredibly skilled storage techniques? But normally speaking, Gu Immortals who mainly cultivate Space Path have a lot of Space Path Tao marks. Their immortal aperture would also be much larger than ordinary Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tenxian's eyes had turned into vertical pupils. They were like cat's eyes as he investigated continuously. His fat hands turned golden and oily. The aura that leaked from it displayed to others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tenxian first observed for a few breaths of time before striking. He stretched out a golden hand and aimed at one point, pointing a finger. This movement seemed to have expended a lot of his energy. Soon, he was breathing roughly and panting. But after each time he pointed, at the corresponding direction, large numbers of hidden Gu worms would be destroyed, turning into golden dust that scattered. Every strike of Lu Tenxian's destroyed 8 hidden Gu worms. But his speed was very slow. His attacks needed investigation beforehand, and he had to take several breaths of time to prepare it. It was very exhausting. The more tired he got, the slower his attacks became. Thus, in conclusion, Lu Tenxian was slower than 9th Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tenxian, he said that he had Wisdom Path attainment. When he introduced 9th Ghost Finger, he said that he cultivated Wisdom Path on the side. Meanwhile, Shark Demon also placed much focus on Gu Immortal Xie Shu Fang. As a person mainly cultivating Wisdom Path, she was undoubtedly the most capable among the 3. Fang Yuan looked at Xie Shu Fang next. As expected, Xie Shu Fang stood in the air arrogantly. 2 streams of yellow and white vapor were blowing out of her nose continuously. The yellow and white streams of vapor moved extremely quickly. They moved around in the air, destroying up to 100 hidden mortal Gu. After destroying these Gu worms, the yellow and white streams became thinner, but when they returned to Xie Shu Fang's nostrils and were breathed out again, they regained their power and become unstoppable again. Heaviness flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes secretly. These 2 streams of yellow and white vapor had incredible power. This was surely an immortal killer move. The power of an immortal killer move was much greater than the mortal killer moves that Fang Yuan had. Fang Yuan sighed to himself internally. My Wisdom Path attainment level is insufficient. I cannot use Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu properly. So be it, attainment levels can only normally be accumulated through long periods of time. But if I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, According to Dong Fong Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, I will be able to use at least 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Killer moves to destroy battlefield killer moves. Among them, 2 are even stronger than this yellow and white vapor by at least 5 to 6 times. The Wisdom Path Inheritance from Dong Fong Chong Fan was more refined than the one Xie Shu Fang had. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Star Thought Immortal Gu the most now. On one hand, he had a huge need for Star Thoughts. One Fang Yuan stone nest, in who Immortal Blessed Land, was refining Star Thought Gu all the time now. If he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, he would be able to use this stone nest for the production of Air Sac Gu, increasing its scale and earning more Immortal Essence stones for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Star Thought Immortal Gu was one of the 2 cores of the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to Dark Limit Immortal Gu. It could defend against other people's deductions, making their deductions unclear and inaccurate regarding the truth. Dong Fong Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance had many top-tier Mortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them, but facing people like Song Jiadan, there was no way to defend against his deductions using them. Once Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, the Mortal Gu that he had used instantly self-detonated. The defensive Mortal Killer moves collapsed in no time. Evidently, if Fang Yuan really became a fugitive in the future and was hunted down by everyone, countless people would be deducing his whereabouts. Then, he would need an Immortal Killer move to protect himself against others' deductions. It could be seen that Mortal Killer moves, even if they were top tier, would have no use no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between Immortal and Mortal, but to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, there are many difficulties. Firstly, the issue of funding. I have just spent 2,000 Immortal Essence stones. The money I have on hand currently is limited. Even if I have enough to purchase all of the Immortal materials, I will need enough time and luck. Also, my success Dow mark was used up already to refine change form Immortal Gu. Even if I prepare adequately, if I am unlucky and encounter the failure rate, I would fail to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. As for other people refining Star Thought Immortal Gu, the possibility is very small. After all, Dong Fong Chong Fan only self-detonated Star Thought Immortal Gu not too long ago. Time passed, 7 minutes had gone by already. In Fighting Soul Battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. A continuous stream of soul beasts encircled Fang Yuan and the others from all directions. Compared to the dark swamp of soul beasts, Fang Yuan and the others were like sesame seeds on a pancake. However, Shark Demon and the others were not desperate. They had intent to fight in anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the others were close to succeeding in dismantling the battlefield killer move. All or nothing. Shark Demon gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to stake it all now. He activated the incomplete Profound Ice House without hesitation. The incomplete Profound Ice House took in everyone as it rushed out of the Soul Beast army by charging forward. It charged unhindered, tearing countless soul beasts to shreds. Even the Desolate beast-level soul beasts could not stop the rampaging Profound Ice House. Bam bam bam. Ancient soul beasts had enough strength. They surrounded Profound Ice House and attacked ruthlessly. Immortal Essence was expended intensely. Shark Demon, Subai Man, and the others' expressions turned pale. Endure it. Success depends on this. We will win if we endure for just a bit more. In the incomplete Profound Ice House, everyone was screaming loudly. They lost their composure. Outside the incomplete Profound Ice House, there were an uncountable number of soul beasts. They were like swamps of ants encircling Profound Ice House in the middle. How many hidden spots left? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bodan immediately reported. Even though he could not destroy the Mortal Gu efficiently, at this point, Fighting Soul Battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts were no longer being produced. Bodan's investigative methods could cover the entire battlefield. 178. Subai Man muttered. Her expression was ugly, but the light of hope in her eyes shined brightly. This number of hidden locations seemed easy to deal with, but in fact, it was very difficult. Firstly, the core Immortal Gu left were the hardest to deduce and take down. Secondly, the Immortals were now inside Profound Ice House. Their methods were restricted. They could not use their methods as freely as before. The Immortal Gu house had both offense and defense, as well as movement. It was a war fortress with capabilities in all areas, without any apparent weaknesses. The more Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house, and the higher their cultivation levels, the more immortal essence they could provide to the Immortal Gu house, and the more power the Immortal Gu house could unleash. But there was a flaw in this. That was that the Gu Immortals could only provide fuel for the Immortal Gu house. The Immortal Gu house's offense, defense, movement, healing, investigation, and others were decided based on the Immortal Gu house's own Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xie Shu Fang, and the other's methods were obstructed by the Immortal Gu house. They could not be used. From this perspective, ancient battle formations were much better than Immortal Gu houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been deemed outdated in history after the emergence of countless Immortal Gu houses, facts showed that ancient battle formations still had many advantages. For example, the fighting methods of ancient battle formations were much more flexible than Immortal Gu houses. An Immortal Gu house's offense, defense, movement, healing, and investigation abilities were all decided by the Immortal Gu. They could not be changed. Their power only depended on how much immortal essence was used. They were inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different. Even though ancient battle formations were also made of Gu formations, the core was the Gu Immortals inside. The Gu Immortals could use their personal immortal killer moves inside the ancient battle formation. Just like during the defensive battle of Lang Yu Blessed Land when Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals used the second best ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its form depending on what killer moves the Gu Immortal used, and the killer move's power would be amplified greatly as well. In all, if it was an ancient battle formation, the Immortals might have already destroyed all of the hidden Gu worms and obtained victory. But because this was an Immortal Gu house, they were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. They only had a small flight of stairs in front before they could reach the mountain peak. But just this small distance was an incredible obstacle to them. In the Immortals' perception, time seemed to have slowed down. Every second felt like years. Are we going to fail again? Su-Bai Man muttered in disappointment. She showed a dark and defeated expression. But at this time, Xieshu Fang stood up. She said heavily to Shark Demon, I can settle all of the remaining hidden Gu worms, but I would need to pay a huge price for my method. If you can give the Immortal Gu inside to me as compensation, I will help. Shark Demon's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly. Su-Bai Man also showed a ruthless and unfriendly gaze. Xieshu Fang's actions were likely to be extortion, but at this moment, they had no other ways left. To complete this difficult task, they could only rely on Xieshu Fang. But Xieshu Fang asked for an Immortal Gu as compensation. Immortal Gu were extremely valuable. She was really asking for an exorbitant price. But after Shark Demon thought about it for a while, he agreed without waiting for too long. You can only take one Immortal Gu. That is my limit. He had undergone an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to seize the mission for attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that had to be given to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would go to Shark Demon and Su-Bai Man. This immortal zombie couple had already invested a huge sum. Their foundations were shaken. The Immortal Gu inside Yulu Blessed Land were their property. Right now, Xieshu Fang's request was simply digging away at their fortune. But one had to say, Shark Demon really had a grand disposition. He knew how to assess the situation and give up some benefits when necessary. He could actually hold in his anger and agree to Xieshu Fang's request. This made Fang Yuan praise him secretly. Xieshu Fang saw Shark Demon giving in and did not hesitate. She nodded, smiling. Sir Shark Demon, I am not a greedy person. But one of the Immortal Gu in the battlefield killer move suits me a lot. I will not dare to ask for more Immortal Gu. I owe you a favor this time. Go ahead, Master Xieshu Fang. Su-Bai Man crossed her arms, saying in a cold tone. This Immortal Gu was not easy to obtain. Everyone watched with anticipation as Xieshu Fang's expression turned serious. Her aura was growing. At the same time, black and white lights appeared on her body. The black and white lights swirled around, forming into a big ball. The ball was made of black, white, and gray. It resembled a map and was showing a lifelike scene of the battlefield. In the map, the incomplete Profound Eyes house was a white dot in the center, surrounded by darkness. They were all soul beasts. The hidden Gu worms were around the countless soul beasts. They were shining like stars, having very clear locations. Wisdom Path, Immortal Killer Move, Distinct Map. Xieshu Fang breathed in deeply. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the map. She used her index finger and thumb to grab onto a hidden spot. By exerting some strength, she squeezed. The Immortals only heard a soft cracking sound, like something had shattered. Immediately after, Xieshu Fang's fingers grinded. When she took out her hand, the Gu worms at the hidden spot were destroyed. At once, the Immortals gasped. Xieshu Fang's Wisdom Path killer move could bypass Profound Ice House and attack the outside world with such precision. The soul beasts outside could do nothing to stop it. It was incredible. Even Fang Yuan found it eye-opening. This female immortal, Xieshu Fang, might have a terrible attitude towards Fang Yuan, but she was called Master Xie by Shark Demon. She truly had some abilities. Even though Fang Yuan had the advantage in terms of a good Wisdom Path inheritance and could surpass Bo Dan, Lu Tan Xian and Ninth Ghost Finger, against a Wisdom Path Gu immortal like Xieshu Fang, he was lacking by a lot. Eventually, Xieshu Fang used this distinct map killer move and destroyed most of the hidden Gu worms, capturing an Immortal Gu in the process. When she took out this Immortal Gu from distinct map, the other Gu Immortals were all shocked. After losing one Immortal Gu, Fighting Soul battlefield broke down rapidly. The remaining Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu disappeared quickly, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts growled. As they growled, they attacked relentlessly for the final time. Profound Ice House was after all an Immortal Gu house. It resisted the soul beast's frenzied attacks until the end. Eventually, the soul beast army disintegrated along with the battlefield killer. Move, Shark Demon and the others finally obtained victory. But soon, they fell into another battlefield killer move. Heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Ulu blessed land? Bodan held his head in desperation. After the Fighting Soul battlefield, the Immortals went into another new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than 8 huge doors around them, there was nothing else. But even the best wisdom path Gu Immortal, Xieshu Fang, showed a difficult expression. She reminded them, be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used specially to trap enemies. Even though it does not have the killing nature of Fighting Soul battlefield, it is harder to deal with. Nobody had any rebuttal. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. When Gu Immortals were trapped inside, they would lose their sense of direction to a huge extent. Furthermore, each of these 8 doors would only allow one life form inside. After entering, the door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors before Shark Demon and Gang meant that they only had 8 chances to explore it. After entering the door, the Gu Immortals would need to fight alone with any help. There were no other Gu Immortals to help them. Rumors says that after entering the door, Gu Immortals will end up in a second area and make another choice out of 8 doors. In the 8 Doors Labyrinth, there are 8 areas. Each area has 8 doors. There is only one correct path, however. Choosing the wrong path would just be going in circles. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful at trapping people. Without a wisdom path, Gu Immortal skilled at deductions, there is no way to unravel it. Gu Immortals skilled at fighting cannot progress through this. They might even be trapped inside until they die. Xieshu Fang sighed. Even though she was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The Immortal Killer move distinct map earlier had already exposed her foundation. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal skilled at investigation and long-ranged attacks. She was more of a battle type. Fang Yuan's wisdom path inheritance was good at deductions, but he did not even have the most basic star thought Immortal Gu. One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. This was a very awkward state. This is only the first area, we can still retreat. Xieshu Fang reminded. In the earlier battlefield killer move, they could probe it. But against 8 Doors Labyrinth, Gu Immortals would be risking their lives to investigate it. They could not even probe it from outside. Ulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder to deal with. We should be close to completely taking it down. Shark Demon sighed. He wisely chose to retreat. Using Profound Ice House, the Immortals charged out and left Ulu Blessed Land. This time, even though Shark Demon and the others unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It was a pitiful victory. The one that benefited the most was Xieshu Fang. She obtained an Immortal Gu as compensation. She was overjoyed. Chapter 906. Yellow Spring Sea Area. Undying Kingdom. They had unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, but because of the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, Shark Demon and the group had no choice but to temporarily retreat from Ulu Blessed Land. After parting with the other Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng followed Shark Demon and Su Bai Man to Shark Sea, where they were hosted to a banquet. Brother Xingxiang, I wonder how much assurance you have in deciphering 8 Doors Labyrinth? In the banquet, Shark Demon asked. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed as he heavily shook his head. I am ashamed. I don't have the least bit of assurance. Even you don't have any assurance? Su Bai Man said with disappointment. Fang Yuan mumbled. If I could refine a certain wisdom path Immortal Gu, I would have 30% assurance. Unfortunately, although I have been trying with all my efforts to gather the immortal materials, I am still far away from the standard to refine Immortal Gu. Refining Immortal Gu is really hard. Shark Demon's eyes slightly brightened at Fang Yuan's words, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xingxiang Zi not only once, and knew ins and outs of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan indeed lacked wisdom path Immortal Killer moves. While unraveling the battlefield killer move this time, Shark Demon also learned several things. Big Bag Lu Tan Xin and the demonic path Gu Immortal Ninth Ghost Finger could not match Fang Yuan in wisdom path methods. There was no need to even mention Bodan. Xieshu Fang, on the contrary, was truly skilled, far surpassing Fang Yuan. but she was a righteous path Gu immortal, and not to mention that she could not fit in with Shark Demon's group. Her appetite was too big. In this trip, Shark Demon and the group did not even get anything, but Xieshu Fang obtained an Immortal Gu, gaining the biggest profit. No matter how open-minded Shark Demon was, he felt extreme loss from losing an Immortal Gu. Although they unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, they held a poor impression of Xieshu Fang. It was only that they suppressed it and did not mention it. With Shark Demon's personality, he would get back at her for this, sooner or later. Fang Yuan was observing Shark Demon's expression, seeing the latter's eyes brighten before dimming. He sighed and said gently, "I won't hide it from the two of you. My Wisdom Path inheritance is complete. If I have that Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, I can use several powerful immortal killer moves, and my strength will definitely rise greatly. Even if I can't match Xieshu Fang, the gap won't be too big." Shark Demon nodded and talked about other things, not continuing this topic. Fang Yuan had not fully expressed himself before he was interrupted, but how could Shark Demon not understand Fang Yuan's meaning? The hidden implication of Xing Xiangzi's words is to make me sponsor him in refining that Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. But I will suffer greatly in this transaction. It is okay if the refinement succeeds, but if it fails, all the investment would be gone to waste. That will just be adding to my misfortunes. Shark Demon pondered and denied the thought of helping Fang Yuan refine Immortal Gu. In fact, the pressure on him recently was huge. To invade Yulu Blessed Land, he and Subai Man had invested large amounts of energy and wealth, but up to this point, there were few results. On this attempt too, they had paid quite a lot to invite 3 Wisdom Path assistants. Even if Shark Demon and Subai Man were veteran experts with deep foundations, their accumulation was showing signs of being exhausted right now. Refining Immortal Gu might just be sending themselves into a bottomless pit. Unless it was the only choice left, Shark Demon absolutely would not choose this option. Fang Yuan felt slight regret about Shark Demon's stance, but he had already predicted it and did not feel any disappointment. He had used up most of his Immortal Essence stones to relocate the Blessed Land. With his current financial ability, he required a long time before he could gather enough immortal materials for refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. It doesn't matter that Shark Demon did not take the bait. The main thing is still to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his current main goal. Shark Demon also wanted Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on Shark Demon and Subai Man's side. Like this, with Zombie Alliance's alliance restrictions, Shark Demon could more conveniently and more assuredly use Fang Yuan the next time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land. This would be of great help to Shark Demon's present development plan. Helping Xing Xiangzi was helping himself, so after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying quickly. "This is Yellow Spring Sea area." Shark Demon pointed at the sea below and introduced. In fact, there was no need for his indication, as Fang Yuan was already looking at the special sea below him. The seawater of the Yellow Spring Sea area was yellow in color, like the sea was mixed with dirt and sand. Waves billowed, moving up and down the sea. But in fact, there was no sand floating on the Yellow Spring Sea area. The seawater by itself had a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is an extremely special sea area. As you get closer to the center of the sea area, you will find there are no living creatures. This is the largest zombie farming area in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded and used investigative methods. His vision increased sharply, penetrating the sea surface towards the depths. He saw countless skeletons floating inside the sea, large numbers of zombie fish groups, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles, and so on, moving in the sea and constantly fighting each other. In the seabed lived grayish-white, decomposed corals which gave off intense stenches that pervaded the surrounding seawater. Strands of seaweed, drifting with the water flow, were deathly pale, like nooses used to hang people. Over these 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents and flew for a day and a half, going past 10 sea areas before we reached this Yellow Spring Sea area where Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters lies. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. To be able to grasp such a large territory in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan sincerely exclaimed. Shark Demon laughed heartily. The Zombie Alliance branches in the other 4 regions are weaker, but this here in Eastern Sea is the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It is powerful and prosperous, and can surpass other super forces. Brother Xing Xiang, joining this powerful force is a sensible decision. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance possessed a public blessed land, which they used as their headquarters. This public blessed land, located in the center of the Yellow Spring Sea area, was known as the Undying Kingdom, in the world of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Under Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan smoothly entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Unlike Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was a scene full of life, filled with the twittering of birds and fragrance of flowers. This formed a stark contrast with the death energy and putrefaction of immortal zombies. Since immortal zombies are already among the living dead, their immortal apertures turns into dead lands. How could you raise such a large public blessed land? Could it be from the blessed lands of living Gu immortals, members of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon laughed. Xingxiangzi, you can be at ease. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forcibly demanded any living Gu immortal that wants to join Zombie Alliance to offer a part of their immortal aperture. Naturally, Zombie Alliance encourages you to offer part of your blessed land by providing large amounts of rewards. You will see this once you look at the assignments in the inner hall. Most of the Undying Kingdom blessed land still came from immortal zombies. Or to put it more accurately, it came from those old Gu immortals whose lifespan is ending and are planning to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lives, or for various other reasons. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has unique methods to merge pieces of blessed lands to preserve and maintain their vitality. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, showing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon was observing his expression and laughed. Xingxiangzi, are you also interested in this method? That's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has already gained some success from countless predecessors' studies and accumulations on how to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while not causing any change to the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan's heart thumped loudly. He had always been thinking of how to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why? It was because an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land and had no potential to progress in cultivation. However, now, as Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words, his thoughts towards reviving had another change. The reason I am trying to be free of an immortal zombie body and revive is for my immortal aperture to be full of life and to progress in cultivation. But if I could truly maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture as an immortal zombie and have the possibility to improve, then wouldn't it be making the best of both worlds? To be an immortal zombie was to be among the living dead with no limit to lifespan and could be considered as another form of longevity. Fang Yuan was using this advantage to continuously step into the wisdom light halo, greatly improving his capabilities. But if Fang Yuan revived into a living person, his lifespan would sharply reduce under the light of wisdom, and he would only be able to use wisdom Gu for a number of times. The immortal zombie body had advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, the disadvantages still outweighed the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had been looking for a way to revive all along. If I can truly maintain my immortal zombie body and still revive my immortal aperture to advance my cultivation, this would be the best option for me. But right now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has made remarkable achievements in this aspect, they are still a great distance from perfecting it. If they truly had this method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would already have been dominating Eastern Sea. The 5 regions would also not have the current structure. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he speculated the truths of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. All humans are mortal. They will have a day where their lifespan ends. Brother Xingxiang, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can contribute to the Alliance and use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon smiled as he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan nodded with a fervent expression on his face, but his mind was calm and knew Shark Demon was simply trying to entice him. Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and already understood that to exchange for such a level of research results, the contribution to the Alliance must be extremely big. Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to the center of the Undying Kingdom. Over there existed a mountain range carved from skeletons, and on the tins of mountains lay tins of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fang Yuan to a hall. After a long while, Fang Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the hall. Fang Yuan now had an identity token and also information path Immortal Gu used to transmit all sorts of information to and from Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan smoothly became a member of Zombie Alliance. Chapter 907. Interacting with Song Clan compared to the first time when Fang Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It was much easier this time to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fang Yuan was afraid that his identity would get exposed. After all, there were several rank 8 immortal zombies guarding Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom into Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large number of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Gu into the killer move vaguely familiar face. With each strength, change form, and star mark, 3 Immortal Gu as the cores, It was much more realistic when Fang Yuan transformed into a Star Path Gu Immortal or a Star Path Desolate Beast. But this time, when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see a single rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even the inspection towards his Xing Xiangzi identity was only a formality. The reason for this, other than the busy schedule of rank 8 Gu Immortals, should be that Shark Demon has a high status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Living Gu Immortals cannot become higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The reason should be because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a huge force. It has enough confidence and foundation. Fang Yuan analyzed secretly. 7 days later, BC. Countless bee groups emerged from the water, landing on the boat flowers floating on the sea. During May in Eastern Sea, the surface of BC would have ripples that carried countless boat flowers that floated over. These flowers were in vibrant colors. They were as large as small boats. They were like scrolls that spread out in the sea of flowers. BC was a sea area that was connected to Flower Sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in BC. This special type of bee could only fly temporarily. They were more skilled at swimming in the sea freely. During May each year, countless boat flowers would flow along with the waves, arriving at BC area. It was the only opportunity for the water bees to collect nectar. In the air of this sea, Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others got into a formation, as they underwent an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Gu Immortals. Eventually, after 30 minutes, the two sides came to an agreement after coming to terms. Song Yishur and the others no longer pursued Xing Xiangzi's wrongdoings. Even though Xing Xiangzi did not do it on purpose, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to apologize, he even had to compensate Song Yishur 600 Immortal Essence Stones. Xing Xiangzi could not pay everything in one go, so he could have 6 installments for it. He could pay 100 Immortal Essence Stones first, followed by 120 on the second installment, and 140 Immortal Essence Stones on the third. According to the agreement, if he were to pay in batches, Fang Yuan would definitely make greater losses. Thus, after they came to an agreement, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of Immortal Essence Stones from Tai by Yunsheng and Shark Demon, getting a total of 600 and passing it to Song Yishur. Song Yishur's expression was dark. She received these Immortal Essence Stones as she stared at Fang Yuan angrily. She said coldly, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a person who could give in if needed to. He smiled bitterly and apologized earnestly. "I did not intend to offend Fairy Yishur, to have angered a beauty. I truly deserve death. Please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishur interjected. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "If I had seen Fairy Yishur's body fully, I would deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But Fairy should know, the mist in the hot spring is thick. You also used an isolation immortal killer move. How could I see anything?" Song Yishur snorted. She was extremely clear of the situation then. She had no defenses set up at the bottom of the volcano. How could she have any immortal killer move? Even if there was mist, Song Yishur had gotten rid of them in advance. She did not like to have her vision obstructed. But Song Yishur did not argue against Fang Yuan's bullshit. Even if this lecherous and shameless old man had seen her entire body, Song Yishur had to deny it and refuse to acknowledge it. The two Gu Immortals from Song Clan had a dazed expression. They even secretly pitted this Xing Xiangzi. Fang Yuan had explained it clearly. The truth was, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had inspected Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only been formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishur did not inspect the bottom of her volcano clearly, such a loophole was formed. Xing Xiangzi only took a look, and because of the thick mist, he could not see anything. But he had to compensate 600 Immortal Essence Stones. This was simply too much of a price to pay. In the end, it was all because Song Clan was a super force with a large foundation. If Xing Xiangzi offended anyone else, it would have been fine, but he actually looked at Song Yishur. Even though she herself was not an issue, she was backed by the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan, Song Yuan. If not for Shark Demon negotiating in this matter on behalf of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being stronger than Song Clan, Fang Yuan would not have been able to pay merely 600 Immortal Essence Stones to settle this matter. Xing Xiangzi, even though this matter is over, I don't want to see you appear in front of me ever again. Song Yishur said harshly before flying away. The other two Gu Immortals from Song Clan had a milder attitude. They cupped their fists politely. Lord Shark Demon, Lady Su Bai Man, farewell. Take care, Shark Demon replied. At this point, the incident was resolved. Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng to Shark Sea again as guests. But Fang Yuan rejected him. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any lucrative missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could make use of his expertise in order to earn Immortal Essence Stones and settle his debt. Shark Demon sensed Fang Yuan's dejection and consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance had a loose structure and would not restrict his freedom. Fang Yuan's acting was on point. He made Shark Demon believe that he was really a lone cultivator that was very bent on having freedom. Since Fang Yuan rejected them, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not force him. This couple also needed time to prepare for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. After parting with Shark Demon, Fang Yuan actually took some deduction missions from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was a vigilant person. He had to finish the act. He would not leave flaws in such details. Fang Yuan had a mission token and an information path Mortal Gu for communication. It was easy to accept missions. He did not need to head to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to enter Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally ever again. After all, there were rank 8 immortal zombies staying on guard there, against such great experts. Even though Fang Yuan had the killer move vaguely familiar face, he was not confident in it. Even though I spent 600 Immortal Essence Stones, as long as I can get into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance successfully, it will be worth it. Now, I have to wait for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to release some missions regarding Northern Plains. For example, information collecting in Northern Plains, or a mission to inspect the Northern Plains branch of Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was going very smoothly. At this point, he just needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and returned to Immortal Blessed Land. He and Tai Bai Yun Sheng parted ways. He used landscape as before to pave the way and make friends in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan spent a short amount of time to finish all of the deduction missions that he had taken from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. If it was in the past, these deduction missions would have taken him much of the month, but now Fang Yuan only used several days. Fang Yuan was gradually feeling his wisdom path attainment increasing. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had undergone turmoil, torture, glory, falling from grace. All of these had turned him into a strategist. He was adept at plotting against people. This made Fang Yuan very compatible with the cultivation of wisdom path. Furthermore, with a high-quality wisdom path inheritance and the rank 9 wisdom Gu, could Fang Yuan's wisdom path not improve drastically? After completing these missions, Fang Yuan did not turn them in. This speed was too shocking. It was not on the level of attainment that he had revealed to them. As for the Immortal Essence Stones that Fang Yuan owed Tai Bai Yun Sheng and Shark Demon, he was not worried. Fang Yuan could choose not to pay back the debt to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. As for Shark Demon, he could return it in a few days' time. Guts Gu had greater demand than supply. It was still selling like hot cakes. His other businesses were also progressing smoothly. Even though he had caused the 4 sources of revenue in Star Form Blessed Land to be damaged when he relocated it, Fang Yuan's monthly profits still reached 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones. But in spite of this, Fang Yuan still lacked money. Be it the reform in Star Form Blessed Land, or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, they needed funds, huge amounts of funds. Other than that, there was also the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan needed to feed the large number of Immortal Gu that he had. If they died from hunger, his loss would be too great. Finding Lifespan Gu, re-educating Fang Zhong, interrogating the captives, building the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, improving his immortal killer moves, learning new wisdom path techniques for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, buying Gu worms, buying strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, buying the experience and knowledge of nurturing hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree. All of these matters were complicated. Fang Yuan needed to settle them. Even though the immortal zombie body did not require the rest ordinary humans needed, Fang Yuan still felt that he had insufficient time. Fang Yuan understood his own predicament clearly. One day, the fact that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Yang building would be exposed. He had to use this period of time to grow as much as he could, to get rid of the weaknesses that he had. Fang Yuan would love to split up his time, or even split himself into 2 and work. While he was busy with his tasks, Fang Yuan also observed the situation in the outside world. He put less focus on Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still being affected by the Refinement Path Convention's lingering effect. As for Northern Plains, after Old Ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, there appeared to be peace and quiet. But Fang Yuan had joined the battle to defend Langya. He knew that Old Lord Kenyang and the other Central Continent investigators were here. Thus, even though Northern Plains seemed calm, Fang Yuan could feel the intense undercurrents stirring in the dark. As for Eastern Sea, the current most popular news was about Song Clan and other super forces fighting for the control of Ascending Heaven Plain. A few days later, Western Desert, Fang Yuan changed his appearance and did a transaction with Shao Clan's Gu Immortal. These are the goods this time, check them. Fang Yuan took out the regretful spiders. This time, the Shao Clan Gu Immortal was Shao Shi Rang. He had a stable personality and was quite wise. He was known as Shao Clan's brains and brawn duo along with Shao Hu Qi. Shao Shi Rang inspected it and nodded in satisfaction. There are no issues, take this. He tossed a sum of immortal essence stones towards Fang Yuan. But now was different, other than immortal essence stones. There was also a token, and an information path Mortal Gu. This was Shao Clan's transaction token. Chapter 908. Opportunity after causing chaos. It has been a very good experience doing business with you. Our Shao Clan hopes to continue the transactions of regretful spiders for as long as possible. The token in your hand is Shao Clan's transaction token. Sir, with this token, you are now Shao Clan's trading partner and can enjoy a lot of preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path Mortal Gu. Naturally, you can refuse this token as well. Xiao Shirang said. Fang Yuan accepted this token rather happily. In fact, he was trading with Shao Clan not only to earn immortal essence stones from selling regretful spiders to Shao Clan, but also for this transaction token. Among the 5 regions, Western Desert was the most developed in commerce. Every super force would issue their respective transaction token. But Shao Clan's transaction token was the one with the most value. The reason was Shao Clan and Tian Clan engaged in business the most among all the super forces in Western Desert, with the highest numbers of trading partners. Fang Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, and it could be easily done with Shao Clan's transaction token, and he could also get along well with other trading partners of Shao Clan. Naturally, this had its demerits as well. Shao Clan and Tian Clan were the biggest competitors, accepting Shao Clan's transaction token meant being close to Shao Clan. As such, it would be difficult for Fang Yuan to do business with Tian Clan and Gu Immortals who possessed Tian Clan's transaction token. With this transaction token, I can officially engage in the trade of Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. My profit every month will pass 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones. When I restore other resources, my earnings every month will be close to 2,000. Fang Yuan did not conceal his joy, accepting this token with a smile. Xiao Shirang also smiled. As far as Xiao Shirang was concerned, Fang Yuan was extremely mysterious. Ever since Fang Yuan appeared, Shao Clan had repeatedly undertaken investigations, but could not find out Fang Yuan's identity. However, Fang Yuan did not hesitate at all when accepting Shao Clan's transaction token. This action meant being closer to Shao Clan, and Xiao Shirang naturally expressed more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fang Yuan started roaming around Western Desert's Gu Immortal world for the next few days. The path was clear with the help of transaction token. Even if it was the first meeting, Fang Yuan was able to smoothly make several deals involving Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. Most of these deals were short-term transactions, and only 1 or 2 were long-term deals. But Fang Yuan believed that as time went on and the number of transactions increased, these long-term deals would keep on increasing in number and become more stable. With a joyous mood, Fang Yuan left Western Desert. But when he stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he received shocking information. What? Song Yishur actually flattened that island where Li Clan village lived, in a fit of anger. Originally, the competition for Ascending Heaven Plane had gotten more intense. At first, it was only 3 clans fighting for dominance, but when the situation turned into a stalemate, many other forces and Gu Immortals joined in, looking to get some benefits. During this course of events, Song Yishur ran into a female demonic path Gu Immortal, 7 Seas Snake Woman, who ridiculed and slandered her, saying how her body was only worth 600 Immortal Essence Stones. Song Yishur's mood sank to the depths, and after returning, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and massacred all the mortals and beasts on the island. She then caused a tsunami and submerged the whole island repeatedly 5 or 6 times. Naturally, no one on this nameless island survived. To others, this was not a matter worth mentioning. Thus Fang Yuan's shock would be strange from most people's perspective. Now what happens to Li Xiaoyao? Originally, Song Yishur and Li Xiaoyao were a famous couple, but now because of me, Song Yishur massacred all of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Isn't that like killing Li Xiaoyao? The prominent and powerful Li Xiaoyao from his previous life had no chance to take the limelight in history now. Such a pity. I had intended to connect luck with Li Xiaoyao in the future. He was also a rather lucky person. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Eastern Sea's future structure had changed considerably because of him. And how far this change would spread to affect other matters, Fang Yuan also did not know. Several days later, an event occurred that shocked Fang Yuan even more. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered and countless grotto heaven fragments are falling down like meteors, causing forces of all sizes and countless Gu Immortals to fight for them. Fang Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the event of starry sky grotto heaven shattering and falling down was supposed to happen hundreds of years later. How could it have happened so early in this life? Is it because of me? I picked up benefits from Star Lord Wan Xiang and Immortal Monkey King Shirley, and led to Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child to awaken from the dream realm, causing Shirley to be trapped in the Grotto Heaven and having no choice but to request support from Combat Immortal Sect. Seven-Star Child had to fight against Combat Immortal Sect, but despite having the territorial advantage, Combat Immortal Sect is a colossal force which made Seven-Star Child feel the situation was far from good, deciding to detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag them down with him. Fang Yuan's speculation was completely right. In fact, it had happened like that. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Seven-Star Child was trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time without waking up. Although Star Lord Wanxiang died, Shirley inherited this fortune. He did not report to the sect and secretly sneaked in every time the crack opened and plundered the resources wantonly. However, in this life, after Fang Yuan awakened Seven-Star Child, Shirley was faced with disaster, having to run around miserably from Seven-Star Child. He had no choice but to give up on maintaining his face, seeking help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect could not forcibly suppress Seven-Star Child. Since I cannot have it, you can forget about obtaining it. With this thought in mind, Seven-Star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and decisively stopped contesting with Combat Immortal Sect's immortals. Thus, the Grotto Heaven's fragments fell down early to Central Continent's land by 200 to 300 years. Fang Yuan was left lost for words after he heard this news. Northern Plains has already been turned into a mess by me, with the collapse of 88 Truyang Building and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Eastern Sea has also changed. Li Xiao Yao is no more. Now, Central Continent is also experiencing a drastic change. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed before its time. According to this trend, Central Continent and Eastern Sea are going to change beyond all recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was shaken because of this event. Countless Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, Super Forces, and other forces of all sizes were flocking towards the Grotto Heaven's fragment worlds. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? It was all thrown to the back of their minds. Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly at this. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had broken up at a very bad time. If it had collapsed 200 or 300 years later, Fang Yuan could have gained considerable benefits. Because that time was when the 5 regions' chaotic war began and dream realms manifested externally. Champions and warriors emerged endlessly. The old super forces would be busy with their own affairs. It was most beneficial to lone cultivators like Fang Yuan. However, at present, the 5 regions' chaotic war was yet to start. Central Continent was dominated by Heavenly Court, and the 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fang Yuan could foresee that this initial chaos would only last for a short period of time before the 10 great ancient sects took control of the whole situation. The true beneficiaries would no doubt be them, and Heavenly Court behind them. The development of the events went according to Fang Yuan's prediction. The change in the situation was even quicker than Fang Yuan's estimation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation, quickly making an internal agreement and expelling all the other forces and Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan got a deep impression of the colossal forces that were the 10 great ancient sections. It is quite the pity regarding Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Seven-Star Child, and that dream realm. Fang Yuan sighed with regret. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now with this unforeseen event, this enormous benefit was missed by him. However, the next change in events was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang came to Fang Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang, on behalf of Immortal Crane Sect, invited Fang Yuan to explore a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be? Fang Yuan's gaze brightened sharply. The thought in his mind made him stand up in excitement and laugh loudly. After laughing, Fang Yuan mumbled to himself, I cannot be careless. Although the likelihood of it being a trap is rather small, it is better to first investigate before replying. 2 days later, Fang Yuan came to a mountain valley in Central Continent. This nameless valley was extremely lacking in supplies and in no way was remarkable, but because a large fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this valley was already surrounded by the allied forces of the 10 great ancient sects, making 1,000 li around it a forbidden zone. If other Gu Immortals stepped within this range, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan also did not dare to move around recklessly. He Fengyang personally came out to welcome him and led him inside the valley. There were over 10 Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects guarding inside the valley. Kid, don't do anything stupid inside. Think about long-term consequences, young man. Seeing He Fengyang lead Fang Yuan in, other Gu Immortals did not have nice expressions. They either threatened or advised. Sir, is Fang Yuan? A white-clothed female immortal came out of the group of immortals. You are Fairy Bai Qing. Fang Yuan's focused his gaze slightly, as he bowed without changing his expression. Fairy Bai Qing nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are the person who my daughter often mentioned. In this contest now over the ownership of the Grotto Heaven fragment, I hope you can be merciful. We will definitely repay you in the future. Fang Yuan had traded Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House many times, but had not seen Fairy Bai Qing once. But now, as it concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Jin Huang, Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to appear personally and request Fang Yuan to give her some face. Fang Yuan had his own plan, and accepted without any hesitation. Collaborating with your side has been a pleasant experience. Lady Bai Qing can be at ease. Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. A cold gaze flashed past Feng Yang's eyes. Go in. The others have already entered. Your cultivation is the highest, so you are the last one. Feng Yang said heavily. Fang Yuan nodded and moved forward. The scenery inside the valley was peculiar like a mirage. What looked like bushes were waves blue like the sea. The scene did not have boundaries in common with each other, resembling a broken picture that was abruptly put together. This was naturally not a mirage, but a Grotto Heaven fragment world. The entrance was open, allowing it to be explored. Looking at Fang Yuan moving step by step inside, Feng Yang could not put his heart at ease and reminded again. Don't forget that place I told you about. You must occupy it. No worries. Fang Yuan waved his hand without turning back. Under everyone's gazes, his body completely entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. Chapter 909. Advantage of having lower cultivation level. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that the lake was shining in reflected light. The lake had a wide surface and was colored in many shades of blue. Once he entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had landed in this blue lake. The lake had a huge surface area. There were several small islands near the center of the lake, growing with vegetation. Looking even further, beyond the blue lake, there were layers of mountain ridges. They were colored in indigo, gently mixing with the sky. Fang Yuan stood on the surface of the water like he was standing on the ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this ability to stand on water was very impressive, but it was already as simple as breathing to Fang Yuan now. Before entering deep into the Grotto Heaven fragment, Fang Yuan gave a final look below him, only to see that below him, the blue lake cracked suddenly. Like a cracked mirror, the surface of this lake was completely broken. Fang Yuan could see the outside world through this mirror. He saw that nameless valley in central continent, as well as the Gu immortals' figures. They were looking at Fang Yuan with complex gazes. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He turned around and leaped away from the lake, flying away. The Gu immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent did not know that this was not the first time Fang Yuan had been inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was very unique. It had 7 areas that were isolated. It was not like a normal Grotto Heaven. Evidently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had many space path down marks, and they were all very special as well. There were many desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts. The zombie dragon guarding the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree, they left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But after such intense combat, coupled with combat immortal sects looting and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattering, there must be very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in the fragment worlds. Right now, there are 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fang Yuan flew through the sky as he recalled the information that Feng Yang had told him. These 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant were a desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and nethergrass respectively. As long as one was a Gu immortal, they knew of dragonfish. They were very commonly used as food for immortal Gu. The overwhelming majority of mortal Gu could be fed with dragonfish meat if their specific food was of insufficient quantity, and a portion of the food for an immortal Gu could be substituted with it. Of course, immortal Gu were unique. Their feeding requirements could be very bizarre. The effect of dragonfish was much lower. Furthermore, only desolate beast-level dragonfish meat could be used for their food. Among desolate beasts, the one with the lowest battle strength has to be the desolate beast dragonfish. According to rumors, dragonfish is not a species that originated normally from the world. It was a species artificially created via food path. The hidden essence turtle was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. It had weird habits. When it matures, it would stay at one place and stop moving. As time passes, after countless years, moss would grow on its body. It would turn to stone and become a giant false hill. Because it could conceal its aura and could hide itself well, it was hard to find. Only when it senses a huge danger would it relocate. It would not stop until it finds a resting place in which it is satisfied. After that, it would stop and hide in its shell, enduring the weather, be it wind, rain, snow, or so on, once again. If he could capture this desolate beast, it was much better than killing it. Hidden Essence Turtle was a wisdom path desolate beast. It had an inborn connection to Wisdom Path. It was a spirit beast of Wisdom Path. It had the natural ability to find a safe place to live in. Many Wisdom Path Gu immortals would use the hidden essence turtle to help them when they encountered difficulties in deductions. Fang Yuan inherited Dong Fangchong Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance. There was also a way to use a freshly killed hidden essence turtle shell to help in deductions. Evidently, capturing this hidden essence turtle was useful for Gu immortals. Since it did not move and had strong defenses, Combat Immortal Sect did not attack it hastily. The nether grass was similar. It was rooted to the ground and could not move. It had little threat as long as one did not get close to it. A stalk of nether grass was very useful to a soul path Gu immortal. And because nether grass contained large numbers of soul path Dao marks, as time passed, it would influence the surroundings. A wide range surrounding the nether grass would become a breeding ground for soul path Gu worms. Nether grass had an immense effect to modify the environment of a blessed land or grotto heaven. So for the same reason, Combat Immortal Sect did not take this nether grass, keeping it until now. But they did not expect 7-Star Child to be so resolute. He would rather drag everyone down with him, causing Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to shatter and fall. This situation was already out of Combat Immortal Sect's control. The fragment worlds of this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven became the point of negotiation for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They decided on certain timings and entered to harvest the resources within. He Feng Yang represented Immortal Crane Sect, and before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he gave Fang Yuan several missions. 3 of them were regarding the Dragonfish, Nethergrass, and Hidden Essence Turtle. If you can capture all 3 of them alive, that would be best. According to the agreement, you can get 1/3 of the value of what you obtain. He Feng Yang told Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a subordinate of Immortal Crane Sect on paper, this was not the case. As a person directly involved, He Feng Yang was very aware of this. Thus, he knew that in order to get him to work hard, he could only arouse Fang Yuan's interest through benefits. Even though Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3 desolate beasts or plants. Because Fang Yuan not only had his own Immortal Gu, he also had the Immortal Gu that Immortal Crane Sect had specially lent to him. Having Immortal Gu was a completely different level of battle strength compared to not having Immortal Gu. Even though the Dragonfish, Hidden Essence Turtle, and Nethergrass were very strong beings, they did not have Immortal Gu. If they did, they would be walking treasure troves. Gu Immortals would have attacked already, be it 7-Star Child Immortal Zombie or Combat Immortal Sect. How could they not strike? Normally speaking, inside Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands, there were no wild Immortal Gu. Because once a wild Immortal Gu was formed, the Gu Immortal would take them away for their own use. After all, leaving a wild Immortal Gu behind had no benefits to the Blessed Land. It would instead cause the Gu Immortal's control of the Blessed Land or Grotto Heaven to fall. If the Desolate Beast rampages, that would be problematic. Furthermore, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-Star Child, had awoken long ago. As the owner, how could he not know if there were wild Immortal Gu? Even if 7-Star Child was kept busy and had no time, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was attacked by Combat Immortal Sect. They had searched thoroughly. Unless it was a very special Immortal Gu and could conceal itself well, it would not be there up until this point. According to the map, the Dragonfish is here in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Fang Yuan flew in the sky. His gaze shined. His greatest interest among the 3 was in the Desolate Beast Dragonfish. Of course, Dragonfish lived together in large numbers. Around the Desolate Beast Dragonfish, there were many mortal Dragonfish. These were all an enticing fortune to Fang Yuan. To think that I would have my second Desolate Beast Dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take 1/3 of the gains, I will choose the Dragonfish. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt a bit of joy internally. Meanwhile, on a small island on the blue lake, a group of Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were looking at the lake in front of them with much annoyance. There were 5 people in this group. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation, except one young Gu master who was at rank 4 peak stage. This youngster was called Wei Wu Shang. He was the head of the elite disciples that represented Heaven's Envy Manor. He was infatuated with Fairy Bai Xia and had once fought with Fang Zheng, but lost. Fang Zheng gave him some face and admitted it was a draw. Since he kept his reputation, he had a sense of gratitude towards Fang Zheng, feeling like he owed the latter a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage, but in this contest for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor took action to specially raise his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, they were training the next generation of disciples. They were the hopes of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking in manpower. Just now, to explore all the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had engaged in fierce competition. Seven-star child was very ruthless. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but he controlled the explosion very well. Almost no Gu immortals could enter the fragment worlds. Only their disciples could enter and explore it. As has been mentioned before, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse down marks. They were torn and broken, like houses that were going to collapse. They could only exist for a period of time. Meanwhile, Gu immortals had down marks. They were like giants. Forcefully entering the fragment worlds was like giants entering a small house. The only result would be the house breaking and all the resources inside being destroyed. In his past life, Fang Yuan became a Bloodpath Gu immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was destroyed, he also directed mortal Gu masters in the demonic sect to enter the fragment worlds in place of him and search for resources. But now, why could Fang Yuan enter it? Speaking of this, he somewhat did not know whether to laugh or cry at the reason. It was because Fang Yuan had bottom-tier cultivation level among Gu immortals. He had few strength path down marks in his body, and because of vaguely familiar face, he continued to lose strength path down marks. One of the core Immortal Gu of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Changing the Gu immortal's regional aura involved using Eat Strength in reverse to expend strength path down marks. Even though he had the giant horned sheep and other strength path desolate beasts to increase his number of strength path down marks, he had been disguising himself a lot recently. After summing up his gains and losses, there was a limit to how many strength path down marks he could gain. Thus, Fang Yuan could enter while other Gu immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limits of what the fragment world could stand. There were very few people who could be so pitiful in their cultivation level after becoming a Gu immortal. Most importantly, because of his identity, Immortal Crane sect could make use of him. This was a competition among the 10 great ancient sects. If Fang Yuan was not a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect, he would be an outsider Gu immortal. He would not be allowed to enter by the other sections. This was the righteous path. They paid close attention to rules. They were not like the demonic path, who looked at who had the bigger fist by competing with force against force, or seeing who was more ruthless and despicable. The first rule of the demonic path was the absence of rules. Chapter 9:10. Grabbing the Dragonfish. Damn this ancient soul sect. They actually caused a commotion with the desolate beast Dragonfish to obstruct us. At this moment, on the small island at the center of the lake, the group from Heaven's Envy Manors was trapped. They could not advance. In front of them, waves were rumbling. Tides were rising. The water was grand and treacherous. The 5 Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor frowned tightly. Looking at the lake, they felt anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could see vaguely that there was a huge monster swimming around in the depths of the lake. Each time the tail moved, currents would be created as huge tides surfaced. In fact, sometimes, its tough fish head would ram into the bottom of the small island. Boom, boom, boom. Each time the dragonfish attacked, there would be a loud sound, followed by tremors below everyone's feet. The people from Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on this small island. Looking at the waves in front of them, their faces were pale. They were helpless. There was nothing they could do. Desolate beast dragonfish were usually peaceful and rarely went into a frenzy. But earlier, the Gu masters from Ancient Soul Sect had used some method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go into madness. It was in a berserk and rampaging state. It had lost its mind and natural disposition. The Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor had the ability to climb mountains and move across bodies of water, but they were only mortals with limited primeval essence. Under the current situation, they could not move at all. It was too dangerous. Ancient Soul Sect could actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal technique from the sect. We of Heaven's Envy Manor are also from one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to Ancient Soul Sect. Elder Zhu Ning, let's use our immortal method as well. While they were helpless, a Gu master from Heaven's Envy Manor couldn't help but suggest this. Hearing that there was an immortal method, the other Gu masters showed inspired expressions, light shining in their eyes. Elder Zhu Ning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use it, I would have done so already. Why would I wait until now? He told everyone his difficulties. As it turned out, before this trip, Zhu Ning was called by a supreme elder and was entrusted with an immortal Gu and some immortal essence. But this immortal Gu was used for defense. It would not help in this situation to get rid of the dragonfish. The sect gave you an immortal Gu? What does the immortal Gu look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, let us see it and broaden our visions. Zhu Ning's frank admission made everyone intensely curious. At once, they forget about the problem in front of them. They wanted to see the brilliance of the immortal Gu. Zhu Ning smiled bitterly again. I will speak honestly. I only took a hurried glance at this immortal Gu before Lord Supreme Elder placed it in my body. Right now, I don't even know where the immortal Gu is in my body. not to mention attempting to retrieve it. Everyone was very disappointed. They sighed in unison. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shined brightly. He said in admiration, "It would be great if I could obtain an immortal Gu that belongs to me one day." The other 4 old Gu masters looked at Wei Wuxiang and either smiled bitterly or shook their heads. Wei Wuxiang was too young. Young people liked to dream. This was natural. But only after many experiences would they understand that dreams and reality were different, like these 4 old Gu masters, who would not want to have their own immortal Gu, who would not want to become a high and mighty immortal. But immortal and mortal were worlds apart. Reality was cruel. Countless people lost their youthfulness. Countless people's dreams were broken. How many people could really become immortals? The leader, Zhu Ning, sighed. For now, we have no better way. We can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down, we will set off. But this way, the other 9 sects will get all the good stuff. We will only have leftovers. A Gu master asked worriedly, "What else can we do?" Zhu Ning sighed, but he did not forget to raise the morale. This is not entirely a bad thing. Let them go and compete first. We can take the chance for now to gather our strength. Even though immortal Gu are incredibly powerful, they need corresponding immortal essence to activate. Their immortal essence will be limited. Let them exhaust their resources in competing with each other. During the later stages, we will have more strength than them. Once he said that, everyone's expressions changed. Their dejected moods recovered slightly. However, I have something very important to remind you of. Zhu Ning's had a serious expression. No matter how much strength we preserve, there are 2 people we cannot offend. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jin Huang. The other is Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Yuan. Why? Feng Jin Huang and Fang Yuan are 2 geniuses of my generation, but each of them are only single individuals. Right now, us 10 sects all have 5 members each. We all have mysterious immortal methods. Why should we be afraid of those 2? Wei Wuxiang was unclear of the truth. He asked somewhat skeptically, "That is because you do not know the hidden details." Zhu Ning's gaze was heavy. He looked at the surrounding Gu masters and said, "I learned about this shocking news from the sect before we came. Feng Jin Huang has a noble upbringing. Her parents are both Gu immortals. Moreover, they are immensely powerful beings even among Gu immortals. What shocking immortal methods do you think that such a person would have?" So that's it. Wei Wuxiang was startled. The others also showed shocked expressions. Zhu Ning continued, "But compared to Feng Jin Huang, that Fang Yuan is even scarier. Don't tell me his background is even greater than that of Feng Jin Huang." Someone asked in suspicion. Zhu Ning frowned. "I am also not sure of the specific details, but the sect had specially told this to me. That Fang Yuan is far scarier than Feng Jin Huang. We should avoid him at all costs. We should not contest with him. Even though Fang Yuan is the #1 genius of my generation, he's not that scary, right?" Wei Wuxiang was suspicious. "Don't tell me the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave to him is the strongest among the 10 sects." The other Gu masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head. "I only know that Immortal Crane sect sent Fang Yuan here alone. Think about it. What does this mean? It seems that Immortal Crane sect is very confident in Fang Yuan. They believe that with his strength alone, he can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Immortal Crane sect are not fools. The sect also told us to avoid Fang Yuan. There seems to be reasons behind this. We should act according to the sect's warnings. That is not necessarily the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms. Even if Fang Yuan is the strongest, he would inevitably cause the other sects to collaborate in resistance. The result is still unknown." The Gu masters discussed. They talked one after another. Some were stable and conservative. Some were indignant. Some wanted to collaborate with other sections. Right at this moment, a shrill sound came from the sky. Everyone frowned. Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 Gu masters looked over and saw that in the sky, there was a figure tearing across space. This person was extremely fast. Sonic booms could be heard as they traveled. In just a breath's time, he flew over from a distance away. When he was above the small island, he stopped. He went from quick movement to extreme stillness. The 5 Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor felt this was very abrupt and sudden. Who is it? He can fly at such a high altitude. So fast. Is this a human or a monster? Looking at the person, it seems to be Fang Yuan. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously had their mouths open. The gusts of wind blew and entered their mouths, even forcing them to shut their eyes. This wind was created when Fang Yuan flew over. It was very strong. Fang Yuan stood in the air as he looked around. Huge waves, a small island, dragonfish, Gu masters. He understood everything that was happening in an instant. He placed his attention on the dragonfish. There were 5 Gu masters on the small island. They were not worth his attention at all. The wind was only a gust. It came and left swiftly. The 5 Gu masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan who was in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this dragonfish is rampaging due to the effects of a certain soul path or wisdom path technique. Fang Yuan guessed as he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand flew out and entered the water grandly. But the thing was, when the strength path giant hand entered the water, there were no waves that were created. Instead, the water split apart when the giant hand descended. It was as if the water in the lake was cooperating with Fang Yuan. This was the strength path Immortal Gu pulling water. It had taken effect after being fused into strength path giant hand. The water in the lake did not obstruct Fang Yuan in capturing the dragonfish. It became an aid instead. With the dragonfish rampaging and losing its senses, it did not try to escape. It made Fang Yuan's attempting at capturing it easier. Roar. The dragonfish opened its mouth, emitting a dragon's roar. On the two sides of the fish's mouth, there were two long dragon whiskers. They were lashing around like whips. The entire fish body struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was stable like Mount Tai. It did not budge at all, like an iron structure. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand grabbed and captured the dragonfish, pulling it out of the water. The 5 Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were all dumbfounded. They were shocked and in despair at seeing the process of Fang Yuan capturing the dragonfish and putting it into his own immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast dragonfish, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He turned towards the ordinary dragonfish. Dragonfish lived in groups. There were dragonfish all over this lake. This time, Fang Yuan activated pulling water Immortal Gu. Lumps of water was pulled up. Countless dragonfish that were inside the water were thrown into his immortal aperture. The group from Heaven's Envy Manor were staring, still as statues. They would surely never forget this scene in their lives. Only until Fang Yuan finished his collection and flew away did these Gu masters jolt to awareness. They were all covered in sweat. Wei Wuxiang was sprawled on the ground, sitting with his body limp and in shock. They had finally understood what their sect meant and the helplessness they were feeling. Dealing with such a person is beyond our abilities. Oh heavens, I was trying to collaborate with others to deal with Fang Yuan earlier. Such overwhelming might. Did he become an immortal already? Everyone was scared to pieces. The dragonfish was gone. They could continue on their journey now. But the scene earlier was simply too shocking for them. Even though they did not move at all and were only looking, the Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were breathing roughly. They felt extremely fatigued in both body and mind. Chapter 911. Contest of Dream Realm. About 600,000 ordinary dragonfish and a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan flew rapidly while calculating the profits in his immortal aperture. The first move he made after coming in this starry sky grotto heaven fragment world gave him a huge harvest. The only blemish was a lot of ordinary dragonfish had died. Because of the desolate beast dragonfish's rampage, many ordinary dragonfish that normally surrounded the desolate beast dragonfish died miserably. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would be even greater. Regardless, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back then at Dongfang Tribe's headquarters, he only gained around 900,000 ordinary dragonfish and a desolate beast dragonfish. His current gains already were over half of this. If these were to be added to Immortal Blessed Land's Dragonscale Lake, its size would not be enough to contain these dragonfish. When the truth of the collapse of 88 True Yang Building comes to light, I must abandon Immortal Blessed Land, so there is no need to expand the Dragonscale Lake. It seems when I return after this, I must remodel Star Form Blessed Land to raise these dragonfish. Fang Yuan was looking around his surroundings as he pondered. He had unlimited primeval essence, and also had countless investigative mortal killer moves. There was even a recently obtained investigative immortal killer move, Star Premonition. Thus, he was not worried that he would miss any good things on his way. However, Fang Yuan did not find many opportunities to take action. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was intact, it was already looted repeatedly by combat immortal sect. Now, among the remaining resources, those that could interest Fang Yuan were already very few. Moreover, he had to hand over 2/3 of all the gains he made in this trip to Immortal Crane sect, while he himself could only obtain 1/3. This greatly impacted Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. The 10 ancient sects sent the disciples to compete for various resources inside within a limited time, 7 days and 7 nights. After this time passes, the resources occupied inside will be divided up. Next would be time for the 10 ancient sects to plunder and develop the resources by themselves. This has nothing to do with me. So now, I only need to get the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time should be used to search for that dream realm in the central region. When he thought of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's gaze shined and a fire burned inside him. Before leaving, Feng Yang had reminded Fang Yuan to occupy the central region as early as possible. In the center of this fragment world was an external manifestation of a dream realm. As it involved the prophecy of great dream Immortal Venerable, the 10 great ancient sects had already begun researching. Moreover, Feng Jinhuang possessed Dream Wing's Immortal Gu, which allowed Spirit Affinity House to firmly occupy the leading position. More importantly, this dream realm had a huge origin. It was star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Immortal Crane Sect's research of dream realms might be completely behind Spirit Affinity House, but as long as they were able to seize this dream realm, they could contain Spirit Affinity House's momentum and could rely on this dream realm to make terms and exchange benefits with Spirit Affinity House. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resource was not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small external manifestation of a dream realm. Thus, before they parted, Feng specially reminded Fang Yuan of this matter. But how could he know the excitement inside Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan might not be like Feng Jinhuang with Dream Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, and the Dream Path Killer move formed with it as the basis, Unravel Dream. Feng inviting Fang Yuan to represent Immortal Crane Sect was simply like opening the door to a thief or bringing a weasel to a chicken coop. Immortal Crane Sect does not have enough strength. They had decided to send me now, but this was met with strong resistance from the other 9 sections. In the end, although Immortal Crane Sect got what they wished, my entry time was far later than the other 9 sections. I must hurry and occupy the central region. After all, undue delay may bring trouble. Capturing the Dragonfish was only done casually on his way. The most important matter was still the external manifestation of the dream realm in the central region. However, when Fang Yuan reached his destination, someone was already there. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jinhuang led 4 other Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House to protect the magnificent dream realm behind them. She looked at this trip's strongest competitor. Her skin was snow white, her appearance as pretty as a painting, her smile was beautiful, and she looked extremely confident. Fang Yuan was not anxious, as he replied with a smile as well. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, for your Spirit Affinity House to completely occupy this area, you need to face the challenges from other sections. Only after winning 2 out of 3 challenges can you strip away the opponent's right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were famous righteous sects of Central Continent, but they also had the same origin, Heavenly Court. Thus, although they were competing, it was not a cruel slaughter like that of the demonic path, and was much gentler. Feng Jinhuang shook her head. Although I have Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence that Mother placed on me, I cannot defeat you. I waited for you to do a transaction. Oh, Fang Yuan's brows raised as he said, coldly. You want to do a transaction with me again? Last time, you scammed me quite heavily at the Refinement Path Convention. The method you gave me for getting rid of the immortal zombie status was actually an ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to do another transaction? Feng Jinhuang quickly replied. This transaction will be mutually beneficial, Fang Yuan. You have also taken quite a lot of benefits from my Spirit Affinity House. You can rest assured that I won't let you suffer losses in this transaction. All right, then speak. Fang Yuan nodded. Feng Jinhuang immediately gave a suggestion of what to trade. It was actually another method to get rid of the immortal zombie status. She had completely seen through Fang Yuan's weak point and did not let go of it. After confirming that Feng Jinhuang's method was not what he already had, Fang Yuan agreed to this transaction. Like Feng Jinhuang said, this transaction was mutually beneficial, having benefits to both sides. And if there were benefits, Fang Yuan would naturally take it. Shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan obtained a completely new method of getting rid of the immortal zombie state and reviving. This was a transformation path method. According to Feng Jinhuang's words, Fang Yuan would have to cultivate transformation path and use a transformation path killer move to transform himself into a normal Gu immortal. Then, he could use everlasting Immortal Gu to make this transformation fixed and unchangeable. Like this, he could get rid of the immortal zombie status. This was indeed a practical thought, because a lot of Gu Masters or Gu Immortals in their cultivation journeys would face an awkward and tragic situation of not being able to go back to their original shape after transforming too many times. And this method was the exact opposite. It thoroughly finalized the transformation. As for this dream realm, it would be occupied by Fang Yuan. But Feng Jinhuang had 3 days to explore this external manifestation of a dream realm. 3 days later, she had to leave this area. This is a dream realm's external manifestation. Fang Yuan mumbled as he looked ahead of him, as if this was the first time he had seen it. His expression was serious, curious, and his gaze revealing some greed and fervent passion. Every external manifestation of Dream Realm had a wonderfully beautiful appearance. This dream realm that was displayed in front of them was like a condensed star cloud, with dark purple light shining in the periphery and countless stars inside. The whole dream realm gave off a profound, mysterious aura, and also gave indications of danger. Feng Jinhuang looked on at Fang Yuan's eager expression, coldly snorting inwardly with satisfaction. She had seen this kind of expression many times. Dream realms are good, but it is a pity you don't have dream wings, Immortal Gu. This enormous benefit is placed right beside your mouth, but you can't eat it. Maybe in your whole life, you won't understand that feeling of exploring a dream realm. There is also the huge advancement after a smooth exploration. Feng Jinhuang did not remind Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan died in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it would be much more beneficial for her. However, she knew that it was not likely to happen. Since Immortal Crane sect sent Fang Yuan, they would have reminded him of the dangers of the dream realm. Sure enough, Feng Jinhuang waited for a while, but only saw Fang Yuan standing on the spot without moving forward. Although he had a longing look on his face, he did not take a step beyond the limit. Feng Jinhuang snorted inwardly before turning towards the other 4 Gu masters. 3 days is a limited span of time. I need to explore this dream realm immediately. All of you, protect my physical body. Don't make any mistakes. The Gu masters quickly replied. We will use up all our strength, and even if we die, we will protect you to the end. Lady Feng Jinhuang, you can enter at ease. If the situation is urgent, we will immediately awaken you. Feng Jinhuang nodded and stepped towards the dream realm. When she was still 20 or so steps away from the dream realm, she had reached her limit. With her current ability, she still could not completely throw herself into the dream realm. She gave a last look at the distant Fang Yuan, before slowly sitting down cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes and activated Dream Wings Immortal Gu, falling into a deep sleep. As far as Feng Jinhuang was concerned, the greatest threat to her was the immortal zombie Fang Yuan. Were Fang Yuan to act against her, those rank 5 Gu masters of Spirit Affinity House would simply be incapable of resisting him. Thus, Feng Jinhuang did not completely rely on these 4 Gu masters. What she placed confidence in was the immortal Gu and abundant immortal essence her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, had placed with her. Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Jinhuang with envy. Dream Wings Immortal Gu could let the user fall into a deep sleep at any time and attach dream wings to their soul, letting them roam freely in dream realms, allowing them to advance or retreat freely, guaranteeing their safety. Compared to Dream Travel Immortal Gu, Dream Wings Immortal Gu had an advantage. It did not require immortal essence to be activated. Thus, it was the most suitable for cultivators like Feng Jinhuang, who had yet to become Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan already had thoughts of taking action, but killing Feng Jinhuang and seizing Dream Wings Immortal Gu was not a practical idea. Seizing Immortal Gu by itself was an extremely difficult matter, and killing Feng Jinhuang was also not easy. Even an idiot would know Feng Jinhuang certainly had large numbers of life protection methods on her. Most importantly, the current situation had yet to turn to a critical state. There was still space to scheme. Fang Yuan was not a retard. He would not make such a huge mistake. This Feng Jinhuang is maturing rapidly. First was the transaction. She handed over all the control of this dream realm to me of her own accord, turning me into a shield to block other competitors in her place, while she uses Dream Wings Immortal Gu to wantonly explore the dream realm and plunder benefits. Next, when she saw me have a desire to explore, she did not give me any reminders, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. However, regardless of how talented you are, you would not think that I possess the killer move Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan sneered as he let out the Desolate Beast Shark Fin Wolf from his Immortal Aperture. This Desolate Beast Wolf had been violently subdued by him through flicking its penis. For this exploration of the fragment world, Fang Yuan had already taken it out from Hu Immortal Blessed Land and brought it with him. The moment they saw the Desolate Beast, Spirit Affinity House's 4 Gu masters were tongue-tied with shock. They were even about to awaken Feng Jinhuang. It was Fang Yuan who reminded them. No need to be anxious. This Desolate Beast will look after this place. 3 days later, if all of you have not left, it will eat you alive. With this warning, Fang Yuan flew to the sky, quickly leaving the vision of the Gu masters of Spirit Affinity House. Chapter 912. Beastman. Fang Yuan landed after flying far away. He took out a large batch of rockmen from his Immortal Aperture. Be it in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land, he raised batches of rockmen. Fang Yuan took half of them and brought them along. Right now, he let them out to be used as helpers. We greet Lord Immortal. The rockmen saw Fang Yuan and paid respects. Fang Yuan responded with a grunt. His expression was cold, and he appeared high and mighty, above the masses. He gave these rockmen instructions to collect resources before leaving, concealing his figure and returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. There were many Gu worms on their bodies. These were all specially arranged by Fang Yuan. These rockmen were all armed by Fang Yuan. Their battle strength were greatly raised, because they moved in groups of 10. Even if they encountered groups from other sects, Fang Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would lose. Or rather, even if the rockmen lost, Fang Yuan would not feel loss. This was only a facade. The manifested dream realm was like a small hill's size. Fang Yuan concealed his figure and carefully went to the back, entering the dream realm. Last time, Fang Yuan was inside the 8-star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He was at the border of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and almost died. After detonating his bat wings, he managed to struggle his way out. This time, he went in purposely, because he had the killer move Unravel Dream. His power was much higher, times were different now. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was night. Fire was burning, rising to the sky. Countless brawny beastmen were surrounding a huge fire, dancing around it. Growl, growl, growl. Roar, roar, roar. Among these beastmen, some had faces of tigers and human bodies. They opened their mouths and growled angrily. Some had eagle beaks. They shrieked loudly. Some had a leopard's tail growing from their backs. They danced around and moved alongside the lingering shadows. This is the beastman race that got wiped out from existence during the Olden Antiquity era. Fang Yuan came back to awareness. He understood the origins of these beastmen. Beastmen were a type of variant human. During the remote Antiquity era, as well as the Immemorial Antiquity era, they were one of the strongest variant human races in the world. Beastmen had incredible battle strength. They worshipped fierce beasts and adopted their ferocity and ruthlessness, especially when they could attract wild transformation path Gu worms to live in them, allowing them to transform into a half-man, half-beast state. They would gain a part of the fierce beast's abilities and strength. As time passed, humans began to rise up. During the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared, leading humans to resist the rule of variant humans, establishing the authority of humans. By the Olden Antiquity era, 3 human demon venerables appeared, creating wars and exterminating the beastmen race, stabilizing the status of humans as the rulers. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Gu immortal from the remote Antiquity era. At that time, humans were fighting with various variant humans and were fighting to control the world. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was slightly excited. He looked around and found that he was a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a rope. The other end of the rope was tightly tied to a tree trunk. There were over a dozen humans who were tied up like Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no, beastmen are bloodthirsty by nature. They were also known as the man-eating race. History states that the favorite food of beastmen are the flesh and blood of human children. Beastmen tribes all treat surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt occasionally. When they succeed in their hunts, they would hold a huge celebration by a bonfire. Fang Yuan sensed the dangerous situation. He struggled intensely, but the rope was getting tighter. His body had bloodstains because of the friction with the ropes. Intense pain was assaulting his body. It is no use. The more you struggle, the more painful it gets. We are doomed. We are dead meat. Whoa, I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw that Fang Yuan was struggling. Some advised him indifferently, while others cried in despair. Just as the bonfire celebration reached its climax, the beastman leader shouted, "Come, bring up our most delectable food." Growl, growl, growl. The beastmen raised their heads, shouting. An elephant man who was 6 meters tall stood up from his sitting position. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk as he pulled up the entire tree that held the ropes that tied the children. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children who were tied up resembled tiny pearls as they screamed in fear, hanging in the air. The beastmen shouted again. The elephant man who had shown off his might laughed loudly. His trunk loosened and the tree trunk was slammed onto the ground. The children could not free themselves. They fell as well. Some unlucky children were crushed to death by the tree. An intense smell of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not control their bloodthirsty desire. They jumped in and grabbed the children's corpses, putting them into their mouths. Delicious. Human children taste tender and delicious, huh? As they spoke, the beastmen showed a sense of wildness and ruthlessness. The blazing bonfire crackled. The surrounding beastmen stared excitedly with red, wide-open eyes towards these lucky children who survived. Some were growling. Some had uneven fangs. Some stretched out their bright red tongues. They licked their lips as they drooled. The amber light of the fire was reflecting in their eyes. The children screamed out in fright. Some had fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan found that one girl was expressionless. Even though her body was shivering and her expression was pale as paper, She bit her lips. She did not make a sound. Is it possible that she... Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had a flash of inspiration. Before this inspiration was processed, the Beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intensely ferocious aura. He looked down arrogantly at these weak children. As the light flickered, lots of children watched with fearful gazes. The Beastman leader had a black face and sharp fangs. He spoke slowly. According to the traditions of our tribe, those that can untie the wind, not grass, are people blessed by heaven. They can be spared from death. Those who fail to untie it, they can be honored to become the food of us noble beastmen. The moment he said that, the Beastman leader waved his tail. From the flickering light, a bright flash occurred. The ropes were cut. The human children obtained temporary freedom in movement. Wind, not grass. Seeing the pile of dried grass that the beastmen brought over, Fang Yuan was curious. The wind, not grass was like a lantern, a round ball-shaped grass lantern. It was very rare to see in modern times. There was no wind, not grass in the 5 regions. This was a type of grass only found in green heaven of the Immemorial 9 heavens. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the Immemorial 9 heavens, causing fragments of Immemorial green heaven to fall into the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, many fragment worlds of the Immemorial 9 heavens fell into different areas of the 5 regions. The beastmen worshipped the heavenly deities. Their tribal belief was that whoever could untie the wind, not grass, was blessed by the heavens. They were precious beings that could not be harmed. That means, as long as I can untie the wind, not grass, I can be spared from death. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He had turned into a child after entering this dream realm. He was not even 13 years old yet. His aperture was not awakened yet. He had no power to free himself from this predicament. He could only follow the Beastman rules and untie wind, not grass alone. Even though he knew it was a dream realm, it was not favorable to die inside the dream. This meant he would be consumed by the dream realm. Each time he got consumed, even though he would not die, his soul would suffer a huge injury. If his soul got injured too often, it would get weak. When he reached his limits, his soul would break down and dissipate. Even if his body was still around, he would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, each child received their wind, not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance at survival, the children opened their eyes wide and used every second they had to try and untie the wind, not grass. The surrounding beastmen were laughing coldly or grinding their teeth. Some were licking their lips or polishing their claws. They surrounded Fang Yuan's group and watched sinisterly. The human children were in the center, surrounded by countless savage beastmen. Using the light of the bonfire, the children gathered their concentration and placed their efforts on the grass lanterns. Fang Yuan observed carefully. This type of grass lantern was made from all sorts of roots, leaves, and stems. They were intertwined together and formed into a mysterious ball. Only in immemorial green heaven would there be winds blowing all year around, at strange directions and angles. Countless plants would be uprooted or shaved until they were bare. These twigs would intertwine in the wind and slowly form into this ball-shaped grass lantern. Because time was limited, the surrounding children were trying to untie their wind, not grass. Only Fang Yuan did not start immediately. This was the first time he was seeing the wind, not grass. He was assessing it. His unique demeanor attracted the attention of the beastmen. He even attracted the attention of Feng Jin Huang as well. Feng Jin Huang was also inside the dream realm. Similar to Fang Yuan, she was also a child. Fang Yuan looked very calm and radiated with confidence. His body was covered in dirt and dust. His gender could not be discerned. Feng Jin Huang had a misunderstanding. What's going on with this child? Is she star constellation Immortal Venerable? Roar. Right at this moment, a tiger-headed beastman roared loudly with excitement. He grabbed a human boy rapidly and threw him into his mouth. Crack, crack. He opened his mouth and chewed, eating half of the boy in an instant. What are you looking at? He ruined a wind, not grass. He had already failed. It is only natural for me to eat him. Looking at the surrounding unfriendly gazes, the tiger-headed beastman growled. There was the blood and flesh of the boy stuck in the middle of his teeth. With this stimulation, the surrounding beastmen were stirred up. Their eyes shined with ruthlessness as they looked at the remaining children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Quickly come and save me. A girl broke down. She held the wind, not grass, as she cried loudly. Damn it. Why is my wind, not grass, so hard to untie? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I have played with this wind, not grass, a lot in the past. The surrounding beastmen did not want the children to succeed. They got closer and closer. They had ill intentions. They purposely growled and threatened, or breathed roughly to interrupt the children. Scoundrel, get away from me, you stink. Feng Jin Huang flew into a rage. She shouted at a crocodile-tailed beastman. The crocodile-tailed beastman growled angrily. It stared at Feng Jinhuang with its bloodshot eyes. It did not expect this food to be so arrogant. Feng Jinhuang had no fear. What are you growling for? So annoying, you bastard. Bam! The crocodile-tailed Beastman erupted. Its tail, which was tough as iron, swept and directly destroyed Feng Jinhuang's skull. Chapter 913. Dream Wings. Unravel dream. Once Feng Jinhuang died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling tenderly. On the back of her soul, a pair of rainbow-colored feather wings unfolded. It was the manifestation of Dream Wings, Immortal Gu. I have Dream Wings, Immortal Gu. I can freely enter and exit the dream realm. Even if I failed this time, I can just wait for the next attempt at the dream realm and try again. Feng Jinhuang snorted smugly internally. She had tried earlier. The wind knot grass in her hands had already been ruined by her. The knot was even worse than at the beginning. But when Feng Jinhuang was about to escape by flapping her wings, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Jinhuang shrieked in fear. She wanted to dodge. But the wings that could flap rapidly ordinarily were extremely slow when they tried to move in this dream realm. Feng Jinhuang had underestimated star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was much more hard to deal with. Her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman before she could escape. With just one hit, Feng Jinhuang's soul was heavily injured. At the next moment, Feng Jinhuang left the dream realm. Her soul returned to her body. Puff! She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Gu masters from Spirit Affinity House were shocked. They quickly came over to assist her. What a formidable dream realm. If I were to take another hit like that one earlier, I would definitely die inside the dream for real. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were flashing with lingering fear. Cold sweat was pouring down her back. I was careless. Even though I have Dream Wings Immortal Gu, against the dream realm of an Immortal Venerable, I am not safe at all. Thankfully, I had prepared a large number of Guts Gu and brought it with me. With Guts Gu, my soul will recover rapidly. In half a day, I will heal completely. Feng Jinhuang wiped the cold sweat off her forehead as she stopped wasting time. She quickly started healing herself. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards the wind, not grass again. Feng Jinhuang's earlier performance gave Fang Yuan quite a bit of information. This dream realm is not large in scale. This current scene is only the outer layer of the dream realm. This is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all. Even with the rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she could not escape immediately. Now it seems, the crux of this dream realm is the wind, not grass in my hands. Fang Yuan had a realization. After he finished his observations, he started to untie the wind, not grass. He first tried to untie it from the outermost layer. He felt like he was facing a complex and tangled ball of string. He needed to find the outer tip of the string and pull it out slowly strand by strand. At the third layer, Fang Yuan could not continue further. It was a complete mess in front of him. The stalks were intertwined together. He could not untie it manually. To untie the wind, not grass, without using brute strength, not only would I need confidence and good perception, I need to deduce it with my brain. I also need patience and ample time, most importantly, along with some luck. Fang Yuan sighed to himself inwardly. He had opened a path in this wind, not grass, but this path was stuck at the third layer. There was a way out for him now. That was to retreat by 2 layers and try to untie this from another end. Other people could only do this as well, but there was an exception. Fang Yuan looked around and noticed that the girl he suspected was star constellation Immortal Venerable had already untied the 7th layer. The wind, not grass, had shrunken in half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path Gu worms, using purely her brain power, she reached this stage. Fang Yuan was shocked. Even though he had been late at starting to unite the wind, not grass, the difference between them was still too great. Fang Yuan squinted. He concealed the brilliance shining in his eyes. In terms of untying ability, Fang Yuan was only at the middle to upper tier among the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to lower tier. More than half the time had passed already. Looking at the speed of the children, the only one with any hopes of escaping was the girl who he thought was star constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he succeed, he would even surpass everyone and become the first. What gave him confidence was none other than the Dream Path Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The intertwined strands in front of him slowly melted. They untied themselves. The surrounding beastmen were watching this, especially a snake beastman behind Fang Yuan. It was observing the entire process. But they did not say anything or take any action. This was the mystical power of Unravel Dream. It was not an offensive killer move purely. Its effect varied according to the dream he was in. For example, if Fang Yuan was fighting inside a dream realm, Unravel Dream would be his strongest attacking method. If the dream realm was weak, he could directly disintegrate his enemies. Right now, The Dream Realm's rules were for Fang Yuan to untie the wind, not grass. Then, Unravel Dream's current effect was to help Fang Yuan and untie the wind, not grass. This untying was according to the set rules. It was not unraveled through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children and the observing Beastmen, Fang Yuan was not cheating at all. He was using his brain and successfully untying the third layer of the wind, not grass. Thus, they did not do anything. Even the snake person that wanted to eat Fang Yuan only watched with a slightly surprised expression. It felt that it was somewhat unexpected that Fang Yuan could untie 3 layers. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan continued his momentum and did not stop. The wind, not grass in his hands was quickly untied. He reached the center. At the core of the wind, not grass, there was a seed. This was the self-defense mechanism of the plants in Immemorial Green Heaven, as well as a way to use the wind for dispersal. Fang Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it high. He succeeded. This speed is too fast. I am begging you, help me, okay? The surrounding people were stirred up. Even the girl who he suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable gave him a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape for your life. Scram now. The leader of the Beastman tribe snorted, kicking Fang Yuan and sending him flying. Fang Yuan's tiny body flew in the air for a distance of more than 10 steps before crashing on the ground. What made Fang Yuan surprised was, even though he felt a little short of breath from getting kicked, he was uninjured. The Beastman leader was strong and powerful, but in terms of physical movements, it had reached the stage of perfect self-control. Since Fang Yuan had untied the wind, not grass, the Beastman tribe had to let him go. Fang Yuan gave a glance at the little girl. The latter had already gathered her attention to the wind, not grass in her hands. Fang Yuan hesitated slightly, before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire, walking towards the darkness in the forest. He only took a dozen steps before there was a bright light shining in the darkness. The more he walked forward, the brighter the light. Eventually, all of the darkness in front of him turned into light. The light faded slowly, and the scene of reality showed itself in front of him. Fang Yuan realized that not only did he open his eyes, his body had walked for over a dozen steps, away from the manifested dream realm. Looking back at the dream realm, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was very confused. What is going on? I left the dream realm just like that. He thought it over. This exploration of the dream realm did not fail. His wisdom path attainment level had risen slightly. This should not be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be 3 scenes. I got through the first round. Why did I not enter the second round successfully? Fang Yuan stood on the spot as he pondered. The light emitted by the manifested dream realm shined on his face. He left the dream realm and returned on the same route from which he entered. On the other side of the dream realm, Spirit Affinity House's group was still trying to heal Feng Jin Huang urgently. Thus, Fang Yuan was not exposed. But if he could not understand why he left the dream realm, there was a possibility that he might walk towards Spirit Affinity House's direction the next time he left it. If others found out that Fang Yuan could explore the dream realm, it would be somewhat troublesome. After a long time, Fang Yuan's tight frown gradually eased. He walked forwards and let the dream realm engulf him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind not grass. The same scene was unfolding again. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated all the way, becoming the first to untie the wind not grass. But this time, he did not leave. He walked towards the girl who he thought was star constellation Immortal Venerable and tried to help her untie her wind not grass. The Beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? You can help her, but if you fail, you will lose your life." It seems my guess is correct. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He untied the wind not grass within the time limit and successfully escaped with the girl. What? I still left. Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. His second attempt still failed. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene. He was thrown out of the dream realm like the first time. Dream realms were unpredictable and strange. Their rules varied. Because each dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring the dream realm. Even though Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment went up more than last time, Fang Yuan muttered. He went into deep contemplation. According to this situation, there were 2 possibilities. 1. The girl that he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. 2. He had to save more children. After he hit a certain number, he would enter the second scene. Before he entered the dream realm for a third time, Fang Yuan rested slightly first. He took out Guts Gu and healed his weakened soul back to its prime. Even though he had successfully escaped the dream realm and did a successful exploration, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of it in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul was far less injured than Feng Jinhuang's. The former had succeeded, while the latter's exploration failed. This was incomparable. Third time, Fang Yuan spurring himself on inwardly, he entered the dream realm again. Everything restarted again in the dream. The moment the wind not grass was distributed, Fang Yuan used the killer move Unravel Dream several times, and in a few breaths' time, he untied the wind not grass in his hand. Fang Yuan grabbed onto the seed as he raised up his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded." At once, be it the Beastmen or children, they stared with wide open eyes as they looked at Fang Yuan in shock. The noisy scene turned into creepy silence. Chapter 9:14. Huge growth in attainment level. I will help you. After Fang Yuan untied his wind not grass, he went to the child closest to him. Hee, rascal, you still want to help others? Sure, but you. The Beastman leader snickered. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Fang Yuan. I know, if I can't save them, I will not leave. You can eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand, speaking casually. Guh. The Beastman leader choked up on his words. He could not say anything else. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan with hopeful and admiring gazes, as if they were looking at a hero. Lad, if you can save them all, I will step down as the leader. The Beastman leader smiled sinisterly. But soon, he could not smile anymore. Fang Yuan did not follow the script. He used Unravel Dream continuously at an incredible pace. All of the captured children were saved one after another. If he were to untie the wind, not grass, through his own efforts, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell immensely. To make a comparison, this was like playing mahjong, where everyone else was drawing random tiles, while Fang Yuan was changing the tiles to whatever he wanted. From everyone else's perspective, this sort of cheating behavior looked like Fang Yuan moving his fingers rapidly, no matter which wind not grass he held. After turning it a few times over, it would be untied rapidly, until the seed was taken out from its centermost position. So simple. Simply too easy. This was the power of the dream path, killer, move, Unravel Dream. The children's eyes were shining with tears. They looked at Fang Yuan as their gazes was filled with unparalleled gratitude and adoration. The Beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded, unable to believe this. I saved them all, I succeeded. Fang Yuan spoke calmly at the Beastman leader. A moment later, the children understand the situation and erupted into a deafening cheer. Some were sobbing out of joy, some were jumping around excitedly. The Beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding Beastmen were growling or baring their fangs. They were tempted to strike. Fang Yuan was not afraid that the Beastmen would go back on their words. In most cases, these tribal beliefs were extremely strict. Due to the culture and traditions of the tribe, they had to obey it. Of course, nothing was certain. In reality, there was the possibility that the Beastman tribe would go back on their words. But here, it was special. It was a dream realm. This was not reality. Indeed, like Fang Yuan had expected, the Beastmen were furious and discontent, but they could only watch the food that was in front of them leave. Passing through the dark forest, Fang Yuan led the group of children away from the Beastman tribe. They got far away from the bonfire. The children gathered around Fang Yuan. They walked together as they fell into silence. In the darkness, a speck of light expanded, until light filled his vision. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes. Taking a look, Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression. He turned to the manifested dream realm behind him. He was filled with questions. How can this be? I have already saved all the children. I did this to the limits. How can I still be thrown out of the dream realm and not enter the second scene? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Don't tell me my guess was wrong. Untying the wind, not grass, and saving the children is not the correct method to pass the first scene. What clues did I neglect? Fang Yuan thought intensely. He worked his mind to its limits. Explorations of dream realms were difficult. Even if Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories and was at the forefront of this generation, but when exploring the dream realm, he had no confidence in succeeding. Every dream realm was unique. The method to explore dream realms varied each time. It was hard to accumulate helpful experiences. Fang Yuan could only guess right now and try every idea he had. He could only persevere and not get frustrated to have a chance of passing the dream realm. Of course, in Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many instances where people explored dream realms and failed to make any progress for decades. Fang Yuan felt his head hurting. He had little confidence in his new guesses. In that case, I should go elsewhere and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan had run into a barrier in this dream realm. He would not stubbornly stay in place. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was his main objective, he still definitely was going to obtain the Dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and the Desolate plant. Changing his train of thought, Fang Yuan left this place, heading to another location. 2 hours later, Feng Jinhuang's pale face regained a bit of her rosiness. She opened her eyes. In her clear eyes, brilliance radiated. Guts Gu is truly helpful towards the healing and recovery of souls. It takes effect so quickly. She was joyful. Seeing that she was safe, the other 4 Spirit Affinity House Gu Masters heaved sighs of relief. They were here as bodyguards. If anything happened to Feng Jinhuang, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Jinhuang saw the desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan left behind. Her gaze focused as she asked the Gu Masters around her. After hearing that during her healing period, no other Gu Masters had gotten close, she relaxed slightly. Finally, she inspected her body and confirmed that she had healed completely. She stood up and faced the Dream Realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Gu and it displayed great capabilities while I was obtaining a boost in my refinement path attainment level. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. The difficulty is worlds apart. I cannot commit my earlier mistake again. Why does the Dream Realm look slightly smaller? Feng Jinhuang's gaze concentrated. She showed a suspicious look. Once the Dream Realm was successfully explored, it would vanish. Even though Fang Yuan did not succeed, he had gained quite a harvest. His wisdom path attainment level rose. As the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. Fang Yuan gained something. The Dream Realm naturally lost something. It showed on the surface as the Dream Realm's size shrinking. It did shrink. How did this happen? Feng Jinhuang confirmed it repeatedly and felt more suspicious. Is this Immortal Venerable Dream Realm special? It will shrink as time passes. Feng Jinhuang did not suspect anything else. In this era, people's understanding towards dream realms was still at a primitive and ignorant level. Furthermore, in Feng Jinhuang's heart, she believed that her unique Dream Wings Immortal Gu provided superiority and advantages to her in Dream Path. Although she was suspicious, she could not verify anything. Eventually, she shook her head. Ignoring the sense of suspicion inside her, she entered the Dream Realm again. Just as Feng Jinhuang entered the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan went to the location of the hidden essence turtle in accordance with He Feng Yang's information. This wisdom path desolate beast was huge. It was like a mound. At this moment, the hidden essence turtle's 4 limbs and head were hidden in its shell. Its body was covered and hidden under rocks. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. He swooped down like an eagle ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions occurred, causing thunderous sounds. Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtle fought. At once, rocks flew. Smoke was rising up. The hidden essence turtle tried to resist at first, but it had no immortal Gu and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After several rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Fang Yuan attacked against the hidden essence turtle and felt a little surprised momentarily. He laughed in a helpless tone. He did not exert his full strength. In fact, he rarely used his immortal Gu. He had used Myriad Self-Giant Hand in many situations already. It would be best if he did not expose it. Who knew if other sects had preparations involving some investigative immortal Gu? Fang Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hid itself, Fang Yuan did not rush. He split his focus onto 2 tasks at once. He made the battle grand and loud, while savoring his gains from the Dream Realm. As he thought over it, he had countless inspirations that emerged in him. It was like a door had been opened in front of him. He could see the view outside of the house. This feeling was incredible, amazing. Fang Yuan was drowning in euphoria. Earlier, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I only started my wisdom path cultivation recently. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master level. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm is simply incredible. Such progress, if it was according to normal cultivation, would take him decades of accumulation. Even though the Dream Realm was dangerous, each time he succeeded, he would have great gains. It was truly a great leap forward. Fang Yuan saved a lot of time. Why is there such thunderous noise? Fang Yuan was fighting intensely with the hidden essence turtle. Groups of Gu Masters were drawn over to investigate the situation. Fang Yuan? How can he be so strong? No wonder the elders in the sect told us to avoid this monster Fang Yuan. He is simply cheating. This is so unfair to us. How can we compete with this monster? Eventually, Fang Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle and send it into his immortal aperture. During this period, many Gu Masters were drawn over, but after doing some investigations, they retreated in fear. 36th failure. Feng Jinhuang opened her eyes in fatigue. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had become careful. Unfortunately, she did not have Unravel Dream. and had never interacted with wind, not grass previously. She failed a total of 36 times, not even untying it correctly once. Being able to survive in the dream was the most basic requirement for successfully exploring a dream realm. Failing to untie the wind, not grass meant she could not survive. The explorations failed. Thus, each time Feng Huang explored the dream realm, the injuries to her soul after failing far surpassed that of Fang Yuan. She had to spend a lot of time to rest and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored it 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is so tough. I have Dream Wings Immortal Gu, but it is still so difficult for me, not to mention others. Feng Huang looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with dejection and frustration. Right now, as long as she thought about the appearance of the wind not grass, this proud young genius would feel like vomiting. At this moment, Fang Yuan secretly got close to the dream realm. He had already captured the hidden essence turtle and nether grass. He was going to put his remaining time into the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After going through some intense deductions, Fang Yuan had a new idea. Just as Feng Huang was anguished and dejected, Fang Yuan smiled confidently as he secretly entered the dream realm again. Chapter 9:15. The biggest winter star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was displayed in front of Fang Yuan once again. It was night. A huge fire was burning. Dancing around the fire were beastmen, making beastly shouts and growls one after another. This was a celebration. A bloody celebration after hunting. Fang Yuan calmly looked around him. He was once again a human child bound tightly. Around him were many other boys and girls in the same situation. We are doomed. We are dead meat. Whoa, I don't want to be eaten. The kids cried, desperate and pale. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he suddenly stood up and shouted, I want wind, not grass. The Beastman tribe's celebration had just entered a heated stage. And right at this time, Fang Yuan's voice suddenly pierced into this celebration. For a moment, the bestial calls paused and all the beastmen looked at Fang Yuan with blood-red eyes. An enormous pressure was formed. The human children became as silent as cicadas during winter, shivering, some even peed their pants. Fang Yuan was without any expression as he shouted once more. The beastman leader grunted furiously before instructing with surging killing intent. Give it to him. Little rascal, I will be watching you. As long as you ruin even a small strand, I will use my trunk to roll your tender little body into meat paste. An elephant beastman walked over and handed a ball of wind not grass to Fang Yuan while threatening him. Fang Yuan chuckled and glanced at the wind not grass on his hand before raising his head. 1? How is this enough? Give me 1 ball of wind not grass for every human captive there is here. I will untie all the wind not grass and save all of them. Instantly, shocked sounds came from all around. Be it the beastmen or the children beside Fang Yuan, they all stared at Fang Yuan with different expressions. After the momentary shock, the beastmen started laughing loudly, and the children who had felt hopeful felt dispirited again, worried and desperate. Soon, all the wind not grass were laid in front of Fang Yuan. The height of the whole wind not grass pile was several times Fang Yuan's current size. Were he to use his own strength, it would be impossible to untie all this wind not grass in the extremely limited time. Besides Fang Yuan, no one else believed he could succeed. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and began to disassemble the wind not grass. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. This special immortal killer move was created with a wisdom path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, as the core and several supplementary dream path Mortal Gu. Right now, it produced extremely great effects. However, although Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu could be used repeatedly, other dream path Mortal Gu would be expended after continuous use. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had never slacked off. He would take out some time every day to explore his own dream realm and refine dream path Mortal Gu. Little by little, these dream path Mortal Gu accumulated and were used at this moment. It was as the saying goes, opportunities favor those who are prepared. I have finally entered the second round of the dream realm. Fang Yuan felt satisfied inwardly. This time, he was not thrown out by the dream realm and succeeded in his hopes of entering the second round of the dream realm. As it turned out, to pass through the first round of the dream realm, one had to save all the children. Fang Yuan had tried it before, but was actually late by a step. In the original route of the dream realm, a portion of the children were already killed by the Elephant Man. The Elephant Man brought these children under the Beast Man leader's instruction, but he intentionally slipped up, smashing the tree trunk to the ground. The tree trunk easily crushed many bound children. Their flesh was fought over by the Beastmen and devoured. Although this did conform to the Beastman tribe's traditions, it could be considered to be skirting around them. The Elephant Man was a famous warrior of the Beastman tribe. The Beastman leader and others also put up with this action. When Fang Yuan was subduing the hidden essence turtle and nethergrass, he realized this key point and saved all the human children, finally succeeding and entering the second round. After passing the first round, my wisdom path attainment has probably reached master level. A lot of dream path Immortal Gu have been expended by repeatedly using the killer move Unravel Dream. I will need to be more sparing. It is a pity that when I followed the information obtained from Mo Yao's will to look for that spring dream fruit tree, it was already cut down by some ignorant mortals half a year ago. Otherwise, with this tree, the amount of dream path Immortal Gu with me would be at least 10 times the number. The first round should be derived from the memory of star constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood. Maybe it was a regret of hers. I saved all the children which could be considered as making up for her regret, thus succeeding in passing the first round. Now, what will the second round be like? Fang Yuan suppressed his churning thoughts and observed his surroundings. It was a mountain. In the lonely night sky, few stars shone. Just like in summer, warm wind blew gently, bringing with it the fragrance of the lush mountain forest. The gurgling of the brook, the rustling of the leaves and the song of the nightingales mixed together to form sounds of nature that needed no words to adorn them. Compared the bloody, cruel, and vicious first round, this second round was mild as a drizzle and gentle as a breeze. Move quickly, what are you being dazed for? As long as we can take 6 steps over the astrolabe chessboard, we can obtain the legacy of Lord Immortal Venerable. If we can become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we can learn abilities and become experts. At that time, we will avenge our families and kill those damned beastmen. The surrounding children urged Fang Yuan to move. When they saw him stop, Fang Yuan immediately understood some conditions to pass the second round. There are records of this in history. The first rank 9 Gu immortal in human history is known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was very aware of the drawbacks of the clan system, and to initiate a sect system, he set an example himself, setting up astrolabes in many places. As long as someone was able to walk 6 steps on the astrolabe chessboard, they could become his personal disciple. Fang Yuan recalled as he followed the surrounding companions towards the peak. There, he saw the famous astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a giant rock with a flat surface. On the rock were lines that were either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts. Every time the breeze blew, these lines would flash with deep blue starry radiance. When Fang Yuan approached closer, these starry lines directly passed through his eyes and appeared in his mind. At the same time, his soul was suddenly being consumed at dozens of times the previous rate. Many of the children who came with him stopped, unable to go forward. Some even fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan concentrated and walked forward till he reached the giant rock. He then slowly put his palm on the rock surface. Boom! His ears buzzed as he hallucinated. Those thin starry lines suddenly expanded into paths he was walking on, and Fang Yuan's whole body blossomed with starry radiance, becoming a star chess piece, stopping in this web of these starry paths. Astrolabe chessboard. Fang Yuan observed, cold sweat filling his head. He thought for a long while before taking a step hesitatingly. The next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm and returned to his physical body. His soul was heavily injured. One wrong step, and everything failed. Fang Yuan's body swayed, almost falling down to the ground. The injury to his soul was much more severe than Feng Jin Huang's, almost, costing him half his life. The second round of the dream realm is immensely more dangerous than the first round. Fang Yuan revealed a shocked expression before immediately calming down. But, I have already passed the first round and received great gains. My wisdom path attainment has indeed already reached master level. There is still time. No need to hurry. I will use Guts Gu to recuperate first, then slowly explore. While Fang Yuan was healing his injuries, opposite him, obstructed by the external manifestation of the dream realm, Feng Jin Huang had just finished recovering. She opened her eyes and stood up, intending to try again. Why has the dream realm shrunk again? Moreover, it has shrunken much more this time, almost by a third. Feng Jin Huang stared with wide-open eyes. Fang Yuan had passed the first round and received huge gains. Thus, the first round of the dream realm's external manifestation had disappeared. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nourishment for Fang Yuan. Could it be that someone else has succeeded in exploring the dream realm? Feng Jin Huang thought of this before laughing lightly to herself. That is not possible. Mother used the sect's help and already deduced that I possess the only dream path Immortal Gu in Central Continent. It seems this dream realm is truly special. It will gradually shrink with time. I need to hurry up. Feng Jin Huang squinted her eyes as she activated Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Her dream wings flapped, bringing her soul into the dream realm. The moment she entered, Feng Jin Huang felt great joy. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. This is great. I finally don't have to face that damned wind, not grass. Right now, Feng Jinhuang was jumping with joy in the dream realm. However, after a while, Feng Jinhuang returned, utterly defeated. Her injured soul returned to its body, her face extremely pale. There is no more wind, not grass, but now there is this even more complex astrolabe chessboard. She bitterly looked at this dream realm in front of her, the external manifestation releasing all kinds of colors, gorgeous and mysterious. Grievance and anger filled her, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Jinhuang had gained many benefits from dream realms before, and with the Dream Wings Immortal Gu in her hands, she had gotten the thought that dream realms are just so, having a low opinion of the obstacles inside. Over her life, she had never failed so miserably like this. She had already spent the last few days facing this dream realm. She had received all sorts of injuries dozens of times, but had not made even the smallest gain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, I will remember you. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth. Her eyes rolled backwards, and she fainted. She finally could not endure the injuries. Time passed quickly. It was already the last day of the agreement. All the Gu masters who had entered the fragment world came out and returned to the sides of their respective sects Gu Immortals, reporting on their findings. Soon, all the Immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan and He Feng Yang. In this contest, Immortal Crane sect without doubt monopolized the lead, not only eating meat, they did not even leave behind soup for others. In such a situation, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay for long. He completed the handover to He Feng Yang on the spot, and left this valley while keeping his dragonfish. Fang Yuan remained silent about his gains. He was fully aware that he was the biggest winner in this contest. Chapter 916, Dual Grandmaster. Who Immortal Blessed Land. The underground cave was shining with blood-red light. The faint blood-red light originated from stalks of blood-colored lingji in the cave. These blood-colored lingji grew freely. They were mutated from ordinary lingji. The original Ji forest was not suitable for Who Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison Carria earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained some blood path down marks. The environment of the entire area changed drastically. It was suitable for the growth of some blood path life forms. Thus, the originally dwindling Ji forest turned into a blood Ji forest. It grew rapidly and became extremely lush. And earlier, Who Immortal Blessed Land had chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 colored 7 treasure flowers, and milk tea flowers, and more growing all over it. But they were all wiped out. When comparing the two, one could see how merciless heaven was. There was a feeling of great changes over time. There was some profound meaning behind it. Fang Yuan sat on a giant blood lingji. At this moment, he was slowly opening his eyes, letting out a breath of cloudy air. Earlier, when he moved about, he used the identity of Xing Xiangzi, as well as vaguely familiar face to disguise his appearance. Right now, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, he was in his base camp. He did not need to use immortal essence to maintain the transformation path killer move. Fang Yuan was in his original zombie form now. He had 8 arms, his face was green and his eyes were bright red. He was 6 meters tall with protruding fangs. He was shining with a cold glint among the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with a deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, the crystallization of time and space. It was moving and formed a stark contrast to his evil and ruthless appearance. Recalling his earlier thoughts, Fang Yuan let out a breath of foggy air. He sighed softly. The gains this time are simply too much. He had to admit this point, because from this exploration of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's star path and wisdom path attainment reached Grandmaster level. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only made Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level increase, it also raised his star path attainment level. Fang Yuan was very shocked regarding this. Grandmaster attainment level. What did this mean? After accumulating foundation in both his previous life and current life, Fang Yuan only became a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, Blood Path Grandmaster was because Fang Yuan cultivated Blood Path mainly in his previous life. It was accumulated through time. As for Strength Path Grandmaster, he had cultivated it on the side in his previous life, while mainly cultivating it this time. Because he had a foundation in his previous life, when he cultivated it this time, with the help of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, he obtained a chance to learn from heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was He Lu Land's dream realm. With all these reasons, he managed to accumulate sufficient foundation. After exerting so much effort in both lives, using more than 500 years, he only became a Grandmaster in 2 paths. But this time, he only explored a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable, and spent less than half a month, yet he was already a Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster. It was impossible to see his Grandmaster attainment level physically, but Fang Yuan knew. His gains were immeasurable. He could even say it was more valuable than who Immortal blessed land. My gains this time will allow me to grow immensely for this period of time. I can even break out of my predicament. Generally speaking, development was the result of accumulation and gradual progress. By growing slowly and steadily, one would achieve success in the end. But fortuitous encounters and windfalls would allow one to experience explosive growth, jumping out of a stale state and saving huge amounts of time, overturning the situation and obtaining an extraordinary achievement. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been resolving difficulties. He advanced bravely and had many gains. They were extremely helpful to him, allowing him to find solutions. Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull Gu, Bone Flesh Unity Gu, All Out Effort Gu, Three Kings Blessed Land, Gu Immortal Blessed Land, Second Aperture Gu, Becoming a Strength Path Gu Immortal, and gaining inspiration from nature, as well as Wisdom Gu. Other than these, there were other areas in which he grew and progressed, but they did not overturn his situations. However, after this trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had gained a new shocking harvest. That was his dual Grandmaster attainment level, among which Wisdom Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu. It had reached an agreement with Fang Yuan, but it was not his. The degree to which he could make use of it was not high. However, attainment levels were something that belonged entirely to the Gu Immortal themselves. In Fang Yuan's opinion, dual Grandmaster attainment level was more valuable than Wisdom Gu itself. Since rebirth, this can be considered another situation where I made immense and shocking gains. Yet this time the process was very easy. It was unthinkably simple. Fang Yuan could feel the mysteries of the twists and turns over life and opportunities from this. He naturally had some guesses. Perhaps this was related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since he used Connect Luck, Fang Yuan's cultivation journey had become much smoother. The rise of his attainment levels, especially when they rose to Grandmaster attainment level, gave an incredible feeling. He could not describe it. It was as if Fang Yuan had previously been looking out of the window and seeing a large rock formation, filled with crevices and weeds. Now, he took a few steps up and could see further and higher. He could now observe part of the rock formation by looking down. He felt that this part of the formation was as tiny as a pebble beneath his feet now. When he looked further ahead, he could see more and understand deeper. Attainment level. This was something very hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even for the developed Gu master cultivation world, everyone had their own explanations for it. There was no unified description. Fang Yuan's soul came from Earth. This difference made him possess a different understanding regarding the phrase attainment level. So-called attainment levels are like mathematics problems. By answering many mathematics questions, one can accumulate experience. When they get the correct answer, they will eventually understand the crux of them, gaining enlightenment and raising their attainment level. With this level of understanding, they can solve other related mathematics questions easily and get the right answer. When they encounter very unfamiliar questions, they can also use their existing knowledge to answer a portion of them. Thus, when Fang Yuan encounters questions in cultivation, because his attainment level rose, he could solve the question to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's use of Wisdom Gu earlier was just superficial. It was a brutish and forced method. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he gained many inspirations and ideas. He could try to use some supplementary Gu worms to make use of Wisdom Gu more efficiently. Another example was modifying Gu recipes. Back then, Fang Yuan had tried to modify recipes of Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, but because his Wisdom Path attainment level was low, he kept failing. He encountered impasses and could not advance. Afterwards, he successfully modified Star Thought Gu's recipe, but he was making use of Starlight Immortal Gu. It was not because of his own abilities. Now, Fang Yuan could feel that he could modify these Gu recipes, and they would be even better than before. Going beyond this, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could perfect incomplete inheritances. Like earlier, Fang Yuan had obtained an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. Memory Thought Gu, Reminiscence Immortal Gu, and multiple mortal killer moves were included. With his Grandmaster attainment level now, Fang Yuan could deduce this inheritance to a degree and even restore it. Gu recipes could be modified. He could modify killer moves as well. The killer moves myriad self, vaguely familiar face. They were within the range of possible applications. Also battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan could not find one after so long, but now he had the foundation needed to create one himself. Or for example, the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. Earlier, Fang Yuan's plans needed huge amounts of funds. Now, with his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels, he could improve this plan and save an immensely large number of Immortal Essence Stones and construction fees. Furthermore, this new plan would be even more ideal and useful than the previous one. The raising of hairy men, his 8 sources of revenue, the use of Gu immortal souls, the claiming of Gu Pai blessed land. There were many things he could do. The rise of attainment levels was quite special. In conclusion, when attainment levels rise, the person experiences growth in all aspects. The Gu Master's cultivation journey would be refreshed, there would be great prospects, their strength would rise up as well. Time passed quickly. In terms of the 5 regions' time, half a month passed. 2 wills were intertwined, battling intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the complete advantage. He was suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will's advantage continued to grow. He could almost toy with Mo Yao's will easily now. How can this be? How can your capabilities rise by so much? Mo Yao's will screamed in shocked anger. Before this, Fang Yuan had been using a similar amount of will to fight with Mo Yao's will. They were at best evenly matched. He was even at a disadvantage. But now, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level. He only used 1/3 of the will to defeat Mo Yao's will till she screamed in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was implacably in the lead, suppressing Mo Yao's will and preventing her from doing anything. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a training dummy. I learned many techniques by fighting with her will. Now, I am far beyond Mo Yao's will. I can use many techniques naturally and smoothly. Mo Yao's will has lost her value as a training dummy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan drew back his will. He placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move in front of him, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fang Yuan left to Immortal Blessed Land. He came to Eastern Sea and joined up with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Lu Blessed Land. The tough barrier back then, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was now resolvable by Fang Yuan, who was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Back then, Fang Yuan had thought that he would need the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Star Thought, to have a chance of dismantling 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, he could multitask, deducing the battlefield killer move while secretly sparring with Mo Yao's will. Most importantly, after tens of days had passed in the Blessed Land's time, under Fang Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the others were finally close to unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth. We are about to pass 8 Doors Labyrinth. To think that this Xing Xiang Zi would suddenly become so fierce. 8 Doors Labyrinth. Is this battlefield killer move the final obstacle in Lu Blessed Land? The Immortals were secretly excited. Boom. With a thunderous sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was thoroughly unraveled by Fang Yuan. Lu Blessed Land's true appearance appeared before all the Immortals. Chapter 917. Unmoving troops after dismantling the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth. Everyone field of vision widened, seeing Lu Blessed Land's true appearance. Only to see that there were flashing lights in the sky. They were like traces of silk or streams of water. Some were moving slowly, while others were creating dazzling ripples. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. Each light had a bright color. Dazzling light shined on everyone's faces. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others did not speak. They looked at this amazing sight as they showed some excitement and amazement. This Lu Blessed Land was very different from normal blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had the sky, ground, vegetation, flowers, birds, worms, and fish. But here, there was nothing. Lu Blessed Land was very unique. It was merely a broad space without any concept of sky or ground. There was no living beings, and there were also no resources that Gu Immortals usually accumulated. Maybe this uniqueness is the reason why Lu Blessed Land can set up battlefield killer moves of countless paths. Fang Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, there were huge conflicts between battlefield killer moves and blessed lands or grotto heavens. Few Gu Immortals were capable of setting up battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Because battlefield killer moves used Gu worms to engrave Dao marks and temporarily create a battlefield. Meanwhile, grotto heavens and blessed lands were made of Dao marks. Because the Dao marks varied, they conflicted. When Langya Blessed Land was attacked by Qin Bai Sheng and the others, Langya Land Spirit did not use a battlefield killer move to resist them. That was because within the Blessed Land, establishing a battlefield killer move was detrimental to oneself. But Lu Blessed Land went against this common sense of the cultivation world. In Fang Yuan's case, when he attacked Lu Blessed Land, he had encountered 3 battlefield killer moves: Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. These 3 were evidently immortal killer moves from different paths. They would not normally gather in the hands of a single Gu Immortal and become used in their Immortal Aperture. But within Lu Blessed Land, not only were these 3 used, they did not clash with the Blessed Land at all. In fact, they seemed to complement each other in a way. Fairy Lu was a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is not strange that her Immortal Aperture Blessed Land is like this. Subai Man looked as she let out a deep breath. saying this. Even though there are fewer resources here, if we can learn Fairy Yulu's methods and use it in our own immortal apertures, we would be able to use battlefield killer moves in it. That would be a huge gain. Tai Bai Yunshang's eyes flashed with brilliance. At this time, a Gu Immortal who went with them pointed at a direction as he shouted, "Quickly look, Immortal Gu." Everyone quickly looked towards the direction the Gu Immortal was pointing. As expected, they saw a Gu worm that had a special appearance. It was long and slim, like a twig. It had numerous thin golden-colored wings, fluttering in the sky. The entire Gu worm looked like a branch of a long golden willow. This Gu worm quickly drilled into a nearby flashing light and vanished. But during this moment it was seen, its immortal Gu aura was undeniably exposed. Everyone's gazes became heated, their breathing became rough, but they were not surprised. There were naturally immortal Gu in Yulu Blessed Land. If there were no immortal Gu, how could those battlefield killer moves earlier be constructed? Even though Yulu Blessed Land did not have an accumulation of resources, with so many battlefield killer moves, it had to have a good number of immortal Gu. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed, breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though the main gains had to be given to Zombie Alliance, he was the person who took down the Blessed Land. He would gain the biggest reward of at least 1 or 2 immortal Gu. Other than that, by succeeding in taking down Yulu Blessed Land, he would also receive a huge sum of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If Shark Demon could find an immortal Gu that suited him, he would definitely take it for himself. This was the benefit of being the person in charge. If he found any mystical immortal Gu that could help him and his wife revive and get rid of the zombie status, that would be best. Reviving from being a zombie and becoming human, not only was Fang Yuan working towards it, Shark Demon and Subai Man were doing the same. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, everyone started congratulating him. Subai Man smiled more subtly. Shark Demon and Subai Man had put in huge investment into the mission of invading Yulu Blessed Land. They had almost used up their savings. On the surface, it could not be noticed, but Shark Demon and Subai Man were facing immense pressure. Right now, their investment was finally bearing fruit. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal Gu, all of their investments would be essentially paid off. Shark Demon and Subai Man were joyous. The weights on their minds had been removed. Once Yulu Blessed Land is captured, everyone here will be compensated according to the contributions you have made. You will not be shortchanged. Shark Demon smiled as he spoke seriously. Everyone nodded. They stepped back and asked Shark Demon and Subai Man to go ahead. With immense benefits in front of them, some Gu Immortals might become rash. Shark Demon's words were both an assurance and threat. Everyone could understand his underlying meaning. All right, everyone can wait and see. Shark Demon did not refuse. He struck. He willed and turned into a flash of light. With a swooshing sound, he tore through space and shot out. The direction was towards the golden willow branch like immortal Gu earlier. Everyone saw Shark Demon rapidly approaching the immortal Gu, but suddenly, there were ripples in space as Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a shocked expression. What happened? Subai Man asked in suspicion. Shark Demon shook his head. He said in an uncertain tone, "It seems to be another battlefield killer move." Next, everyone tried but they could not move out. It attested to Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is definitely more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did all of you notice? Every time we get transported back, we would be in our original spots. Our positions would not change at all. Such an ability. This has to be the legendary Unmoving troops. The Gu Immortals discussed and eventually came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move, Unmoving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It obstructed everyone. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally. The work of an Immortal Venerable was truly profound. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a mild and kind temperament. He was vast different from the other 9 Gu Immortal Venerables. He was merciful. He did not like killing since he was young. He often subdued people with kindness, taking down enemies without fighting. Battlefield killer move, Unmoving troops. Once someone entered this formation with any intent to battle, malicious thoughts, or lust, they would be unable to progress at all, unable to move. In the past, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 Gu Immortal, he used this move to subdue a famous rank 7 Sound Path Gu Immortal, Gao Ming. In that battle, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not move. He only used the battlefield Immortal Killer move, Unmoving troops. No matter what methods Gao Ming used, he exerted all of his strength and did not even manage to get one step closer to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This battle made the arrogant Gao Ming lose his temper. He then followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard henceforth. Since this has to do with wills and thoughts, Why don't we shut our minds and temporarily stop thinking? Fang Yuan said. It was not hard to achieve this. Gu Immortals mostly had some wisdom path techniques. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as Xingxiangzi. He was also partly a wisdom path Gu Immortal. But everyone's attempts ended in failure. Some Gu Immortals did not have outstanding wisdom path techniques. During this process of moving forward, their desires and thoughts were stirred up, breaking their thoughtless state. Only certain Gu Immortals, including Fang Yuan, could achieve a state of having no thoughts. But the problem came after that. Without any thoughts, how could one capture any Gu worms? The body's movement was decided by the thoughts that were generated in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stay still on the ground. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move. The Gu Immortals themselves could not move. Sigh? No wonder back then. Gu Immortal Gao Ming became dejected and willingly submitted to the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard. To get through this round, it is hard. The worst part is, Yu Blessed Land is right in front of us. Undeniably. This is the final obstacle, but we can only watch here and look on, unable to gain anything. Maybe this arrangement was the intention of Fairy Yulu. She purposely let us see hope, luring out our thoughts and desires. It increases the difficulty of taking down this battlefield killer move. If we really cannot succeed, we will have to retreat and seek reinforcements. Subai Man suggested as she frowned. Shark Demon looked ahead, becoming silent. Earlier, he had invited a wisdom path Gu Immortal over, but he lost an immortal Gu to her. Thus he did not at all like this idea. At the crucial moment, only a person on their own side could be trusted. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was part of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he was one of them. Shark Demon asked, Xingxiangzi, do you have any means? If you do, use them. Don't worry, your compensation will not be small. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. To unravel this battlefield killer move, it can be said to be both easy and difficult. Oh, what do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around. Seeing that he had attracted all of their attentions, he said slowly, Everyone, do not be scared due to the reputation of unmoving troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, we are facing an unmanned battlefield killer move. It is far easier to deal with this one. That makes sense. Indeed, with a Gu Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move, it could transform and replenish continuously. But a battlefield killer move without any Gu Immortals controlling it is very inflexible. Everyone saw hope and felt joy after hearing Fang Yuan's words. But next, Fang Yuan's words threw them into dejection again. Attacking an unmanned battlefield killer move is relatively simpler. But to me, it is extremely difficult to unravel this current one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions crumbled. They cast somewhat unkind gazes towards Fang Yuan. One of the Gu Immortals said agitatedly, Xingxiangzi, you talked a lot of crap. Just tell us if you're useless. Speaking like this, are you trying to toy with us? Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at Shark Demon. Shark Demon showed no expression on his face, but it was obvious that his mood was currently terrible. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped his smiling expression. He bowed to Shark Demon as he said solemnly, Why would I dare to toy with everyone? I am truly restricted by a lack of resources. If I can refine a wisdom path Immortal Gu, I would have great confidence in unraveling the battlefield killer. Move unmoving troops for sure. Chapter 918, Blazing Heaven Demoness Shark Sea, Underwater Palace. Delicious delicacies filled the table, the aroma of wine pervaded the air, and the lantern lights shined brightly. In the banquet, Shark Demon and Subai Man sat on the main seats, treating 2 Gu Immortals in the hall with utmost cordiality. These 2 Gu Immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. After they ran into a barrier in Yu Blessed Land, and knew that staying longer would be of no use, Shark Demon and the group sensibly retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had originally intended to leave, but were invited over by Shark Demon and Subai Man. This was already the 3rd time Fang Yuan had participated in Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. Gulping down the fine wine, Shark Demon put down the wine cup and looked at Fang Yuan, suddenly asking, Xingxiangzi, how much assurance do you truly have in unraveling unmoving troops? Fang Yuan thought inwardly. The time has come. Shark Demon and Subai Man had been talking about all sorts of irrelevant matters, but he just kept quiet and did not speak about the matter first. Shark Demon finally could not hold it in and spoke about the subject. Fang Yuan immediately replied, Lord Shark Demon, you are also aware of how things stand for me. The wisdom path inheritance I inherited is complete. Moreover, recently, I have comprehended many mysteries. Thus I could unravel the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth. But up until now, I have been suffering from having no relevant wisdom path Immortal Gu. thus my methods are limited and my capabilities insufficient. If I could refine this wisdom path, Immortal Gu, I can definitely unravel unmanned, unmoving troops. Tai Bai Yun Shang, who was beside him, also backed him up. I have known Brother Xingxiang for many years. I know he is not someone who exaggerates or speaks empty words. Since he says he has confidence, then he definitely has confidence. I can guarantee this. Su Bai Man, however, was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yun Shang's guarantee, as she looked at the person in concern, Fang Yuan, and pursued. If you have the wisdom path, Immortal Gu, can you guarantee you can unravel that battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan did not answer directly, instead taking a step back in order to advance further, intentionally giving a bitter smile. How can I have complete certainty? This matter concerns Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 supreme experts in history. If something unexpected happens, it would be normal. But for now at least, based on the part that is shown, I am quite confident of unraveling it if I can have the help of the wisdom path, Immortal Gu. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man glanced at each other. Although they were angry at Fang Yuan's slippery words, they were moved as well. There was no other way. They had suffered much hardship beforehand. Previously, they had spent a considerable price to invite other Wisdom Path Gu immortals to help, but the outcome was emphatically not ideal. They even lost an Immortal Gu in the end. As for Xingxiangzi, they had cooperated with him many times now and knew many details about him. More importantly, Fang Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and could be considered a person on the same side. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's first choice was Fang Yuan. However, financing Fang Yuan to refine Immortal Gu was difficult as well. The cost of refining Immortal Gu was rather high, while the success rate was too low and depended on luck. If luck was good, one could refine successfully in the first attempt. Then everything would be a joyous matter. But this situation was very rare. If luck was not good, there was a possibility of always failing. At that time, even if there was a huge pile of Immortal Essence Stones, they would just be wasted with no gains. This was also the reason most Gu Immortals would rather capture wild Immortal Gu than to think of refining Immortal Gu themselves. Refining Immortal Gu was difficult. In the present cultivation world, many rank 6 Gu Immortals did not have even one Immortal Gu on them, and could only use Mortal Gu to hold their own. Fang Yuan was a special case. He had a lot of Immortal Gu, so many that were they to be exposed, perhaps people would not believe it. However, he had reborn, had fortuitous encounters, taken deadly risks, and faced all sorts of harsh conditions to obtain these Immortal Gu. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not know these details, but they were aware of Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on them to lend him a hand in refining Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. As far as they were concerned, Fang Yuan could not afford this expenditure and had no accumulations to refine Immortal Gu. Thus he was making them help him. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely have scoffed and not even given a thought. What a joke. How silly would he be to help others refine Immortal Gu? However, in the current situation, Shark Demon had to request Fang Yuan's help in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon had one question on his mind. Was Xingxiangzi fooling them? Was he using this chance to blackmail them? When even without Immortal Gu, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, but did not speak and only drank the wine. This moment and time was just perfect. Fang Yuan had confidence. Previously, the timing was wrong. Now Yulu blessed land was laid out in front of them like a juicy piece of meat dangling in the air, tempting Shark Demon. This had indeed done a great favor to Fang Yuan. As long as they completely dismantled unmoving troops, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would gain lots of benefits, obtaining hundreds of times what they had invested. Naturally, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of devouring these alone and backstabbing them. However, his strength was not enough to beat even just Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a veteran rank 7 immortal zombie. Although Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, it was not outstanding among rank 7 Gu immortals. But this was already quite good. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at the bottom tier of rank 6. Fang Yuan could not defeat even Shark Demon, let alone when there were Su Bai Man and other Gu immortals as well. As for Zombie Alliance behind Shark Demon, there was even less need to mention them. For a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat running across the street. Fang Yuan was rational and calm, and knew his own limits. He had observed and evaluated the situation before he joined this expedition, in order to get a share of the profits and extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank the 3rd cup of wine, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had already finished their secret discussion. They quickly reached a consensus. They decided to aid Fang Yuan financially and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Even if it was Fang Yuan blackmailing them, they had no choice but to settle for it. They did not even force Fang Yuan to make an oath, or use Gu worms to probe out his true thoughts. Shark Demon and Subai Man were, naturally, not foolish. Besides urgently needing Fang Yuan's help for this final important hurdle, they also had another intention. That was to improve their relationship with Fang Yuan. After all, the wisdom path potential Fang Yuan showed was already worth it for them to make an investment. Wisdom path Gu immortals were rare. Having a friendship with a wisdom path Gu immortal was very precious. However, just as Shark Demon was about to reply, there was suddenly a change. The immense sea shook intensely, thunder crackled, and countless chaotic sea currents pressed on towards the underwater palace. Immediately, a piercing fire pillar shot down from outside the sea, directly striking at Shark Demon's underwater palace with shocking might. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the area, and the magnificent underwater palace shined with the radiance of a defensive Gu formation. However, the light could not last for even a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire pillar. In an instant, stones and bricks broke and flew in all directions. The palace turned into ruins. The fire kept on burning and was actually not extinguished by the sea. The extremely pleasant banquet had now thoroughly ended, as the endless sea water surged in, sweeping away all the furnishings and the delicacies of the banquet, and soon submerged Fang Yuan and the group. However, the four were all Gu immortals, and had no problems staying in this depth of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, and did not need to breathe in the sea. He was dazed for a moment before suddenly standing up and looked at the sky above the sea, shouting in fury, "Such audacity! Who dares to attack my sea area?" Subai Man also stood beside Shark Demon, similarly gazing up, her expression pale. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng glanced at each other, puzzled. Shark Demon had outstanding strength, and with Subai Man accompanying him everywhere, they could advance or retreat easily. Such a duo was already extremely dangerous to provoke. More importantly, there was also Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance behind them. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. They were a colossal force, a level stronger than even super forces, and could even be called an overlord of the Eastern Sea cultivation world. Who is it that came to attack zombie alliances? Shark Demon. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon had just shouted, when a voice resounded in everyone's ears. This is only a small appetizer. I am not only going to destroy your palace, I will also beat you lowlife lovers till you can't even stand up. The voice was extremely arrogant and domineering. Moreover, from the voice, it was a female immortal. It's her. Subai Man said, her eyes widened, showing a clearly surprised and grave look. A bright red figure descended from the sky, pressing down into the sea and towards the 4 on the seabed. Fang Yuan gazed above at this female immortal and saw she was descending extremely fast. Her whole body was blazing with fire which swayed in the water. As for her true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, adding a sentence inwardly. More precisely, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately, Shark Demon shouted out the female immortal's identity. Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone crazy? You dare to attack a person belonging to Zombie Alliance like you? You are challenging Zombie Alliance's authority, and will definitely be severely punished. Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, as he recalled that he had heard this name before. This name was a famous one. Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu immortal. She was from Northern Plains, the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. After Fang Yuan had infiltrated into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he had heard other members mention and talk of her many times, praising and revering Blazing Heaven Demoness' formidable strength and domineering style. Fang Yuan had not expected to see such a person in this way. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was covered in fire, laughed loudly. Shark Demon, don't talk nonsense. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak. What are you trying to do by stealing my immortal material? Subai Man was just about to question Blazing Heaven Demoness, but had not expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to blame them first. Shark Demon shouted, Nonsense. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, go find a better reason. These last days, I have only been paying attention to doing the assignment of Zombie Alliance, invading you blessed land. When would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are just trying to start a quarrel. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, was not flustered, instead confidently laughing. Ha ha, I came here with a witness. Shark Demon, you won't be able to deny it. Shark Demon was so furious that he laughed. Good, good, let me see what witness you have. Chapter 919. Angry Bird in the sea and under the water, the two sides were in a stalemate. It was a tense atmosphere. A moment ago, Fang Yuan was still enjoying a banquet with Shark Demon and his wife, having a joyous time. But at the next moment, they were attacked. The entire underwater palace of Shark Demon was turned into rubble. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng as the latter transmitted. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert. She is not someone we can fight. Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Bai Yun Sheng's intention. That was to sit and watch. At Gu Immortal level, the higher the rank, the greater the difference between them. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Shark Demon, and Su Bai Man collaborated and worked together sincerely, they might not be able to hold off Blazing Heaven Demoness over multiple rounds even if they disregarded the cost. This was an absolutely powerful foe. Normally, only rank 8 Gu Immortals could fight other rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this. Thus, even though his house was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. With Shark Demon's temper, if his house was destroyed, he would burst into anger and attack. But because it was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he had to control himself even if he was angry. He knew he was not a match for the rank 8 Gu Immortal. The best way to solve this problem now was to use Zombie Alliance's rules and negotiate with her. Blazing Heaven Demoness had gone against the rules of Zombie Alliance. She was finding problems with an ally. How could that be allowed? Such blatant attacks are simply giving no regard to Zombie Alliance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled confidently, like she had already won. Shark Demon, isn't it simple to justify my actions? Bo Dan, come out. Blazing Heaven Demoness called. Gu Immortal Bo Dan stood out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He lowered his head. His expression was bitter as he bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lady Su Bai Man, I was forced against my will. Seeing Bo Dan, Shark Demon's expression turned dark. His wife Su Bai Man also snorted coldly. She had an idea of what Blazing Heaven Demoness' plan was. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scream. Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, the two of you instructed Bo Dan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, Medicine Ice. I was in closed cultivation and was careless. The two of you actually succeeded. Today, I am here to seek justice. As it turned out, Bo Dan was quite pitiful. Even though he was alive, he had no choice but to join Zombie Alliance. Just earlier, his private sea area was taken over by Blazing Heaven Demoness using brute force. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea using Xing Xiangzi's identity and joined Shark Demon in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Bo Dan was a half-baked wisdom path Gu Immortal. His skill was lacking. He was schemed against by Fang Yuan. To protect his status, he had to bribe Su Bai Man and give her the rank 8 immortal material Medicine Ice, so that Su Bai Man would defend him. But Bo Dan was still too incapable. He and Shark Demon slowly became estranged. Bo Dan was left with no choice. He attempted to use Zombie Alliance to exert pressure on Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she would return him his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she was a higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Bo Dan's plea and complaint, they dragged out his request and tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for this mere Bo Dan? Thus, Bo Dan's situation became increasingly pathetic, until Fang Yuan unraveled the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth and obtained a huge breakthrough in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Ever since Shark Demon invaded Yulu Blessed Land, he had been receiving heavy attention. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, with such great benefits, Blazing Heaven Demoness greed was stirred. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level, she was superior to them and had great strength, but she could not forcefully take over the fruits of the labor of Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was the Zombie Alliance headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent Bo Dan a message, lying that she would return him his private sea area and would compensate him. Bo Dan had no long-term accommodation. As he was wandering about, he received this news and was overjoyed. In the end, when he returned, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Bo Dan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he also did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. He realized that he had fallen into a trap and was in deep regret, but now that he was in Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice left. In the end, he was captured by Blazing Heaven Demoness and was brought to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Bo Dan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Bo Dan was just a minor character. He was not crucial. This accusation would not hold up against any investigations. Shark Demon held in the anger inside him as he sneered at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, just say it if you want to pick the fruits. Why must you implicate an innocent person? Su Bai Man followed. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert. Aren't your current actions too ugly? Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was weak, but that did not matter. She just needed a cover, just an excuse would do. This excuse was only used to respond to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to obey her. To force Shark Demon and his wife, what was needed was not an excuse, but strength. Thus, she came here personally with overflowing battle intent. She was here to find trouble with them. Ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter stopped. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked at the sea, suddenly saying, 3 moves. What? Subai Man was shocked. I will finish you off in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves of mine, I will pretend I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said sternly. Shark Demon and Subai Man looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed. All right, let the 4 of us experience your power. Blazing Heaven Demoness' 3 moves agreement made Shark Demon see some hope. Of course, the most important reason was that they were helpless in this situation. He had to agree regardless of his wishes. Weaklings had no choices in the first place. Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly. He did not want to take action, but Shark Demon was crafty. With a few words he directly included Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng on his side, against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was calm, showing no change of expression. Subai Man transmitted to them. If we can survive this ordeal, both of us will owe you a favor. As for compensation, we will pay you a sum that is sure to satisfy you. We hope that both of you can support us. Don't worry, we will do our best. Fang Yuan transmitted in return. In his mind, he had made his decision. He would just pretend to exert effort. Only an idiot would help in such a dangerous and pointless request. Subai Man nodded at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, showing a hint of gratitude in her gaze. I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, while Tai Bai Yunsheng is skilled at healing. Even if we perform badly later, we have sufficient reasons to justify ourselves. Fang Yuan stood out, standing, with Shark Demon and Subai Man, facing Blazing Heaven Demoness who was at the surface of the sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed internally, standing beside Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed lightly, with a look of nonchalance. She stretched out her hand, opening her 5 fingers. Suddenly, with a soft sound, an orange-yellow flame appeared in her hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, rubbing the orange-yellow flame. This lump of flame was extraordinary. It was very elastic. Blazing Heaven Demoness squeezed it as if she was squeezing a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame gradually formed into the appearance of a bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her hand as the firebird jumped up from her palm, flapping its wings and chirping, happily fluttering around Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness toyed around with the firebird, not attacking, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Subai Man, Fang Yuan, or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they showed extremely ugly expressions. This firebird had a cute appearance, but it was terrifyingly powerful in the eyes of the 4 Gu Immortals. Once released, it would unleash shocking might. Not just this underwater palace, the rest of this shark sea, countless living beings in a huge surrounding area of water might be exterminated by a single blow. A rank 8 Gu Immortal cannot be blocked by rank 6 or rank 7 Gu Immortals. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this one attack, Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, may I know what is the name of this move? Shark Demon asked after a while. He spoke in a dispirited tone with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was careless when cultivating and flames of anger were burning my heart. I almost lost my life. When I was recovering, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 level killer move. I named it Angry Bird. Angry Bird. This joke-like name made Shark Demon feel some shock and also bitterness. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this on purpose. She wanted to display overwhelming strength to force Shark Demon to surrender. This was a very crude method, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was too overbearing. She was straightforward and had incredible cultivation level. With her battle strength, it was an effective plan. With just one move, Fang Yuan and the others had given up. Only Shark Demon was still hanging on. He said to the rest of them, "You 3, retreat first. I will handle this move." Before Fang Yuan and the others replied, Shark Demon took one step forward and said, "Angry Bird, it is a good move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please attack." Blazing Heaven Demoness was shocked. She squinted as she asked in suspicion, "Are you sure you want to face this move? Let's retreat." Subai Man's eyes shined with brilliance. She spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness' move was incredibly powerful. There was no hope even if the 4 of them collaborated. Right now, Shark Demon was facing her alone. Not only did he not want other people's help, even his wife Su Bai Man had such confidence in him. What was he relying on? All right, I want to see what is giving you courage. Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated. At her will, the angry bird tore through the water, shooting towards Shark Demon. But when it got to the bottom of the sea, a strong aura burst out, contesting Blazing Heaven Demoness equally. Shark Demon showed a smiling expression, like his plan had succeeded. Far away, Su Bai Man let out a sigh of relief. She explained to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Back then, we chose this location to build our underwater palace. We naturally had our reasons. Chapter 920. Immemorial Desolate Beast. One finger flow shark, a surging, vast aura. Everyone's gazes were attracted to it. The sea became turbulent and tides started to rise. Countless undercurrents formed in the seabed and moved rapidly while intertwined together, like countless giant dragons or pythons. Undercurrent vortex started forming and continued to increase in numbers sharply. Soon, the dangerous vortexes numbered to thousands, filling this sea area. This is... Tai Bai Yun Sheng was startled. Immemorial Desolate Beast. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. Shark, Demon, and Su Bai Man stared fixedly at the center of this aura. There, the form of the immemorial desolate beast was gradually revealed. The state of the enemy was unknown. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had no choice but to stop her attacks for the moment, recalling the small fire bird to her side. The sea tides rose and fell along with the rough waves. The surface of the sea became dangerous while the undercurrents flowed chaotically inside the sea. Several breaths later, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast's true appearance was completely revealed. This formidable immemorial desolate beast was unimaginably small and dainty-looking. It was so small that it was actually the size of an adult's finger. This was a shark. An extremely exquisite and cute shark, the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver light. This light was not dazzling but mild, like a silk cloth that gently covered the small shark. Such a formidable aura, yet its body is like this. Tai Bai Yun Sheng sighed, having a strange expression at this sight. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, showed a trace of seriousness. The small shark ignored Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest behind it. From the start, its two eyes had been gazing at Blazing Heaven Demoness, revealing intense enmity. Shark Demon let out a breath and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. My plan has fortunately succeeded. Don't underestimate this small shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark. Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked surprised and shocked. Ordinary Gu immortals would not know of the one-finger flow shark, but as a time path Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had long since heard of its name. In fact, almost all time path Gu immortals knew a mnemonic, one-finger flow shark, an instance of brilliance. Flowing water and clear voice. Heaven is impartial. It was no exaggeration to say that the one-finger flow shark was known widely because of the mnemonic. It was a rank 8 time path desolate beast, bearing extremely large amounts of time path Dao marks. Thus it could swim in the river of time with its physical body. The one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and does not reveal itself. The two of us also found its tracks by chance. Later, we intentionally requested for this sea area from Zombie Alliance and built this shark sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly chuckled. So it was like that. No wonder you two stopped at no expense to exchange for an immortal killer move of the enslavement path Grandmaster. 180 slaves from Zombie Alliance. Lower controls higher. It was to use this enslavement path killer move to subdue this one-finger flow shark, right? Enslavement path had always been about enslaving higher beasts to control lower. For instance, back when Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, using Wolf King Changshan Yin's identity to participate in the contest of the Imperial Court, he had used myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and so on to indirectly control the whole wolf army. After all, one had a limited soul foundation. Enslavement path Gu masters could not directly control all the wild beasts. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the controlling power of the enslavement path Gu master would be. The more their soul would have to endure and the less capable they would be in displaying skillful control. But this was not absolute. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. The wisdom of humans was undoubtedly at the top of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there once appeared an enslavement path Grandmaster. He had a rough childhood, being born as a slave, and thus had very meager status. He used all the opportunities he obtained and took risks, continuously maturing and finally climbing to the pinnacle. He was 180 slaves. A generation's genius. Normal enslavement path methods were to use those of higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. This was not without reason. For instance, an emperor was the ruler, wielding absolute power, sitting high above. But sometimes, when the people are united and of one mind, the emperor would also be trapped by the people's will and would be forced to do things against their own will. Facing blazing heaven Demoness speculation, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed right, that is the case. I have been constantly managing the shark groups in this sea area. It is to use these shark groups to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment is insufficient, and I also don't have the Immortal Gu forming the killer move lower controls higher. Thus, I haven't succeeded until now." Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon had a huge target. His ambition truly was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Those able to advance to Gu immortals indeed were not simple. If he truly succeeded and had such an aid, Shark Demon could be considered half a rank 8 Gu immortal. His status would immediately rise, with fame and benefits flowing in rapidly. Currently, he might not have succeeded, but he had made some achievements. At the least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it had not cared about Shark Demon's side, and instead directed all its hatred and anger to blazing heaven Demoness. Shark Demon continued. Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also contains several time path Immortal Gu. The intention of his words was to make blazing heaven Demoness aware of what she was dealing with and make her retreat. This was not revealing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was overflowing with the aura of Immortal Gu without being concealed. Even Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could clearly feel it, let alone the rank 8 immortal zombie blazing heaven Demoness. It is rumored that the River of Time is home to countless time path Gu worms. The one-finger flow shark can freely move around in the River of Time, thus having Immortal Gu is not strange. Tai Bai Yunsheng whispered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. He had to move deep into the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability? The one-finger flow shark was extremely rare, and there were probably not many even in the River of Time. To put it in other words, this was a major opportunity that could not be sought out and only found through chance. No wonder Shark Demon and Subai Man stopped at no expense, spending endless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha! Shark Demon's words made blazing heaven Demoness laugh loudly. Listening to what you say makes my urge to strike even stronger. Shark Demon, you want to rely on an outside force to make me retreat? To win? Without fighting? Hee, wishful thinking. The moment she finished speaking, blazing heaven Demoness pointed with her finger. The small firebird perched on her shoulders suddenly moved, flying straight towards Shark Demon's direction. It's coming. Shark Demon, Fang Yuan, and the rest felt their hearts chill. Their whole body turned tense as they became extremely vigilant. The firebird seemed harmless, but in truth, its power was vast and extraordinary. However, at this moment, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, resembling a silver firefly as it pounced at the firebird. The two were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, had already collided in the sea. There was no sound, and there was no explosion. The instant they collided, a strange thing occurred. Both sides, which were extremely fast, suddenly stilled. Turning from extreme speed to extreme stillness, at that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird seemed to have transformed into a painting. Such a transformation gave the spectators a feeling of being too abrupt. Shortly, Fang Yuan and the rest saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, using its exquisite nose to lightly poke the small firebird. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark made an extremely elegant motion. Its whole body leaped over the small firebird and continued to swiftly move ahead. In the blink of an eye, the stillness ended. The speeds of the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird were restored. However, the former had already moved past the small firebird and was charging towards blazing heaven Demoness, while the small firebird was moving towards Shark Demon and the rest of the group. Shark Demon and Subai Man were already extremely alert, and when they saw the small bird nearing them, they held their breaths, preparing to contend with it. Fang Yuan was almost about to pull away and retreat, but right at this moment, the small firebird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc as it turned around, chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon was able to avoid this confrontation, but he was instead pale from shock. This small firebird can move smoothly according to the controller's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move. There are definitely wisdom path methods mixed in it. Fang Yuan analyzed rapidly. That scene just now should be because a certain time path, Immortal Gu, in the one-finger flow shark activated. This Immortal Gu can cause the flow of time in a certain range to become extremely slow. It seemed like the two turned from extreme speed to almost complete stillness, but their speed had actually not changed. Tai Bai Yunshin quickly said. Su Bai Man nodded and added, not only that. When the one-finger flow shark poked the firebird's body, the Immortal Gu's aura had changed again. It should be the activation of the second time path, Immortal Gu. It is just that its effect is unclear. The moment she finished speaking, the effect showed up. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression suddenly changed, because the small firebird chasing the one-finger flow shark had suddenly detonated. Boom! Like a crack of thunder resounded over the area. Flames accompanied the surging blast, as it ferociously spread everywhere. In an instant, an immense quantity of sea water evaporated and countless lives were lost. A hemispherical crater formed over the whole sea. When the firebird had detonated, it had already flown out of the sea, but the bottom of the crater had unexpectedly touched the soil of the seabed. Next, the surrounding seawater surged in to fill the gap. Swoosh! Tides surged, and huge waves stirred up in the sea. The soil on the seabed rolled and mixed in with the water, making visibility extremely poor. Fang Yuan and the rest were in a rather miserable state. They had no choice but to fly out of the sea and float in the sky as they continued to watch the battle. They saw the one-finger flow shark shoot directly towards Blazing Heaven Demoness' face, like a silver arrow. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression became more focused. How would she dare to take it head-on? Man is the spirit of all living beings. This phrase was not false, but when strength, recovery, speed, and so on were compared, humans were not outstanding among the endless living beings. Even after becoming Gu immortals, they usually could not compare to desolate beasts. The one-finger flow shark was small, but it was an immemorial desolate beast. Its small body concealed incomparably frightening brute strength. The one-finger flow shark shot forward. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivated fire path, not strength path. She knew it would be hard to resist it head-on. However, she had extremely rich experience, and the sacrifice of the small firebird had huge value. Fang Yuan and the rest had been able to get some information from it. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally was not an exception. Fire path killer move, 5 fingers blazing chains. At that instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the most sensible decision. She quickly retreated, while spreading open her right hand. Her 5 fingers turned into 5 thin flames. They were like whips or chains as they moved to tie up the one-finger flow shark. The 5 fire chains were just about to coil around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene occurred. The time in the area around the one-finger flow shark suddenly slowed down to an extreme. However, as a time path desolate beast, this had lesser restriction on the one-finger flow shark with its adapted traits and huge numbers of time path down marks. The 5 fire chains coiled around, but one-finger flow shark swayed nimbly, moving through the tiny gaps in an inconceivable way before successfully getting past them. It then charged towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, directly piercing through her forehead. The exquisite shark was like a silver arrow as it pierced out of the back of Blazing Heaven Demoness' head. Success. Su Bai Man was shocked as well as happy. Shark Demon's eyes shined with a ferocious and restless light. An immortal zombie's body did not have fatal points like normal Gu immortals, but the head was one of them. The thought processes of immortal zombies was slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path Gu worms to create thoughts and help them in their thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although not fatal, it was a serious injury. If the 4 of us can take this chance to attack. The moment this thought appeared in Shark Demon's mind, the one-finger flow shark changed its direction, shooting backwards as it pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. A dark fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes in Blazing Heaven Demoness' head and chest had been restored to their former states. Even Fang Yuan was left speechless at this sight. Such a formidable killer move. It can actually make the recovery so fast. Blazing Heaven Demoness covered her chest as she stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. In spite of having been heavily injured, she was smiling. Interesting. This has 3 time path Immortal Gu. One can slow down time, one can speed up time, and the last can change the perception of time. Although she did not know what time path Immortal Gu they were, and what were the limits of their power, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to make some rough conjectures. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the small firebird and dodged the 5 fire chains, it had used the first time path Immortal Gu to slow down time. As for accelerating time, it used it when it poked the firebird. The firebird could not be maintained for long, and a part of it had reached its limits after the one-finger flow shark had hit it. The explosion of this part subsequently caused the explosions of the other parts, finally destroying the stable structure of the Firebird, causing the Firebird to explode, which almost dried up the surrounding parts of the sea area. Finally, when the one-finger flow shark pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest, it used the last time path Immortal Gu to influence Blazing Heaven Demoness' perception of time, causing her to not be able to dodge and take the attack directly. Shark Demon's frown not only became deeper, he also felt the situation had turned bad. The one-finger flow shark indeed clearly had the auras of 3 Immortal Gu. In just a few moves, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. This was a clear display of this rank 8 Gu. Immortal's extremely formidable proficiency in fighting. At the same time, it also showed the superiority of Immortal Killer moves to Immortal Gu. Gu worms had one ability. Others could often find the details of the Immortal Gu after it was used just once. However, Immortal Killer moves were different. They were a combination of countless Gu worms. Not only did this conceal the core Immortal Gu, enemies would also find it harder to counter the effect. Just like Shark Demon expected, as the fight continued, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her battle tactics. She split into 5 or 6 clones. Each was lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was tired out rushing this way and that. Its offensive was seemingly impressive, but it was actually being played by these clones to move around in circles. Wild beasts are wild beasts in the end. They don't have enough wisdom. If it had an investigative Immortal Gu, maybe it could see through these clones. A pity. It looks like the battle situation is set. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already obtained the advantage. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng secretly conversed, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that at this stage, the battle had already lost any suspense. Regarding the one-finger flow shark, its real chance had been during the initial stages. If it could have used this opportunity when Blazing Heaven Demoness was still unaware of its trump cards, it perhaps could have killed her. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed out its cards, she had changed her tactics and immediately took over the battle situation. Unless there was an outside interference, this battle would have only one possible outcome. The only outside forces at present are Shark Demon and Subai Man. But do they truly have the courage to go against a rank 8 expert? Fang Yuan glanced at the immortal zombie couple and inwardly shook his head as he saw their hesitant looks. The true chance had been the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. But Shark Demon already lost this chance. Although his name included the word demon, he lacked the mentality of taking risk in spite of danger. It could be because he had been part of Zombie Alliance for too long and lost the enthusiasm to fight by himself. It could also be that he had misgivings about dragging down Subai Man. Even Shark Demon and Subai Man, as the people involved, were like this. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng, who were just external aid, would be even more unlikely to take this risk. After secretly communicating for a while, Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng made the decision to act according to the circumstances and look to retreat when there was a chance. Sirs, please make your moves. We are unable to distinguish the clones of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Sirs, if you have a method, please break this deception for the one-finger flow shark and point out the location of the true body of Blazing Heaven Demoness. This will make the situation turn for the better. At this moment, Subai Man suddenly transmitted her voice, requesting earnestly. At the same time, Shark Demon also added, "If you can succeed, we will reward you heavily. You won't regret it." Without any consideration, Fang Yuan refused with a bitter smile. "Lady Subai Man overestimates us. You two have been rank 7 Gu Immortals for many years with plenty of methods and deep foundation. We are unable to match you. Even you two don't have a way to solve this. How can the two of us be of any help?" Tai by Yunsheng, similarly, shook his head. "I only specialize in healing. This matter regarding investigation is beyond my ability." Subai Man did not say anything more while Shark Demon gave a gloomy look at Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng, his expression clearly not pleased. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Subai Man. Honestly speaking, it was not that Blazing Heaven Demoness method could not be resolved. But Shark Demon and Subai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 grade expert. Once they moved to help the one-finger flow shark, it definitely meant they would attract Blazing Heaven Demoness fury and her counterattack. Shark Demon and Subai Man feared Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move, wanting to preserve some leeway. Thus they wanted to make Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Thus, his reply had deep intentions. Both sides were astute. Shark Demon and Subai Man realized Fang Yuan had seen through their plot, so they did not attempt to persuade any further. Now it seems the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, not concealing his fearful expression. It was rumored that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she had fought with the rank 8 Heavenly Lord Baizu in Northern Plains over possession of a certain fragment world of the Immemorial 9 Heavens, but in the end she failed, despite being on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness was so furious, she used the killer move Blazing Heaven to directly burn down the whole fragment world, annihilating countless living beings. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu's hard work and plans all turned to dust at the last moment. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, blatantly had taken a demonic path action. Thus, after burning down the fragment world, she incited public outrage. Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure without any fear, even proclaiming that if anyone continued to make a fuss, she would burn down that person's blessed land. Since she could even burn down a fragment world of the Immemorial 9 Heavens, burning down a blessed land was clearly a simple matter. The righteous path choked on their words, as they unexpectedly discovered they could do nothing to this brazen, Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one could be an overlord. If they truly shed off all pretenses and started sneak attacking and harassing, any force would feel an incomparable headache. Helpless, even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was a rank 8 great expert after all. Although her battle strength could not match a normal rank 8, it could not be looked down upon and was not someone they could force. If they went beyond the limit, and Blazing Heaven Demoness decided to attack, these righteous path forces with many assets to take care of would be the ones to suffer. Those with a bottom line are afraid of those with no bottom line. Those who follow the rules are afraid of those who don't. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness name spread throughout Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to hold their heads high, and no one could bully them. It was only after Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains to look for fortuitous encounters in Eastern Sea that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fell back into a predicament. It could be said that Blazing Heaven Demoness had single-handedly brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to power and glory. Now, Blazing Heaven Demoness was fighting against the one-finger flow shark without even using her signature killer moves. She clearly had a lot of spare strength left. Fang Yuan even had a slight suspicion that Blazing Heaven Demoness had intentionally used the clone technique to try to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, thus finding another excuse to make trouble. Although Shark Demon was not duped, Blazing Heaven Demoness' move had created a rift between Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. The one-finger flow shark, an immemorial desolate beast with 3-time path Immortal Gu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not only dealing with it easily, but she had successfully plotted against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan, and the rest who were observing the battle. It was clear that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength along with skill and strategy. This type of enemy was extremely hard to deal with. To put it in other words, Gu immortals who could slowly climb up from rank 1 to rank 8 were certain to not be idiots. Each of them were true experts rich in both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Sue by Man's expressions became even more gloomy. They had already secretly sent requests for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters at the start of the battle. The battle had lasted for so long that those who should have come would have already arrived, but no reinforcements had arrived. Blazing Heaven Demoness had not arrived rashly. She had already bribed those in charge and made sufficient preparations, which was why Shark Demon and Sue by Man's requests for reinforcements were ineffective. Shark Demon even guessed that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement of sharing profits with the highest-ranking members of Zombie Alliance. In an instant, Shark Demon and Sue by Man's hearts sank to rock bottom. Their intent to battle kept lowering and the anger in them gradually dissipated, leaving behind extreme bleakness. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the normal course of behavior in this world of Gu. This couple, who had been big fish since the beginning, now became small fish in front of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they match her? Let alone when Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had matching intelligence. Shark Demon and Sue by Man simply did not have any hope no matter how hard they struggled. Sigh. Shark Demon heaved a long sigh before he suddenly lowered his head. Enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Please stop. We are not capable enough. In consideration of Zombie Alliance's situation, it would be better if you lead us to take down Lu Blessed Land. Shark Demon, you know when to advance or retreat. Very good. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter came from above the battlefield. Her laughter stopped, and the fake bodies in the battlefield burned until there was nothing remaining. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stayed dazedly in place, seemingly at a loss on what to do. Shark Demon heaved another sigh, as he pursed his lips and let out hooting sounds. The one-finger flow shark was pacified, It lightly swung its tail as it dived into the sea again and soon disappeared. Clearly, it had gone back to the river of time. Shark Demon's method gave a shock to outsiders like Fang Yuan. Shark Demon's influence over the one-finger flow shark was already quite remarkable. Given some time, he might truly be able to control this immemorial desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path Immortal Gu on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She gave a deep look at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. "You are Xingxiangzi." "I am," Blazing Heaven Demoness announced with a forceful tone that allowed no refusal. "From now onwards, I have enlisted you. In the following invasion of Lu Blessed Land, you must use your full capabilities. I won't allow any slacking." Chapter 922. Conclusion of the 100 Days Battle. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness command him so overbearingly, Fang Yuan was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Shark Demon and Bai Man. This couple had put in a lot of effort to attack Lu Blessed Land. In the end, right before they obtained the fruits of their labor, Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them for herself. They were really pitiful. Shark Demon and Bai Man had put in so much. Almost all of their life savings had been invested into it. After getting robbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were heavily crippled. They lost a great deal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Shark Demon and Bai Man died while Shark Sea was invaded by others. Was this part of the cause? But Fang Yuan did not feel distaste for Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not feel pity towards the predicament of Shark Demon and Bai Man. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, he might have been more overbearing in his actions. Big fish eat small fish. This was the rule of the cultivation world. It was bloodthirsty and cruel. But any person who was older and had more experience would understand. This was the norm. It extended to all parts of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was the same. When benefits were involved, friends would betray each other, brothers would become enemies. This was all too common. The only difference was, they used excuses to make their actions seem grand and righteous. The truth was, there were people who, on the surface, were virtuous, but in the dark, they were dirty and despicable. But this was not wrong. To survive and reproduce was the nature of all living beings. But Blazing Heaven Demoness interference created a huge impact that would influence Fang Yuan's plans. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is also astute and calculative, more difficult to deal with than Shark Demon and Bai Man by 100-fold. But she has quite a lot of wealth. Maybe she can subsidize me in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu? There is also another advantage. Getting close to her would give me a greater chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and entering Earth Trench in order to get that treasure. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already thought matters through. The moment Blazing Heaven Demoness finished her words, Fang Yuan cupped his fists, smiling bitterly. I would not dare to defy Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. But I have my difficulties. I had just mentioned this to Lord Shark Demon earlier. In order to unravel the final battlefield killer move, I will need to refine a rank 6 wisdom path Immortal Gu first. Shark Demon snorted coldly. Fang Yuan had changed sides rather too quickly. Bai Man thought to herself. This Xingxiangzi seemed to be a gentleman ordinarily, but to think that he was without a backbone, he could fawn and bend over to others to curry favor. He had no integrity at all. Fang Yuan did not care about their thoughts. They were already out of this game. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who joined partway, managed to stay. Seeing Fang Yuan's straightforward gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin. She smiled with deep meaning. You want to refine Immortal Gu? This is easy. I will fund you. Northern Plains, Luo Pa Valley. Another earth-shaking intense battle had just reached its end. As the battlefield, Luo Pa Valley was in bad shape. Crushed rocks were everywhere. It was as if this was the aftermath of both an earthquake and a hurricane. The Gu immortals from Central Continent had various injuries. They were focusing their attentions on Feng Gu right now. Admiration, trepidation, confusion, heaviness, fear, complexity. They had a number of different emotions. Feng Gu won again. His opponent is Qin Baisheng, but even with his strength, he could not resist Feng Ji's powerful attacks. He has already won 7 battles in a row. Qin Baisheng is completely at a disadvantage against Feng Gu. The 100 Days battle. Only after 100 days did we see its results. Honestly speaking, Qin Baisheng is immensely strong, but he actually faced off against an even stronger opponent, Feng Gu. Looking at the time, Central Continent's gang had reached Luo Pa Valley and attacked it for over 3 months, met with the stubborn resistance of Shadow Sect's Qin Baisheng and others. 100 Days battle. This was a true 100 Days battle. Under normal circumstances, Gu Immortals would not fight for such a long time. In terms of scale, there were more than 10 Gu Immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains involved. They were all shining experts. One could say, for the last 1,000 years in the 5 regions, there had not been a battle of such scale. If this was announced, the world would be shaken, commotions would arise, the attentions of innumerable observers would gather on them. But it was a pity, be it the Central Continent Gu Immortals who were investigating secretly, or the hidden shadow sect which sought to remain in the dark, they did not want this battle to be exposed. Thus, this battle that should have shaken the whole of the 5 regions remained a secret from start to finish. Regarding this, the two sides had a sort of tacit understanding. Ever since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial members had always been Fang Yuan and Qin Baisheng. Initially, they were equally matched. It was a stalemate. Qin Baisheng, who had the territorial advantage and the battlefield killer move 100 million slaughterfield, showed a slight edge. But after that, Fang Yuan got stronger as he fought. He displayed his immense talent and ability. The two sides gradually became even. Then Fang Yuan expanded his advantage little by little. Eventually, in the last few days, Fang Yuan's battle strength had risen after a long period of intense fighting and finally defeated Qin Baisheng. 1 or 2 wins was nothing, but winning 7 fights consecutively, it proved that Fang Yuan firmly had obtained the advantage. The Shadow Sect members slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the front. Seeing that their enemies had hidden into the valley, he spoke calmly. His expression was pale. He had over a dozen injuries on him. Blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. His originally brimming Gu Immortal aura had weakened to an all-time low. But all these could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought Qin Baisheng, it was a difficult and dangerous fight. But it was because of these tough fights that Fang Yuan could be polished, like a rock polishing a jade and turning it brighter. Ever since Fang Yuan joined Spirit Affinity House, he rarely had the chance to engage in such intense fights. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Fang Yuan had a high status and reputation. Nobody wanted to find trouble with him. This battle that went on for 100 days would make other Gu Immortals feel pain and anguish, but Fang Yuan felt a nostalgic euphoria. This made him think about the splendid times when he was still in the demonic path. But there was a slight regret in his heart. Demonic path, using all of my strength to fight. It is a pity. I can no longer return to such an exciting time. Right now, Fang Yuan had a family. He could not take risks easily. Furthermore, these Gu Immortals behind him were from the other 9 sects. Their intentions were hard to decipher. If Fang Yuan really got heavily injured after fighting, who knew what actions they would take? Fang Yuan remembered what his wife, Bai Qing, had instructed him. After all, back then, Fang Yuan had challenged all 10 sects and made them lose their faces. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other 9 sects without giving them any chance to overturn the situation. Whenever Fang Yuan spoke, the other immortals had to listen. After the 100 Days battle, Fang Yuan's reputation was already deeply ingrained into everyone's hearts. Cough, cough, cough. After Qin Baisheng retreated into the valley, he started to cough uncontrollably. His expression was pale as paper. Each time he coughed, there was blood. Your injuries are getting more severe. Fairy Jiangyu, who was holding him, said in worry. She was frowning tightly. Fang Yuan is too despicable. He Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, growled angrily. Even though he is fighting you alone on the surface, he is actually getting his people to act like they are charging ahead, threatening our defenses, and forcing you to be distracted. If not for that, why would you lose consecutively? Qin Baisheng said grimly. Say no more. Winner takes all. A loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses. This Fang Yuan truly has immense talent. Using his own understanding, he created his personal sound path killer move and got to this stage. Even as an enemy, I am truly in admiration. Using his own advantages to scheme, plot, and gather superiority. That is the way of fighting. If he did not use these methods, I would have looked down on him. Saying this, Qin Baisheng coughed again, spitting out a huge pool of warm blood. He gasped weakly, looking around him. After the 100 Days battle, only 5 were left: Huifeng Zi, He Cheng, Jiangyu, He Lang Zi, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. Originally, they had Shuesong Zi, but when they attacked Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fang Yuan. After leaving Langya Blessed Land, 2 Hairy Man Gu Immortals joined them, but both of them were killed by the Central Continent Gu Immortals in the 100 Days battle. However, the Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered greater losses. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, as well as 2 Gu Immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect, had died. Trying to take advantage of Qin Baisheng. How could that be possible? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had suffered heavy losses. But at this point, The most crucial member, the pillar of support, Qin Baisheng, was heavily injured. Luo Pa Valley's territorial advantage had been overcome. The remaining 5 Gu immortals knew. The 100 Days battle had ended. They were the losers. Qin Baisheng tried to improve their mindsets. Even though we lost the battle, it is not over yet. Feng Jiuji's group is not united. They cannot fight us wholeheartedly. I successfully stalled for enough time. We just need to wait for one more night. When that Immortal Gu matures in the valley, we would have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, all 5 of you will charge out. I will stall these people from Central Continent. Lord Qin Baisheng. Everyone was shocked. Qin Baisheng's decision was simply courting death. This was hard to understand. From their perspectives, if it was Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, or He Langzi, they would definitely only care about their own lives when they were in this state. Why would they care about others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, and He Langzi kept their thoughts to themselves. They looked at the 3 people from Shadow Sect secretly: Qin Baisheng, Jiang Yu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. They were the core of Shadow Sect. The others were just outside reinforcements. Silence ensued. Everyone walked to their resting places. This will be it. Use this time to rest. Tomorrow, your performances will decide whether you succeed in breaking out or not. Qin Baisheng waved his hand weakly, dismissing them. He Cheng, Hui Fengzi, and He Langzi felt very heavy. Their gazes was uncertain. The 3 wordlessly decided to rest together. They were guarding against the possible betrayal of Shadow Sect. But late into the night, the 3 were summoned by Qin Baisheng. Chapter 923. Breaking out late at night, in Luo Pa Valley. Qin Baisheng and the other 5 immortals gathered. Qin Baisheng handed an Immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal openly. This Immortal Gu is very important. I am entrusting it to you now. The black-robed Gu Immortal nodded. He was wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Even up until this point, none of the Gu Immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, around the upper tier of rank 7. Qin Baisheng turned around, instructing Jiang Yu seriously. I can die. You can also die. But he is needed for the plan. We cannot lose him. Fairy Jiang Yu nodded solemnly in return. I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Cheng and the others listened in astonishment. What sort of organization was Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu Immortal disregard losses to themselves. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the mission. To make Gu Immortals so loyal, it was difficult for even super forces to achieve. This was an unimaginable matter. A moment later, the silent Luo Pa Valley erupted into thunderous explosions. An intensely loud sound filled the whole valley. At the same time, there was a shrill warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who was warning them, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jiang Yu, Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal attacked jointly. The enemy was attacking with such force. How could Fairy Ling Mei defend against them? She only had one thought. That was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had control over the rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. They could unleash the killer move Peerless Crescent Moon Slash if they cooperated. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of the signature famous killer moves of Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei had always been together constantly. They were hardly ever separated. But now, because there were limited people in Central Continent's group, they had to encircle the huge area of Luo Pa Valley. Thus, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had no choice but to split up. Once Shadow Sect's group burst out, Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. She fought alone and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Kill her. Fairy Jiang Yu, who was at the lead of the 5 Gu Immortals, was bursting with killing intent. Her eyes were red and her attacks were fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was a peerless beauty with grand elegance, none of the 5 Gu Immortals showed her any mercy because of it. Their killer moves were used in succession. They would only stop after Fairy Ling Mei was dead. At the moment between life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely chose to destroy an Immortal Gu, stalling 3 breaths of time for her. During this period, Fairy Ling Mei activated a Gu formation. Her body vanished amidst the wind and rain. At the next moment, she appeared far away. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Ling Mei breathed roughly. Her face was pale. She had escaped with her life. Her face showed lingering fear. Her back was covered in cold sweat. So close, so close. I was at the moment between life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei felt gratitude inside. This Gu formation was set up by Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming after putting in a lot of effort. Hong Chi Ming came from Wind Cloud Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He was skilled in Gu formations and was famous in Central Continent. Gu formations had a point of inferiority to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. They took a long time to activate, and were not flexible enough to be used for a wide range of applications in intense battles. However, once they were activated, they would provide a huge advantage. They were often faster than immortal killer moves and expended less resources. Precisely because of this, Fairy Ling Mei survived. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jiangyu sighed internally. The other 4 Gu immortals also showed regretful looks. Earlier, during the 100 Days battle, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had collaborated to unleash Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They were a huge threat to Shadow Sect. Almost all the Gu immortals were injured by this move to varying degrees. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect initially had the territorial advantage. However, Central Continent took down their Gu formations one by one, and now, the Central Continent Gu immortals created their own Gu formations. The outer area of Luo Pa Valley was now their territory. Since we can't kill her, we will continue charging out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She moved with determination and resolution. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's side immediately had a gap in their defenses. They needed to break out of this encirclement quickly. The chance was slipping. Ling Mei, are you alright? Fairy Ao Shui wore a white blouse. She came over quickly, showing shock and anger on her face. We won't let you go, die here. Chun Jinqi shouted. Isn't it too late now to want to leave? Bu Feiyan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, they were situated quite closely. Thus, she could arrive first. As for Chun Jinqi and Bu Feiyan, they could reach at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui because they had incredible speed. Jinqi of the 9 heavens, followed by Fei Yan. Damn it. Hei Chang gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. Chun Jinqi and Bu Feiyan were 2 famous flying grandmasters in the current Central Continent, Gu Immortal world. Jinqi of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon docks. Chun Jinqi, while followed by Fei Yan, was speaking about Heavenly Lotus sects. Bu Feiyan, Jiang Yu and the other immortals wanted to break out of this place. Their biggest concern were the pursuers excelling in speed like these 2. Seeing the 3 of them get close, the 5 immortals on Shadow Sect's side did not even say a thing. They only focused on breaking out. At this moment, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 5 immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi Ming. Although Hong Chi Ming was not inside, his voice was heard from within the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jiugu had already predicted that you would break out. Surrender now, and we might spare your lives. Once he said this, an immensely powerful aura got closer to them like a rushing dragon. This aura was so grand and magnificent, Shadow Sect's members were familiar with it. It was Feng Jiugu. They felt cold sweat breaking out as they showed panic on their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 immortals knew clearly. Even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jiuji's match. Was their attempt at escaping going to fail? When the 5 immortals were close to despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that obstructed them. Far away, Hong Chi Ming's body shook and jolted. As if he was shocked by electricity, he spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a heavy injury. The one who shot the golden arrow was Qin Baisheng. How could he watch as the 5 immortals failed? Thus, he forcefully moved his wounded body, blocking Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Chun Jinqi, and Bu Feiyan. The 4 Central Continent Gu immortals arrived quickly, but also lost quickly. They did not just lose, they failed completely. Like Feng Jiugu, Qin Baisheng was not someone the other Central Continent Gu immortals could stop. Qin Baisheng did not kill the 4 immortals from Central Continent. He allowed them to retreat. His attention was primarily focused on Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiuji's gaze was shining. He had already understood Qin Baisheng's injury. He smiled with much elegance, saying, "You are all rushing about. It is inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my parting song." Right. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. The 5 immortals on Shadow Sect's side retreated. Someone cried out in pain, while another grunted. Green Jade Song's mysterious power affected the 5 immortals to an extent. After being hit, their bodies slowly turned into jade, and the area was spreading continuously. The 5 immortals were resolute figures. They knew this was a problem and immediately shattered or dug out their contaminated flesh. At once, blood flowed like a river. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baisheng struck. His powerful soul path technique was aimed at Feng Jiuji's face, pressuring him. Feng Jiuji's expression changed. He quickly defended himself. Qin Baisheng had 2 major trump cards. One was the soul path killer move soul suppression. The other was the sword path killer move 5-finger fist heart sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals could not even endure one hit from him. Feng Jiugu had 3 trump cards. The first was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. Not only were they powerful and grand, They were also profound and mystical. Feng Jiuji's attention was drawn. Green Jade Song halted as the 5 immortals felt their pressure decreasing. They quickly rushed away for a distance. Qin Baisheng used a metal path killer move again. Golden chains coiled around Feng Jiuji's limbs, tying him up tightly. Feng Jiugu was not frightened. During the 100 Days battle, the two had learned a lot about each other. Qin Baisheng's metal path killer move had little effect on Feng Jiugu. The golden chains were much more effective against Chun Jinqi and others. Against Feng Jiugu, he only needed a breath of time before shattering them. But at this moment, Qin Baisheng showed a wry smile on his face. I'll let you see the true secret within Luo Pa Valley now. Saying this, he used his method and activated something. Countless mystical lights shot out from the valley. One of them hit Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu shattered the golden chains, but because this used up his time, he could not dodge the mystical light and was immobilized. The power of space path. How can this be so strong? Not far away, the 2 fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the mystical light. Their expressions changed as they gasped. As for Chun Jinqi and Bu Fei Yin, they were extremely fast. They dodged the mystical light. Qin Baisheng did not care about them. His main goal was to restrict Feng Jiugu. Right now, half of his goal had been achieved. Don't struggle. This light is harmless. Feng Jiugu understood at once. He shouted as he reminded them. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were uncertain, but at the next moment, they saw that Feng Jiugu stopped resisting and was dragged into a deep part of Luo Po Valley by the mystical light. Qin Baisheng's smile became wider. He approached a mystical light and was dragged into the valley as well. Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. They gritted their teeth, deciding to believe Feng Jiugu. They stopped resisting as they entered the valley as well. This change of events was out of everyone's expectations. They were only stunned for a moment before Chun Jinqi reacted and shouted at the Shadow Sect immortals. Take them down first. This was a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were held back by Chun Jinqi and Bu Fei Yin. Next, Hong Chi Ming, Old Lord Kenyang, and Old Man Tianlong arrived, engaging in fierce combat. One side fought desperately to leave, while the other side desperately prevented their escape. Someone save me. Hei Cheng shouted. He was the weakest here. He was hit by a move and had been detached from the main party. Ignore him. Protect our main target. Continue to break out. Fairy Jiang Yu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned Hei Cheng, protecting the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal with all her effort. At the same time, deep within, Luo Pa Valley, in a mysterious place. Where is this? Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in shock and suspicion. So this was it. Feng Jiugu, who had entered before them, had already retracted his gaze. This is actually a hidden thieving heaven demon, venerable true inheritance. Chapter 924. Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze in the mystical area, light shined warmly. There were no mountains or rivers, neither wind nor land. It was completely blank. That is true. Once Feng Jiugu spoke, Qin Baisheng appeared in front of him. Looking at the 3 immortals from Central Continent, he smiled deeply. If not for thieving heaven demon venerable's arrangement, how could I lure Brother Feng here? Indeed, even though Qin Baisheng was very powerful, he was still at a loss against a 1-in-1,000-years monster like Feng Jiugu, especially when Qin Baisheng's 2 trump cards were not for trapping enemies, they were for killing. To temporarily trap Feng Jiugu, he had to activate the arrangements that thieving heaven demon venerable had personally set up in the past. This really is thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance? Fairy Ling Mei asked in a heated tone. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivators, there were countless geniuses and heroes. But if these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were each like the sun. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Every generation's venerable, be it an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, was at the peak of that era. They dominated the world and were invincible, unparalleled in their time. Among them, thieving heaven demon venerable was also a legend. He excelled in space path and had unparalleled stealing abilities. He even cultivated transformation paths simultaneously and was skilled at disguises. Before he was rank 9, he could transform into all sorts of people and use their identities to achieve his unspeakable motives. He even caused huge commotions over the world, sending it into chaos. Thieving heaven demon venerable also had a close relationship with long-hair ancestor. The failure to refine space escape Gu became long-hair ancestor's obsession after death. It had become a legend. Such a person, his inheritance, was actually before them. Be it Ling Mei or Ao Shui, these 2 fairies who had icy hearts felt excited. Their hearts were burning with ambition. But Feng Jiugu quickly discouraged them. Don't even think about it. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance is not something you can obtain. Ling Mei and Ao Shue's expressions changed. That's right, there was still Feng Gu and Qin Baisheng here. With these two experts around, how could thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance become theirs? At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt great disappointment. Feng Ji's back was facing them. He stood in front of them but understood their emotions. He continued, "You misunderstand my words. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance has a strict requirement. Both of you do not fulfill it. I do not fulfill it. And even Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were shocked. One of them asked, "There is such a thing?" Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. Brother Feng really knows a lot about thieving heaven's true inheritance. It seems the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House indeed possesses one of the true inheritances of thieving heaven demon Venerable. They have been researching it for a long time. A pity there have been no gains. Feng Ji's eyes shined with brilliance. He stared at Qin Baisheng, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin knows so much about Central Continent's details despite living in Northern Plains. That is true. My sect controls a true inheritance of thieving heaven and have been researching it for many years. We have learned some things after these years." Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. Fairy Ling Mei asked, "May I ask Lord Feng Gu, what is the criteria to inherit it? Maybe we can achieve it, who knows?" Feng Ji's gaze had been fixed on Qin Baisheng. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know thieving heaven demon Venerable's origin? He is not a person of the 5 regions. He is from the outside world, an otherworldly demon. Thus, the inheritances that he left behind only have one requirement towards the inheritor. They have to be an otherworldly demon. I am obviously not one. Brother Qin cannot be one, otherwise he would have inherited it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Are you 2 otherworldly demons?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui replied, Qin Baisheng flicked his sleeves and laughed. He denied the possibility. Impossible. All the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are not otherworldly demons. If not, why would I let any of you in here? Otherworldly demons? They really exist? Since the start of my life, I have never seen one. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was actually an otherworldly demon. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were taken aback. Feng Gu nodded. Even though otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond our world, then outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, there are bound to be other worlds. Unfortunately, no one has ever ventured out of the Gu world. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They asked again, "Other than the 5 regions, there are really other worlds outside? Even if we cannot achieve this condition, the inheritance is fixed in place, while we humans are alive. Don't tell me that even with Lord Feng Ji's power, you cannot take it forcefully?" They were unwilling to give up. This was a thieving heaven true inheritance. The experts could take the meat while they could have some soup. The 2 female immortals were not greedy for more. They just wanted to have a share of the loot. Qin Baisheng sneered. Wishful thinking. Back then, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became rank 9, he still returned empty-handed after encountering a thieving heaven true inheritance. Not only did he get nothing, he even suffered a loss and ended up in a pathetic state. If not for that, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hate otherworldly demons to this extent? The 2 of you think you can obtain this true inheritance. There was such a thing. This is too absurd. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is also a rank 9 Gu immortal. He could not even take one of thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritances even after he died. Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with their beautiful eyes wide open. They half believed and half doubted this. Feng Gu did not refute it. He said solemnly, "Thieving heaven demon Venerable's space path attainment was unfathomably deep. It surpasses the imagination of people. There is a theory. Because he was an otherworldly demon, when he became a space path Gu immortal, a special type of space path Dao mark was produced. These Dao marks originate from another world. They are foreign to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now, it seems ordinary, but it had already transcended the Gu world. It is not within the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to obtain the true inheritance, but he was afraid of the implications. Thus he failed and suffered a loss, unable to do anything about it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped in shock. The 2 of them were too inexperienced compared to Feng Gu and Qin Baisheng. This was the first time they had heard about such secrets regarding the Venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt their horizons expanding. But soon, they became worried and anxious. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do anything to this mystical space. How can we get out? Don't worry, as long as we do not move, in 15 minutes, we will be teleported out. Feng Gu replied confidently. If it were other Gu immortals who landed here, they would use their methods to investigate. In that case, they would be in trouble. The time that they were trapped would be extended. But Spirit Affinity House possessed one of thieving heaven's true inheritances. and Fang Gu was a higher-up in spirit affinity. House. He knew the proper way to leave this true inheritance. But at this moment, Qin Baisheng raised his head and laughed. Fang Gu, since I took great pains to lure you in here, how can I let you leave? Stay here for good. Saying this, Qin Baisheng struck. His powerful aura burst into the air. Ling Mei and Ao Shui acted like they were facing a strong foe. Fang Gu quickly said, "Don't move. In this place, it might seem like we are close to each other, but we are actually very far away from each other. He is trying to lure you to attack. Once you do, this place will change and target whoever attacks. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash from this place, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into his trap." Fang Gu was very aware regarding this thieving heaven true inheritance. He was clear about the terrifying power of this mystical space. Even though he was proud and powerful, he did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe Fang Gu. They held in their impulse and did not attack. But Qin Baisheng showed a weird smile. Brother Feng is very confident, but it is a pity that your sect has not researched deeply enough into thieving heaven's true inheritances. I wonder what you will do against my next action. He spoke calmly as he activated the Gu worms in his body. His aura burst out and reached its peak. What is he trying to do? Fang Gu felt something amiss. He focused himself. His gaze was like lightning, looking at Qin Baisheng fixedly. But at the next moment, Qin Baisheng's action was something out of the Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They only heard Qin Baisheng recite. Even after experiencing 54 tribulations, the sky is still filled with tribulation clouds. The soul light in my chest pressures everyone. The sword qi in my fist dominates northern plains. 400 years passed rapidly. How can there be life without death? Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze, I will sweep the heavens for countless light years. His voice was clear and loud. He spoke with a calm expression. His gaze showed a sign of expectation towards the future. After finishing this poem, he smiled lightly at Fang Gu. Next, he shut his eyes, all signs of life leaving his body. Fang Gu frowned tightly. Even during the 100 Days battle, he did not show such an expression. At this moment, Qin Baisheng had actually ended his own life. At the next moment, a clear breeze started from within Qin Baisheng's body. Behind Fang Gu, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Their voices were trembling from fear. They screamed, "Winds of assimilation." As it turned out, in order to stop Fang Gu, Qin Baisheng had given up his own life, making the ultimate sacrifice. His method was ruthless. He directly destroyed his own immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed, without other immortal apertures to hold it, winds of assimilation started blowing. Winds of assimilation were extraordinary. They assimilated everything. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid them at all costs. And in this mystical true inheritance space, if Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword or Heaven and Earth Song were used, it would only be like a pebble tossed into a lake. At this moment, winds of assimilation blew. Even though it was a clear breeze, the entire mystical space started shaking. It was as if water on a lake was boiled. There were ripples forming in the space unceasingly. Fang Gu had a solemn expression. Against Qin Baisheng's resolute attack, he had to face it with all of his ability. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had activated their Gu worms, protecting their bodies. Even Fang Gu had to activate his Immortal Gu. Of course they had to do the same. Leaving the mystical space was another issue now. They had to survive this crisis first. Otherwise, it would be a pointless thing to worry about. Chapter 925. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. 2 flowers blossomed, each branching in different directions. Ignoring the situation of Qin Baisheng sacrificing himself to create the winds of assimilation and trap Fang Gu, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui in a dangerous situation for now. Looking instead at Jiang Yu and the other immortals breaking out. They were about to escape, but He Chung was hit by a killer move and fell. His face was pale as he shouted for help. However, they were all escaping for their lives. Every second was important. At the crucial moment, any hesitation would mean the difference between life and death. The immortals ignored him. They only raised their own speeds to the limits. Fairy Jiang Yu was even more heartless. She directly told them to abandon him, disregarding He Cheng's life or death. They were so close to escaping, freedom was right in front of them. He Cheng was lagging behind. Couldn't he be useful installing the Central Continent Gu Immortals? However, he controlled the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. After He Cheng died, it might end up in the Central Continent Gu Immortals' hands. That was a slight pity to Jiang Yu and the others. But it was only slightly regretful. Compared to the Immortal Gu House, their own lives were more important. You can all continue playing around. I'm out of here. While they were breaking out, Hui Fengzi laughed loudly. Immortal Killer Move, Wind Escape. His speed rose sharply. In a few breaths of time, He was way ahead of Jiang Yu and the others. Seeing Jiang Yu and the others' fiery gazes, Hui Fengzi flew even faster. Cooperate with me, Hong Qiming shouted. Gu formations at the outer area activated, giving off bright light. After the 100 Days battle, the central continent Gu Immortals had gained some coordination. Where are you going? Chun Jinqi and Bu Fei Yin moved out, using a Gu formation at the periphery to chase and block Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was known as the fastest in northern plains. He came and went like the wind. Central continent Gu Immortals had to admit that. Just Chun Jinqi or Bu Fei Yin alone could not stop Hui Fengzi. But now, they were cooperating with much coordination. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi maneuvered, he could not shake off Chun and Bu. His speed gradually fell as he failed his escape. He deserves it. Jiang Yu and the others felt gratified. They turned towards another direction and tried to escape from the side. Go down. Old Lord Kenyang snorted in anger, using his signature life-chasing fire. Hong Qiming followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. Hei Cheng's body was burning in flames. He screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood as countless vines grew from the ground, tying him up firmly. At once, Hei Cheng was trapped. While Hui Fengzi was obstructed, Hong Qiming left Hei Cheng as he chased He Langzi. He activated his killer move, mercilessly attacking He Langzi. He Langzi had to use his transformation path killer move, turning into the lightning flash giant wolf to resist it. Fairy Jiang Yu and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were not far away. They were obstructed by Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang. They did not waste time in trash-talking. The four immortals engaged in fierce combat. At once, winds surged and thunderous explosions occurred. The four immortals displayed their might. They shook the surroundings as intense air currents were created, mountains' rocks crumbled and broke. Old Lord Kenyang was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal. When Dongfang Changfan had been pretending to be dead, he had fought unfettered scholar, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan alone. He had excellent battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Old Lord Kenyang. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. He was sent here by Black Heaven Temple for the secret purpose of countering the sound path, Gu Immortal Feng Jiugo. Looking at Shadow Sect, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was indeed powerful, but Fairy Jiang Yu was weaker. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang had the upper hand. They obtained a good chance to strike. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no. Fairy Jiang Yu was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Stand back, let me deal with it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal used his method, replacing Fairy Jiang Yu and using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Oh, strange. Old Lord Kenyang was slightly shocked. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he was completely intact. It was as if nothing had happened. Sneaky fellow, show us your true appearance. Old Man Tianlong shouted. His hands clapped together as blades flew out from the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal blocked them as his robe was torn. His appearance was exposed to everyone. Old Lord Kenyang was stunned. You have the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance. Why are you afraid? He is merely an immortal zombie. Old Man Tianlong howled repeatedly, his attacks becoming fiercer. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. Different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and had turned into an immortal zombie. Since you found out, there is no point in hiding this anymore. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal tore off his black robe, pouncing at Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was a fire path Gu Immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. He had the disadvantage. Old Man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jiang Yu risked her life to block him. Quickly go, Fairy Jiang Yu screamed. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie angrily snorted, forcing back Old Lord Kenyang. He did not look back. He flew out of Luopa Valley, successfully escaping. Where are you going? Old Lord Kenyang roared, wanting to chase him, but Fairy Jiang Yu, who was bathed in blood, managed to block him miraculously. It seems that you have given up on living. Is this immortal zombie your lover? Is he worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tianlong's expression was cold. He descended from the sky, and his hand hit Fairy Jiang Yu's back firmly. Boom. Fairy Jiang Yu was at her wit's end. She could not defend herself. Her chest was shattered as a huge hole appeared. One could see through it. Her beautiful eyes turned hollow. Her purple dress fluttered in the sky, like a butterfly slowly landing on the ground. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jiang Yu's corpse landed on the ground. Her bones and tendons were broken. her flesh turned into pulp. Fairy Jiangyu died. At this point, Shadow Sect no longer had a chance. Old Lord Qin Yang and Old Man Tianlong were free now. They could deal with He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi. Hong Qiming's focus was on restricting He Cheng. A moment later, He Lang Zi screamed in a deafening tone. The giant wolf that he had turned into was cut into two. His corpse turned into a human body. Blood flowed as his internal organs were torn. He died a terrible death. He Cheng was left without a choice. He reluctantly activated the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Even though the Immortal Gu House was powerful, it needed to expend a huge amount of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Cheng was already bankrupt. He did not have much immortal essence left. There was insufficient immortal essence to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It had less than 1% of its full power. Hong Qiming used his Gu formation to trap it. 15 minutes later, Hui Feng Zi lost as well. He was extremely fast and slippery, but after the 100 Days battle, everyone knew each other's abilities. He did not have any special techniques left, and the Central Continent Gu Immortals had an extremely tight defensive ring, like an impenetrable net. Hui Feng Zi was like a fish that was caught in a net. Even though he struggled intensely, he was bound to lose. Don't kill me, I surrender. At the moment before death, Hui Feng Zi surrendered with a pale expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other, expressing their joy. Death was truly a terrifying thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Central Continent Gu Immortals understood why Hui Feng Zi surrendered. Don't play tricks. Hand over your Immortal Gu. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Feng Zi tightly. Hui Feng Zi did not have any chances left. He sighed deeply as he handed over his Immortal Gu. Without his Immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat level dropped. Only until he was completely under control and his life and death was at their whim did the Central Continent Gu Immortals breathe out deeply in relief. Focusing their minds, they started to deal with the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Hui Feng Zi's surrender gave the Central Continent Gu Immortals hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of their immortal essence. The Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered great losses. Their pressure was immense. After capturing Hui Feng Zi, the Immortal Gu they obtained were enough to recoup their losses. If they could obtain the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison as well, they would earn a huge profit from this. 7 minutes later, Dark Prison was taken down by the Central Continent Immortals. But unexpectedly, where is He Cheng? So decisive. He abandoned this Immortal Gu House immediately and escaped. While we were capturing Hui Feng Zi, he secretly dug underground and escaped. He really managed to deceive us. Humph. A coward who is afraid of death. A person who is barely surviving. He is not worth considering. At this point, the escape attempt of Shadow Sect's side had ended. The battle was over and the dust had settled. Qin Bai Sheng, Fairy Jiangyu were sacrificed. He Lang Zi died. Hui Feng Zi surrendered. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had escaped with the crucial Immortal Gu. He Cheng, who had the lowest battle strength, abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. A few months ago, these people attacked Langya blessed land with overwhelming might. Over 100 days later, they were either dead, injured, had surrendered, or escaped. Even the powerful Qin Bai Sheng was sacrificed inside Luo Pa Valley. This showed the cruelty of the Gu cultivation world. Even at Gu Immortal level, they were not free from danger. One could still die easily. More than 10 days later, a figure emerged in Earth Trench. Earth Trench was under the control of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It was guarded by Dark Flow Giant City. But this mysterious figure could enter and leave easily. He did not attract any suspicion. After entering Earth Trench, the mysterious figure was familiar with Earth Trench's terrain as he moved rapidly, taking a shortcut and entering deep into it. A few days later, a giant graveyard appeared before the mysterious figure's vision. I am finally here. The mysterious figure finally showed his appearance. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who had escaped from Luo Pa Valley. As it turned out, Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then when Central Continent's group attacked Luo Pa Valley, Qin Bai Sheng and Jiang Yu had thought of breaking out and coming here to use their trump card and resolve the crisis in Luo Pa Valley. But this trump card was extremely important. If it was used abruptly, it could disrupt Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Bai Sheng and the others were hesitant. When they had resolved to use it, the battle had already become very intense. They had no chance to do it anymore. They tried it forcefully but only sacrificed the hairy man Gu Immortals in vain. Now Luo Pa Valley was taken over by Central Continent's group. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not come here thinking of revenge and activating Shadow Sect's backup plan. He wanted to hide himself and place the crucial Immortal Gu here for safekeeping. This Immortal Gu was related to Shadow Sect's crucial plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qin Baisheng and Jiang Yu had sacrificed their lives. Just a bit more time. We just need a bit more time. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt anger and melancholy. He carried the Immortal Gu and entered deep into the graveyard. This was the graveyard of immortal zombies. He was an immortal zombie. It was too easy to disguise as a member. However, just when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that his ordeal was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting to think that I would meet a 10 extreme physique immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, evaluating with an interested tone. His rank 8 aura was emanating. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart was filled with despair. Old ancestor Shuehu, why is he here?